Hello, good morning, good evening. Hi, everyone, and what an honour it is to kick off this year's Global Grief Conference. My name's Di Parker, and I'm in the UK, a place called the Isle of Man. Tony, if you'd like to start the slides for me, that would be amazing. I want to thank Tony in the background for all his hard work putting this together for us all. So I'm a grief coach, and I came into grief work after I lost my husband. And one of the things that's been very passionate to me in my coaching life, which is since 2004, has been the need to coach children and help them with different things. So I'll come back to that in a moment. I can't seem to operate the slide, Tony. So this is me in 2014. It's a very special time for me because I got to do a race with my son, Robert, and my late husband was there to watch the event with my son, James. And then this is me in 2017 after I'd lost him and was about to lose my little sister. Could you do the next slide, please? So what happened is that with all the coaching skills I had, I did what I could during those earlier days of grief and dealing with the loss of Andrew. But I thought I wanted steps to help me heal the pain of my loss. And so I reached out to a friend and I said, if there isn't a course, we're going to put one together. But she found a training for us to go and do, which was the grief recovery method training. So we went along and did that. The element of coaching wasn't there, but it made such a big impact on me. As you can see, this is just 2 years later after my loss. Now, you never move on from somebody that you have loved and been with all of your life. It's a way of healing your heart of your pain so that you can find a way of finding a future for yourself. So this is what I did. But during this course, a light bulb went on for me. And I was starting to think about the children that I used to work with. These were children who had been expelled from school because they were not being listened to in their with their struggles and everything else that was going on in the classroom. And they've always been at the back of my mind. I could use my skills as an NLP practitioner to help them reframe and try and see things from a different perspective. But there was something still missing, and I knew it was missing until I had done that training. Next slide, please, Tony. And this, for anybody that's listening to this and would like any more information on how to take those steps for yourself, then this is the book that we used, and chapter 7 guides you through that. It's an easy read, but it takes a little bit of thought as you're going through it for it to do its magic. First part of it is education. The second part is the healing. So thank you, Tony. Next slide. So as I said, the light bulb went on. This missing piece that I had thought about since that time of working with those children, and indeed several other clients since, this was what was missing. We do not know how to manage or deal with grief. So this weekend, you're going to have a whole opportunity to meet so many different people showing you and helping you in so many different ways. We're taught how to gain things in life, but we're not taught what to do when we lose them. And so, to my mind, it's a very important thing for us to have as a conversation. But obviously, people are very frightened of it to actually mention it, especially around, it's a heavy subject, they think. But if we can have these powerful conversations beforehand, it would be such a big thing. We're going to have up to 42 losses in our lifetime. Wouldn't it be useful for us to have tools to work through them? These children that I used to work with used to have things such as dealing with parents being dragged off because they were dealing with drugs or alcoholics or things like this, that really deep-rooted stuff. And I used to wonder how I would actually survive had I lived in their home than the one I had. And my heart really went out to them. They were struggling with all these emotions, all these different things that were going on. And yet there didn't seem to be anybody there to reach that part, to know it was a loss. And how attached you are to a loss is how much you will grieve. We'll come back to that later. So as I said, you're going to have 42 losses in your lifetime. So it really would be quite beneficial if we knew and had the skills to manage ourselves in those times. I'm just going to read you some stats now. According to the UK statistics, and my apologies, I know there's a lot in America that are listening to this, and I don't know your stats. In March 22, there were about 1.8 million pupils persistently absent in the UK. Depression and anxiety tended to be higher in children between the ages of 12 and 17. Environmental stresses such as abuse, neglect, or trauma, significant changes or losses, family and parent distress, peer conflicts such as bullying or romantic loss. And these are the reasons why I feel so passionately about opening this up and getting this into classrooms and helping parents work through this with their children and have these powerful conversations. And I'll go on to explain when I've done this with two wonderful children I've got in my life now, the difference it made to them. So next slide, please, Tony. So this is it. Children are not taught how to deal with grief or what grief is. So let me start now by asking you, what does grief mean to you? Do you think it's a process that you go through that has a start, middle, and end? Or do you believe it's an emotion? As I've mentioned before, it's how attached you are to the loss that you've experienced will be how much you grieve. And this is why you need to remember that you're unique. I could meet another widow. I have no idea how she feels, and she has no idea how I feel. We cannot compare, but we're taught to compare in life. And this is what the unpicking of all this information that we've been led to believe can really, really help us and empower us going forward. Next slide, please, Tony. So this is the question I put to the two children in my life now, which is Tegan and Brogan. And I asked them a question. I asked them that question. What does grief mean to you? And I asked them this separately. They were not together when I did this. Yet they both replied, what's grief again? Next slide, Tony. I was shocked. I really was shocked because they had been through divorce. They had been through losing animals, both moving to another home or actually dying. They'd moved schools. They'd fallen in and out of friendships. And all of these things were going on in their lives, and they had no idea that those were losses that they were experiencing. Because grief, as I say, is emotion. And the losses that we experience are not just about death. It's about anything that you can experience. Anything that you have an end of a familiar pattern of behavior is a loss. So these things are losses, and they were grieving, but they had no idea of these feelings that were coming up or what they could do with those feelings. Next slide, please. So we decided to get together and do something about it. And I asked them if they would co-author this book with me. And they both said yes, which was great. So that's exactly what we did. And I used talking to them and talking through with them to get the language that they would understand as children, and that open space to ask questions. Now, this actually opened up a great dialogue between us. Brogan, I think it's the next slide, Tony, actually. The overview, yeah. We talked about all the different layers of what was involved with going through the guilt aspects, the comparing to others, and how we do that in life. Next slide, please, Tony. Because this is where we put the course together. When we were talking through all of these things, I could physically see Brogan starting to make the connections to what was going on in his own life. He actually sat back and he went, wow, I could see the penny dropping. He was just calming down and making those connections between mum and dad divorcing, between all the friends he'd fallen in and out of friendships with at school. And the idea was then they started coming up with all of the information that they had that they could now experience and share with me and have a name to those feelings. And he said, do you know, this is great because now I know. I said, what do you know? And he said, Mum's not a bad person, but she thinks she is. And that just filled my heart, because that is meaning he's getting it. He's now looking at things from a different perspective. Even last night he said to me, Diane, I would like a time machine to go back in time. And I said, oh, great, where are we going? And he said, well, when I was 6, I'd like to go back to when I was 6 and talk to mum and dad about what they were doing. And I thought that's great, because he knows the tools and he's still processing what's going on. With Tegan, she was a little bit anxious and she was very insecure. And she said that she was always worried that with dad got another girlfriend or somebody else in their life, got a girlfriend, that she wouldn't be part of his life, because she had seen that happen with her mum and her mum's boyfriend and partner. So I was able to reassure her that my partner that I'm with now would leave me before he would ever leave her. And we confirmed that with her, so she knew it. But she was able to speak about something that was a big thing for her, very, very insecure. And since she's done that, we've had frank conversations. She's had that space to do it. And she has become a lot more sort of secure in herself, which for somebody who's 12 going into the next adolescent stage, I think is very important. Next slide, please, Tony. So this is what Brogan used to be like before he made those connections, because the children have all this energy inside of them and they don't have a name for it. If you've got a child who's got a stomach upset and you rub their tummy when they're little, go, no, you've got a tummy upset, they kind of make that connection. But when we're not talking about things like grief and how that's showing up in us, then this is what happens. The children just try and hold it all in, and they're trying to hold it together. People think and make an assumption, because they're only tiny, because all of this was starting off in his early childhood, that he won't understand. Children are sponges and they take all of this stuff in. So if we can start to feel brave in ourselves, I suppose, and have those conversations and not fear having them. It's a bit like suicide. When you're worrying about somebody who's suicidal, don't mention suicidal. Well, actually, the right thing to do is ask them, because they're either going to say yes, where you can get them some help, or they're going to say no and say, well, do you want to talk about whatever's upsetting you? So it's about us facing this element of not fearing our own selves when it comes to talking with children and grief. As soon as he made those connections, like I've said, his anger just dissipated. He understood that connections were made, and that is so, so empowering. Next slide, please, Tony. So this is what we're covering in the workbook. I've done one for children to work through, and I've done a guide for parents and teachers to work through. What we cover is we're asking them, starting at the beginning, by asking them what they understand grief to be. and going through that and talking about it being that emotional response to whatever loss you've had, and understanding that it's not a process. It doesn't just come for one thing and then go. You can have a memory pop up from years ago and feel sad because when you're thinking about it, that person is not in your life anymore. Then that is going to start you maybe having a moment. And that's okay. Because if you hold on to it, that's going to do you more harm. If we can acknowledge these things and let it be, you will able to process it. That's when it's a process, getting it out of you, but you'll be allowed to be with it and not try and push it in. And this is where people, when they say moving on, you don't move on. And take that pressure off yourself. Don't do a number on yourself if you're starting to have an episode of somebody that you've lost a while ago and you've just remembered them and you're back in those feelings with that person. So once you've explained all of that to them, we talk about I was asking them, what did the adults actually tell you about what was going on in their lives at that time? And nobody spoke to them about any of it. So it's a conversation. Have you had that conversation with your children, or is it something that you need to just gauge where are they at? What have they picked up? Because they have just been watching what's going on around them. So then I looked at things like anger, the acting out that they do. As I said, some of these children actually threw chairs across the classroom that I'd been working with years ago because they weren't being listened to. And then it turns out, there was other things behind that, like dyslexia. But if you don't stop and listen to the children, you never get to know these things. But it suppresses. And his loss was actually, you're not listening to me. You're supposed to be my teacher and you're not listening. And then I've mentioned earlier about comparing. There is no comparing me to another widow. We know that we're widows, but I don't know how she's feeling and she doesn't know how I'm feeling. But at schools, we're taught to compare, aren't we? You might have been taught that from being at home with your siblings. Oh, how's Johnny doing today? Oh, how's Susie doing today? And then you go to school and then you get, first lot of spelling tests or maths tests. Oh, how did you do this week? Oh, I got a 5 today. I got 1 more than I did last week. Oh, that's great. And then how did Susie do? Well, Susie managed to get her 8 this week instead of her 7. And you're instantly deflated and you've been compared to another person. And this is what we do in our system, isn't it? We compare everything. We have a phrase over here, keeping up with the Joneses, that was back in the 80s and 90s, because this competing thing was always going on, and we strive in life and strive. It's okay to do it for yourself. If you're a sports person, you want to get a better PB next time. And obviously there's a chart to go up with that. But it's about you. How are you doing? Not about anybody else. So if you're comparing yourself to somebody else, catch yourself and stop it. Since I've done this with the kids, Brogan has caught himself a few times comparing himself to somebody else. And they start to do a number on themselves. So I've been able to stop that from happening as well, saying, hang on a minute, you're comparing. So what you're doing now? And stop that habit, hopefully, from happening. They get the skills too to also talk to somebody that's at school that might be grieving. And this has actually happened to him since. And he came running in and he said that there was a friend, we'll get into it in a minute, about guilt, trying to guilt him when they were playing a game, those games that they're talking to each other. And I said, just remember what happened to him last weekend. And he went, oh yeah, he lost his auntie. I said, do you think you can go back in and have a stronger conversation with him now? And he said, yes, I can. So that was the tools that he'd learned doing this, putting this together for everybody else, that he's been able to take and actually apply already, which is absolutely fantastic. And then I completed it with doing like a little bit of a review and giving the children a quiz, because kids like quizzes, don't they? So that's the sort of the outlook of what it's like. Tony, next slide, please. So the first thing I need to do with them is teach them how to identify the different moods of grief. And what I tend to do with clients is I explain it with happiness, because people get that a wee bit better. So, a friend tells you a joke and you think, oh, that's funny. And if it's a good joke, you think, yeah, that's quite good. To that was really funny, to rolling around laughing. Now, grief is exactly the same, just in a different direction. How attached you are to that loss determines how much you grieve. So I've done that on a kind of a sliding scale. Next slide, please, Tony. So we looked at all the losses too. When we were going through all of this, we were giving them examples, and you can start the process by doing just that. Obviously, we've talked about pet loss. There might have been a favourite toy that they've lost, or for adults in particular, a memory, because our children grow up so quickly and the memories pass so quickly. And that's a loss too. As much as you've got them and will, have them close to your heart, it's a passing, isn't it? A little baby grows so quickly, and those moments go so quickly. And then obviously then it's a child, and that have a memory of a grandparent, something that they've done with their grandparent. So we were using these as indicators for them to start working through. Thanks, Tony. So you can do this now. When we're finished, is just grab a piece of paper and start having this conversation with them. Give them some examples, and then you can just allow them to start telling you what else they might think is a loss that they might be grieving over, or to just make that connection that was grieving that they were doing. And it's amazing when you start these conversations off, actually, how well they start to connect and open up to anything that might be troubling them in their world right now that you may not even know about, but they think they're doing something fun with you in the activity. Next slide, please. So what were you taught about grief? So obviously when I'm going through this with parents, I'm helping teach them sometimes about what this means as well, and indeed teachers. How were you actually taught? Did you parents go and grieve alone, go and hide somewhere? And this is indicating of a little person that just doesn't know what to do. They're stuck between, do I hug my parent, or do I leave my parent alone in this example? So it's important for us to know how to start these conversations and empower ourselves and our children to not fear grief, but to understand it. Thanks, Tony. So open up the conversation. In this case here, we've got Harry the hamster. Okay. What tends to happen is that the parents or guardians don't think that the hamster means much. It's a hamster. And they say, stop crying, we'll go and get you another hamster at the weekend. But actually, it's about the relationship that child has with the hamster. And if you can sit down and have those conversations with the child, then you will open up to them processing it, talking to you about it. And the more importantly, you are teaching them then not to replace a loss. Because if you go and get another hamster and replace it, the relationship is different. They might feel different about this hamster, but think, well, I've been told by this higher authority that this is going to make me feel better. And it starts then a pattern going through life whereby they could even look for new relationships before they've broken off the one they've got. Anything that they can do to try and make themselves feel better, they go and do. So we know that can be a very slippery slope if it goes down a route that no parent wants children to go down with, say, comforting with alcohol or drugs. So this is why it's very impactful actually to stop and think about this right now and how you can help serve your child best with this sort of thing. So just open up the conversation. Listen to your child's story about whatever the loss is that they're telling you about. Don't dismiss their feelings. Just be there with them and allow them to cry. And don't suggest replacing that loss. And please don't tell them not to feel sad, because what else are they supposed to feel? Allow them that. Allow yourself that if you find yourself in that position. Next slide, please, Tony. So these are the other things that I looked at with them as well. I looked at guilt. Guilt is a word that we use in our society that actually is used in the wrong context, because guilt means is something that you should feel if you have committed something like murder. You should feel guilty because you're guilty. But it's been taken and used by lots of religious organizations and teachers and parents. You know, you eat your ice cream or you know, you'll not get your sweeties afterwards or so. So the guilting comes into our language all the time for so many different things. When I ask my clients, now that they know this, what was the true feeling underneath guilt, often they will say fear or sadness. And then this is where you need to stop. What's my true feeling? If I'm using that word guilt, you know it's not in the right context. What's the true feeling underneath? And that's when you can empower yourself. Empower yourself. So we know that we store memories, and I'll get to that in a moment, and how that happens. But all you have to do is hold a thought for 17 seconds before it's joined to another, to another, to another. Good or bad, whichever direction it's going, you hold it for 17 seconds and off it goes. So this is an example I've put in for the children, whereby this chap's sitting looking out, thinking it's a lovely sunny day. The next thought is he's playing rugby later on. The next thought is he's flying off in an airplane for a competition. And the next thought is that he's hoping he's bringing this trophy back. Now, we all do it. So if it's good, then we go with it, don't we? But if it's not so good, we do it the same way. So by knowing this, I've been able to teach them about triggers and stopping those thoughts going off down that process, and how to change their state. The quickest way is to move themselves, or we had a bit of fun and we call it dancing. So I was teaching those skills for them as well, so that they can start having a more positive mindset, rather than continuing to do I call a number on themselves. So that is, I think I've covered everything on that one. To change your thoughts, the quickest way is to move your energy. Next slide, please, Tony. So this is the model that I've popped in, which is from the NLP book of that I've drawn up to make it a very simpler for the children to understand. Just quickly, the sense of smell is the one that goes directly through to the center of your brain. It's there from the minute you're born, so you can smell your mum's milk and can make those connections. And then the rest of the senses all come online a bit later on. The common ones is, what you hear, see, smell, taste, and touch. And when I was doing my training, we were told you took in 2 million bits of information per second. And I kind of thought, did I hear that right? But, you're sitting here listening to me. You're looking at the picture in the background. You're looking at the effects of what you're looking at here. And your own environment. You're absorbing your own environment. And all of these things are going into you. You're just absorbing them. And that's not even starting on what's going on inside of you. Your cells are being created. Your hair's growing. Your nails are growing. Your heart's pumping. There's a lot of detoxing going on. And there's cleansing of cells and all sorts. And you don't have to think about any of that. And so nowadays, that number's gone from 2 million to 11, because we're sitting there scrolling on phones and the information's still going in. Just because you're not consciously taking it in does not mean to say it's not going in. And if you think about the children today and all the different technologies that they're on and the way they're absorbing that information, It really needs to be mindful what they're looking at and how long they're on for, so that they can start to connect to who they are and how they feel, as opposed to being told by the outside how they're feeling. So then the next thing I tell you about is that we generalize, delete, and distort what we see to fit what we think we know. I'll say that again. To take what we see to fit what we think we know. And we do that through this filter system where we generalize something. So if you came to my home and I invited you to sit down, I wouldn't have to tell you how to sit down. You know how to do that. And you know you could sit on chairs, stools, the floor, the table. You know how to sit down. And then delete. This is an important one. We need to have a deep sleep, 7 hours at least, and be asleep between 2 and 4 for REM sleep, rapid eye movement, where we download our computers of all the stuff we do not need to keep that we've had during the day. So you hopefully will remember some of what I'm telling you today, but it won't be important for you to remember what it is I'm wearing. So you can download and delete that information. And then distort. Well, you know, if I went to a pictures with Tony and it was some nice chick flick and he went, "Oh, Tony, that's great, wasn't it?" And he went, "Die, I'll never get 2 hours of my life back watching that," because we've had a different interpretation of the same movie. And so how we see the world and how we show up in the world is completely unique, as I've mentioned, to us. So this is where we need to stop comparing ourselves to others and start to understand that they're just seeing things from a different perspective. And then we have these memory banks inside of us, which I've shown as a filing cabinet for the children to understand. And I've divided these off into happy and sad for the simplicity of it. But for every experience you have in life, you open a file, and you'll have opened one somewhere along the line on grief. And that would have been added to by what you were seeing. Oh, that's how they behave, and that's what needs to go into that file. Hopefully you've had conversations, or adults have had conversations with you, and sometimes we even need to unpick what was said, but we'll be in a file that's inside of you called grief, and then we internalize those feelings to a behavior. So in Brogan's case, the behavior was anger. He couldn't process the feelings. He didn't know what to do with them. Probably didn't even know what file to put them in his little filing cabinet. But these feelings will take you towards what you want in life or away from what you want in life. And their physical response, of course, is us moving. When I was doing massage therapy, when I started years and years ago, and I was massaging people, I was actually pushing it back up the other way, if you think about it. Releasing and relaxing the cells in the body was bringing up an awful lot of emotional issues, which is why I went and started doing the NLP training. Next slide, please, Tony. So what this conversation that I'm having with them too is to allow them to know how to approach a friend. As I've mentioned, Brogan's already told me he's had a friend that has lost an auntie at school. And I think it's important that we do teach the children not to be frightened to talk about it. And with this, they're able to go and have those conversations without worrying about how it's going to come out. They're going to say the wrong thing because they're going to have an understanding. During the process of the education part of all of this, we're tackling the things like the myths. The 6 myths that they refer to are: don't feel sad. Well, of course, how else are you going to feel? We've talked about replacing losses. Some people are taught that they need to grieve alone. Some people are taught that, time is a healer. Okay, so if time is a healer and I'm driving my car and I have a puncture and I get out and I sit there and I'm going to sit there and I'm going to meditate, in a minute, the air will flow back into this tire and I will be on my way. Well, we know that's not going to happen. We know we have to take the tire off and fix it and put it back on again. And your heart's no different. The pain of your loss will stay with you unless you're really wanting to step into and help yourself by healing the pain of your loss. Be strong. That's been said to a lot of people that are obviously, perhaps a mother got children or a father got children. Be strong for your children. I was told I had to be strong for my boys, and yet my boys were, up in their 20s when my husband died. No, you don't have to be strong. It's a myth. Okay, you need to be you. You need to do what you need to do for your own well-being, and not try and push yourself into something that you do not want to do, or any behaviors you don't want. Keep them busy. Well, my mum will do that. She will wash the house from top to bottom rather than sit down and actually deal with her grief. And there's a lot of people like that. They just would sooner just keep themselves occupied and distracted rather than sit and face the pain that they're in. Next slide, please, Tony. So then we go on to what they would say and what they wouldn't say. So this was very interesting because, as I said, this gave Brogan the skills to actually have the conversation and not worry about having a little chat with his friend, and letting his friend know that he was just there for him. So the guidelines for what to say, is ask what happened. Can you tell me a little bit about it, if they're struggling to get the words out? And I can't imagine how painful, devastating, or heartbreaking that was for you. And then just sit and listen and continue that conversation. It may be that they don't want to talk, and you just say, it's okay, I'm just here, I'm just sitting. You don't need to see these people as broken. They just need to be heard. Never say anything like, I know how you feel, because you don't, as hopefully you've got that by now. Don't say everything will be okay, because you just don't know at that time. You don't want to hear it, because the person you've loved and lost has just left, just gone, died, divorced. How is everything going to be okay? That's when they start to come in with time as a healer. And don't say anything that reinforces a myth. Just keep talking to them. Just be present. Just have that space to hold them and allow them to offload what they need to offload for you. Next slide, please, Tony. So listening is the best gift. I've just gone through those things. Don't feel sad. Replace the loss. Grief. Grieving alone. I actually ended up having to do some of that when I lost my husband, purely because my dog started barking at me. If I started offloading the crying and the howling, she couldn't take it. So I ended up going and sitting in the bathroom to get away from my dog. But generally, if you do need that space to grieve alone, then let somebody know you need to be just left for about 20 minutes, half an hour. It's when you stay there and you start building in that depression and the stuckness of that little loop that we all start to feel ourselves dragging down. And I had never felt anything quite like that ever since or before then. It was a horrible place to feel and to be, and thank goodness I had my own school tools and tricks to try and get myself out of it, to try and make myself just feel better for that particular day, until I managed to get this tool I'm now sharing with you, because now I've had more significant losses since, and I've been able to help myself heal a lot quicker, without any guilt of letting go of anything either. That can hold people back, can't it? Another way that guilt is used in the wrong way, where they feel guilty that I'm going to feel better. That's not somebody who's loved you doesn't want you to live in that space. And so let's have a look at that. Let's unpick that and see how we can help you go further forward. But the best gift, as I say, the best gift you can ever give someone is to just listen. Thanks, Tony. Next slide. So moving on, this one really upsets me when people go moving on. I mean, somebody could look at me now because I've got a new partner in my life and say, oh, she's all right, she's moved on. You do not move on from somebody that you have loved and lost. I was married for 31 years. I've got 2 children. I've got a home. I've got all of these things that have been created because of that wonderful relationship I had. You do not move on from that, but you find a way peacefully to live with it. And the first step is to take the reins and heal the pain that you're carrying. Then if you're lucky enough to find somebody, as I have been, it's having the space, and this person that I have in my life gives me the space to talk about my husband. Yesterday, it was my wedding anniversary. We would have been married 38 years. And he gives me that space for us to have that chat. And we even toasted to my husband last night. So this is where you know yourself enough and say, do you know something? I am going to talk about my husband. I am going to talk about my sister. My sisters were twins, and the one that's left said it's very painful when people don't talk about her. So you may not want to start a conversation with somebody about their loved one, but you could bring it up in a way of how long has it been since so-and-so's gone? What do you miss the most about them? What fun things can you remember when you think back about them now? And there's loads of them. And those are the things then that you can go back and remember these people that you loved with memories. So it's important for us to know this, that we can share that with children. Could you imagine being a child in a household that the parent that's left doesn't speak about the other parent that's lost or gone? It's very, very difficult. Wouldn't it be better for us all to have an open conversation and say, how are you feeling about what's happened now? Next slide, please, Tony. So the biggest thing I came to realize when I was doing this work was letting go of my hopes, dreams, and expectations of the future with my husband. Now, it seems logical because he's died that's the end. However, there was something in that grieving I was doing afterwards that just wasn't shifting. I was using all the tools in my toolbox and I couldn't work out what it was. But it was our hopes, dreams, and expectations of our future together. We had waited for a transplant. And so to encourage him about what was happening afterwards, there was transplant games posters everywhere. And one of the things he'd wanted to do was do a triathlon as well, do an Ironman. So I said, there's your games, love. Once you've got this done and got your new liver, you can crack on and do that. Now, sadly, obviously, that didn't happen. And so that's where I had to realize and let go of the hopes, dreams, and expectations I had of what my relationship was going to be with him afterwards, because it had changed. And this is actually a very, very empowering exercise, because you know the past. We can only hope for the future. But if it doesn't start to go the way you've pictured it in your head, you can get very upset about it. But if you understand that it hasn't happened yet. They say, don't worry about it. It's not happened yet, but it's still out there. It's in the future. You've put it out there. Your hopes, dreams, and expectations of where you are at the moment, you're putting them out for the future. And what you think about today will affect your future. So if you think about that, it's about having the power of now. You're being present in now, today. But this is one of the things that was very hard for me to come to terms with. And it wasn't until I did the training that it penny dropped. It was letting go and grieving my hopes, dreams, and expectations of what we were going to do in our future together. So for the children, I've done it in a simpler way. Here for a teacher to think, I'm going to get myself on a nice holiday this summer. I'd like to feel that warmth of sun on my skin, and then that hope turns to a dream and a feeling of swimming in the sea, lying on the beach and feeling that sun, to how she's going to make that happen. The expectation is she's going to save up her money and go on holiday. And then my question to them is, what happens if that doesn't happen? So that's where I'm bringing it back to letting go of hopes, dreams, and expectations. And once we do that, we can create more, because we're going to do that. We're creative people. We're going to constantly do that. Next slide, please, Tony. So that's the overview of my book and the workbook and Teachers Parents Guide hopefully will be available sometime in May. If anybody's interested and would like to know some more about it, please do feel free to email me. There's my details there. But before we go, I would just like the video to be run now, please, Tony. Hi, I'm Diane Parker, and this is one of my co-authors here of this programme, Brogan Byers, who, with his sister Tegan, very kindly offered to be my co-producers of this, because as I was talking and taking them through this programme, we were going through it in real time and putting all the pieces together. So I'm extremely grateful to you for that, Brogan. So the first question I asked you was, what is grief?
Whenever you asked me what is grief, I said, I don't know what grief is. I haven't heard of it before.
Mm-hmm. And that shocked me a lot, because I know that Brogan has had some significant losses in his life. So when I came to explain what grief was, what did you identify? Parents divorcing was one, wasn't it?
Yeah, parents were divorcing, moving schools, moving house, and dogs just moving on, and sometimes cats as well.
Yeah, yeah. So when I met Brogan too, he was, I used to nickname him the Tasmanian Devil, because he'd come like into the house. But when we were doing this program, I could actually see Brogan changing in the way you were feeling when you made the connections. I mean, obviously, this is a very condensed offering of what this program's going to go through. But when we were going through the bits and pieces, I could actually see the penny dropping, and Brogan became more relaxed. So, what is grief?
Grief is an emotion that if someone is grieving alone, they're doing an emotion that crying or just sad. And
they're kind of myths that people think they have to do, isn't it? Is to grieve alone, because we talked about the myths. And then Brogan, you identified that you did a few of those things, didn't you?
Yeah.
Which were?
So if I've lost, if my mum and dad were divorcing, and they were probably and in the middle of it, I'd go to my room and just maybe put some earplugs in so I don't hear it, and just listen and watch YouTube or do other things.
Yeah, distract yourself.
Yeah.
Some people keep themselves busy, and some people go to the swings.
Yeah.
You did that too, didn't you?
Yeah.
I believe your sister walked the dog a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there anything that you would like to share with everybody here that would help? Like when you feel sad, what did I get you to do?
You got me to dance around to make you happy, and
make you feel better, make you feel better quicker. It's okay to identify. I mean, obviously, if grandma dies or something, it's not big, but if you're just feeling a bit heavy with I don't know, maybe the day's not going the way you had hoped, you don't have to stay in that space. And I showed you how to change your state quickly, which changes the way you feel quickly, which was to dance. That's right. But was there anything else you would like to share here with others to help us with the understanding that you've taken from doing this whole program with me?
Just don't ask people if they're grieving alone. Are you okay? Ask them, how are you feeling? Because that would be more better.
Okay. And then what would you do if they said, no, I don't want to talk?
You would still sit there and just maybe be there for them in case they start talking. And if they start talking, really listen to what they're saying.
That's great. And it's not your job to make them feel better, is it? It's just to sit and listen. But we talk about that a lot in the chapters. Brogan, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing this and helping so many other people that you're probably never going to meet, but you'll have touched them and helped them make some significant changes in their lives, because you can see now, can't you, understanding this stuff, how it's going to make out for a different path going forward.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Tony. Thanks very much, everybody, for having me. Tony, was there any questions?
Yes. I want to say thank you. That was truly amazing. And I am, the question is, when it comes to kids, you mentioned that kids are like sponges. How does it affect the way that you approach them? Is it a more gentle approach? Is it, how do you go about approaching them?
Be open and don't come with your own stuff. Because we're going on through life and we've already picked up all of this stuff. And of course, that's when it becomes a bigger thing for us, because we have a different picture of it. A child only knows what they know, and we're trying to find out what it is they do know. So just starting the conversation off, as the worksheet I gave people as an example, is explaining, do you understand what grief is? And just seeing what they say. And then you can guide them to say, okay, this is the understanding of grief is an emotion. And we do this whenever we experience a loss. So do you remember when we lost the budgie last fortnight ago or whatever? How did you feel about that? And they may have to stop and think about the budgie, and then they will start feeling about their friend, the budgie, and talk about maybe their relationship with it.
Okay.
Or the pet dog or whatever we've lost. Or it could be that, it's been a while since we've talked about dad left home. How are you feeling about that? It's difficult if you're in a conflicted relationship with your spouse, and there's other complexities to that, obviously. But if you can at least, in the children I've got in my life, it was at the time very difficult. And the relationship is better now. And last night he said to me, I would like to go back to age 6 and have a conversation with them. And that to me just, oh my God, Tony, that it just means that everything that we've done and worked through, he's still thinking about it. He's still processing it, and he's still working out in his mind how it would fit in to make some adjustments and make it happier for the two of them. Because that was his ultimate aim, is that mum and dad would be happier at that time.
Okay. Now
have frank conversations.
I understand, and that's totally amazing. Now, when it comes to adults versus children, what sets them apart? Because I know we as adults we think about things a little bit different. So what's the difference between working with children and adults?
They don't always come with preconceived ideas of things, whereas adults do.
Okay.
That's the main big thing, is they're only going to come with what's been in their environment, because up to the age of 7, everything is just being soaked up by the children. There's no boundaries put in place for them or filters to start saying, hang on a minute, that's not right. And they start arguing. You got about between 5 and 7, they start arguing back with you, and you're thinking, she's getting a stroppy little mare. Actually, no, she's starting to stand on her own 2 feet. She's starting to say, I'm here in this world too, and I've got my opinion. And so then it's for us to guide them at that stage. But that's when they are also impacted greatly with what's said to them at school, what is said to them by their parents, whether or not they learn to grow in their own little empowerment, or whether or not they're suppressed by what's been said, and they take what the resilience part of them is squashed a little bit because of something, or some teacher said something in a way to them at school that's made an impact on them, and they carry that throughout life. But you get to a point where you realize that that too is a loss, because that's only just the teacher's opinion.
Wow. Okay.
You do that as an adult because you have that information and that knowledge, and no doubt done that work on yourself, because some of these things stop you from getting what you want in life. But actually, if we could go back and have a little chat with the child and say, okay, what did you do anything wrong that upset the teacher? Take ownership on that. And then you can say, right, well, that's the teacher's opinion. Is it your opinion?
Wow. I do like that. Now, when it comes down to, how children process this information, is there a difference between the little boys and the little girls?
I wouldn't. I think they're individuals. So, it's about their perspective of the world. Because, obviously I was dealing with a boy and a girl doing this.
Okay.
The boy was a lot more sort of open, but he's that character anyway. And the girl was more sort of sitting and listening and thinking about it and bringing it, absorbing it a little bit that way, because of the personality that she is. So ask me that next year, Tony.
Well, I'm always curious because, I knew as adults, men and women, as we begin to come into our own, we do process things totally different.
Yeah.
More men are more into things and women are more into people,
You're from Mars, mate.
That's what I mean. So I didn't know if there was something that
there won't be those
you dealt with
elements
earlier.
There will
early
be.
on in life, is that still the same characteristic?
And I think in a way too, their lives at school was a lot more complex than ours were, with the different things, and of course the rules that we have over here for discipline and all the rest of it, and it's just non-existent now. Whereas we had some sort of structure, we had some boundaries, and I think an element of those helps us keep us safe. But at the moment, it just seems to have gone the other way. So they're trying to negotiate those things in life as well.
Okay. Now, do you talk to parents about how to help their children? I don't know if you mentioned it during your presentation, but do you talk to parents about how to help their children deal with the grief?
Yeah. You get a phone call to say, well, my child's not speaking to me. They're not telling me how they're feeling, and I'm getting a bit anxious about them. Then obviously the conversation starts with the parent. Well, how are you showing up? How are you dealing with this grief? Because you've experienced as well as they have. How is that? How are you doing that? Are you going and crying in the bedroom on your own, or are you sitting down and telling them how sad you are and having a conversation about how you're feeling and talking through things like that? And that's usually when they are, no, I'm not doing that. I am taking myself away. So I said, you're teaching them to grieve alone. And then generally with that one, I will help the parent heal the pain of their loss so that they can go and have that conversation, having all of the tools to have that conversation.
Wow, I do like that.
Okay.
I do. This is so amazing because we oftentimes as adults, I don't think that we think of the children when it comes down to losses and things like that. Because we think over a period of time that those kids may forget, right?
Yeah.
And that's totally not true.
I can remember at 13 getting myself all ready for my granddad's funeral, and my dad said, "You're not going." And I said, "What do you mean I'm not going?" And he said, they're bad enough to go to when you have to. So from a parent's point of view, he was trying to save me the pain of the loss. But what he actually did in his kindness was stop me from saying goodbye to my granddad. And that one lingered with me for many years afterwards to try and process. I haven't been able to say goodbye to my granddad. The last time I saw him was we had about a 5-story block, and he was in the window at the top waving down at me. That's the last vision I have of my granddad. So I didn't even get to say goodbye to him in hospital because you weren't allowed in then those days. And that did it hit me hard. That was my first big impact with a loss of a family member. Yeah. So this thing, it's just we try to protect the children and keep them safe from all of these things, but actually what we're doing is we're not giving them the tools for when they do happen in life. Because we're taught, as I said, we're taught to gain things in life, but not what to do when we lose them.
All right. Well, thank you for your presentation today, and
thank you for asking.
We got your information out there, so
yeah.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much for your time, Tony.
No
and good luck with the rest of the conference. Bless you for doing it.
Thank you very much.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. There we go.
Hello. Taking a breath and arriving. Thank you to Di Parker for an amazing presentation about supporting children in grief. And as I was listening, I was just reflecting on the opposite position I have. My grief journey began, my big life loss began with the grief and the death that followed the loss of my son, Sage Joseph. So as I begin this sharing with you today, I feel inspired to actually acknowledge my son, Sage. He has now been passed and in spirit for 10 years, and I acknowledge him as my master teacher for not only when he was around as a little boy, teaching me many things about raising a child, being a mother, working with all that he brought to my world, but in the last 10 years since he has passed, there has been so many layers of love lessons that I have learned and that my heart has learned. And so I'm just going to invite now my son, Sage Joseph, to join me now here and to be with me as I share with you the session today around the rituals that are possible in a grief process. So I just also want to invite you, for those who are tuning in, those who are here now, who would you like to invite? Who do you wish was sitting with you now as we join together in our own ritual space? For today, in this moment, it's you and me and whoever we choose to call in as we explore how ritual can support you in a grief process. So just taking a breath, smiling, allowing that smile to come down to your heart, and inviting who do you want to sit with you today. So my name is Deb D. I'm Deborah Driscoll, but people know me as Deb D. And I am the creator and founder of Big Life Magic. I am an author, spiritual teacher, and grief guide, specializing in the transformation of big life loss to big life magic. And as shared, you've already had a little glimpse into my big life loss. That was the unexpected death of my son, Sage Joseph, 10 years ago. And that was the instigator, the catalyst towards one of the greatest, most amazing journeys I have ever been on and am still on, which is that grief journey. And that's what I'm going to explore with you today, is like those navigation points of a grief journey. Sometimes we can get lost inside the loss, and it's ritual or practices that you can do that can be those navigation points and help us to find our way through whatever your big life loss is towards your big life magic, towards your healing and recovery, towards what's next for you and your heart. So here is my invitation today. We are going to be together now exploring this but I'm going to ask you to anchor into your own heart. For when we're talking about ritual, when we're talking about grief, it's deeply personal. I am going to be sharing with you today some different practices that may become a part of your journey, but they're going to become a part of your journey if they make sense to you, if they feel authentic, if it feels like this is going to support me. We just had someone pop in there. That might be one of our future presenters. So just anchoring into your own heart space now and just making a choice for yourself about how you're going to be today in this work, in this space that we hold together. Do you have an open mind to the possibility of what may be? Are you curious? Are you wondering if this is something for you or not? Maybe you're not so sure. Whatever is true for you in your heart, let's just anchor into that now. And I invite you to continue to tune into your heart space as we journey together. For my hope and my intention is that by the end of this session, you will have some new tools to add to your toolbox so that at different points in your grief journey, or maybe it may be somebody else that you are supporting in a grief journey, you have some new practices or ways that can help you to process and move along your journey. And again, it's going to be a practice that you will use if it makes sense to you, if it feels like it supports you. So in my work with Big Life Magic, whether I'm working with spiritual practice or grief process, I always invite the people I'm working with to first anchor into your heart and anchor into your own magic. So the one way you can do that is just by literally breathing into your heart space. Breathing into your heart space and making a decision for yourself about how you're going to be with this. And also understand that it's yours. You get to own it. So anchoring in now, I'm anchored in here. I am in New York City, where a huge part of my journey happened. I'm not normally here in New York City. I just arrived yesterday to do some work. I'm normally living on the island of Tobago, where my Big Life Magic is now manifest. So 10 years later, after the loss of my son, my journey took me around the world to many different places. One of those places was New York City, but now I live on the island of Tobago. And it is there that my work expands. But what I want to take you to today is that 10 years ago and what I chose to do in the early stages of my grief journey. And then as we progress further, I'm going to share with you how those rituals or practices may shift and change, because a grief journey is going to change. And that's the hope, is that you continue to move through. So just for today, in this moment, let's all agree, anchor in, or allow to be, whatever works for you, that for our time together, ritual is a repeated action or process that provides comfort or the inspiration for healing. Now, I know that there's many ways that people connect to ritual. There's amazing texts and scholars and masters who their whole life work is around ritual. And I acknowledge all of them now. But for our work here today, I want to open this. Ritual is a repeated action or process that is going to create comfort or be the inspiration for a healing activation or journey or process. For that is how I am going to be working with you today with ritual. So also acknowledging everyone has these different relationships to ritual. For some people, it's a part of their religious practice, their spiritual practice, their cultural practice. I'm now inviting and holding this space of ritual and a grief journey, the action or process that provides comfort or inspires the healing, the heart repair. For it's all about your heart. A grief journey is about being with your heart and healing and repairing the broken or torn pieces that happen when we do experience a big life loss. And that's exactly what happened to me. Is I found myself on this journey, like we all will at some point, where our big life loss has met us. So on April 3rd, 2013, I woke to what I believed to be an ordinary day. But before long, my ordinary day on April 3rd, 2013 transformed to be one of the most extraordinary days of my life. For I woke that day and my son Sage did not. During the night, his heart stopped and his spirit took flight. And he was gone even before I knew he was leaving. And so I woke that day as the single mother of a 10, almost 11-year-old little boy. And by the end of that night, at the end of that day, I began my journey as a grieving mother. And at the beginning of this journey, I had no idea what was going to happen. All I knew was my son was gone. I didn't know why. It was completely unexpected. I was in shock. My heart was broken. And something had begun. A whole new chapter in my life had begun. So for you, also anchoring into, when's that moment for you? When's that moment for you? And how did you feel then? Were you lost, shocked, angry? Probably more than one. And what happens next? What happens next is the process, kind of like the process or maybe ritual. So what happened after Sage's death is the next few weeks were kind of full of people, processes, and ritual. My home flooded with people. There was wine, there was food, people were sharing stories. I was embraced by community and my family. We had a memorial service. I went to go visit my son's school and spoke to his classmates and spent time with them and his teachers. There was the burial, the intimate burial with my family and a few chosen people at the gravesite where my son was surrendered to Mother Earth. And all of that happened over a 3-week period. And in that time, I felt held. There was something to wake up to, or there was somebody there. There was something that needed to happen to move this story, this part of my life forward. I had a purpose. I was at service to my son and to myself. And then after the burial, everybody went away back to their world, and there was nothing left for me to do. I was the mother who did not need to make the school lunch, check the homework, make sure that the room was tidied and have you brushed your teeth. None of that was a part of my world, yet it had been my world for more than 10 years. I had these processes that kept me anchored, and now they were all gone. And this is something that happens to us all. We end up in this place where this new chapter, this new journey for ourselves in our heart has begun, but we're not given the navigation points. This is where we need to find our way. This is where it's very possible to get lost inside your loss. That happens to a lot of people I work with. And at times in my journey, it absolutely happened for me. But at this point in my story, I was not lost. I found myself down by the river and with the trees. So not very far from where I lived at the time with my son Sage in beautiful Australia, there was a short drive away to this beautiful parkland with massive, big, beautiful trees right beside a river. And it was quite a large, expansive park ground. And in that place, there was barbecues and benches and kids' playground equipment. This was a place where people would come to gather, to be together with family and community and to celebrate. I had spent a lot of time at that park with my son. Months before my son's death, there was sustained rain. For days and days it rained. And the river swelled to the point of flowing so far and fast it left the banks and flooded the whole parkland. And by the time it flooded, the water was so strong that it destroyed everything in its wake except for the big, tall, amazing trees. So the barbecue, the benches, the children's playground equipment, they're all twisted, torn, broken apart and just left as the debris of this disaster, of this river and this flood. And that's how the parkland was left. Everything was destroyed, but the trees and the river were still there. So I would find myself there. I found myself needing to leave my house every morning. I couldn't wake my son. We couldn't get ready for school. And so I found myself drawn towards the river and the trees. And every morning, this is where I would go. And I found great comfort there, for the outside looked like I felt like on the inside. The barbecue, the benches, and the children's playground equipment, now all in debris and broken, that was my insides. And the trees still standing tall, that was me. I'm still here. And the river, that's what was happening in my heart. My heart is still beating. It's still flowing. So I would find myself there. I would walk among the trees. I would sit by the river. Some days I would cry. Some days I would share stories with the river or the tree. Some days I would even listen to music and dance and move. But what I found was a repeated action that brought me comfort. It became my ritual. It helped me to get some structure and scaffolding around this early chapter in my grief journey. And what I found was, as I began to crave going to the river and the trees, and this is why my heart there could relax. If I was numb on a particular day, the trees and the river didn't care. They just let it be. If there was a day where I felt really confused with what is happening next, the trees never asked me, "How are you?" or "What do you need?" or "How can I help you?" All of these questions that at the time I couldn't answer, that I was being asked a lot of. In the early stage of my grief, I didn't know what I needed. I just needed the time and the space. And the other thing I found is that the time when I was there and I wanted to share stories, I wanted to express what was happening and what I was feeling, the river and the trees, they just simply listened. They didn't try to fix me. They didn't try to solve anything. great comfort, a repeated action, and an inspired early stage of my healing. So now for you, I ask this. As we sit in this circle together, as we sit together, where in your world is a place that can provide comfort? Where's somewhere in your world that you can go? So I'm just asking this now because, like I shared at the beginning, I would like this to be true for you in whatever is true for you. For the first ritual that I am sharing is connection to nature. So just reflect and think and feel in now. Where is nature for you? For some people, it's not easily accessible like it was for me with the river and the trees. Or like here I am in New York City. It's not as easy as my island life in Tobago, where I can go to the water and the Caribbean Sea every morning. But there is some way to be able to connect to nature. Or, let me offer this, maybe it's not nature, maybe it's art or music. But let's frame it in this way. Why nature? Why art or music? And it's this reason. They're not going to ask you how you are. They are going to simply listen, and they're going to help to inspire the activation of your senses. This is how this ritual works. What people will often do is seek another person. We want to feel better. We're feeling really uncomfortable. And so we want to seek another person in the hope that they're going to make us feel better, or just so that we can feel connected. And I'm not saying don't seek people. Absolutely. People need people. We need to be held in our pain and in our processes. But I just want to open up this space. What about if you made some space that wasn't about other people, but it was about you and your heart? Because your grief journey is yours, and it's about you and your heart. And what ritual can do is give you the structure and the scaffolding around how you can create some space for you and your heart. Because what can often happen in a grief journey is that space seems scary or way too unknown. What will happen if I actually stop and be with this? Some people fear that they're going to end up down the rabbit hole, down a deep, deep, dark place that they don't know if they're ever going to come back out of. And this is how ritual helps, because it provides that scaffolding and that space. What is possible for you if you choose, maybe not every day, maybe once a week or once a month, choose to find yourself in the company of trees, a lake, river, a mountain, a beach, some beautiful music, some art that inspires you. And you create space around that connection to just be open to your senses and to your heart, and allow whatever happens there. Maybe you only go for a short amount of time in the beginning, and then maybe it expands. Like I remember when I used to go to the river and the trees, there were some days where I was down there for hours. And then there were some other mornings where I would be there and it would be barely 10, 15 minutes. And I felt satisfied in the day that I could now move from the river or the trees. But this is the first ritual that I invite for you. How can you connect to nature, art, or music, but also create a sense of structure and space around that. It's not just playing the music in the background. It's not like going for a walk, in amongst some trees and not really connecting. It is actually about saying, in this space, in this time, this is time for me and my heart. For I have found that creates this space that is needed, the space that is often denied, where your heart wants to take over from the mind. This is why the senses are great to bring alive in ritual, in space, with nature or art or music. For it's our senses in our heart that are actually going to show us what the next part is, show us what the healing is. Your mind has a space here in your process, but sometimes as humans, I think we need to learn how to quieten that mind a little bit and bring it down here. Just bring it down a few inches, and nature can do that. So with some of the clients that I've worked with, that has meant that they found ways to create this for themselves. There was one woman I was working with, and she had cared for her mother for years with Alzheimer's, and their lives became very entwined. So when her mother passed away, she was left in this space of, I used to have so much purpose and so much connection, and now I don't. And so what I invited her to do was to create that space and connect it to nature. And so for her, it wasn't about going to the ocean or the trees. She chose a place in her own garden. And then in that garden space, she put a little chair and a few things that reminded her of her mother. And when she needed to, when she felt that her heart needed to, she would go to this space and sit in her garden. And as we continued with our session, she spoke to me about how much that space meant to her, how much release that she didn't even realize she was holding on to in her heart space happened in that little stool in her garden. And for me, I have activated this ritual again for myself. December 29th last year, my beloved sister Kathy surrendered her 10-year journey with cancer. She was a true warrior, but it was time to surrender. And that is what her body did on the 29th of December. So I began this year in active grief again, heart torn open, not only for me, but for my whole family again. And I spent time with my family in Australia through the death rituals. But then as the year began, I was in that space again. What do we do now? How do I grieve an elder? I didn't know. I'd grieved my son, I had grieved my father, I had grieved good friends. And so I returned back to, what do I know? I know that nature helps me. I know that I don't know the answer to any of these questions that my mind keeps asking, but I know that it's actually not the answers I'm seeking. It's the space for my heart to lead the way that I'm seeking. So what I did is, in the mornings when I would walk to the beach, see, this was always already a part of something that I was doing. I was already walking the beach in the morning. So what I did is I created space each morning in my beach walk. I found a big rock that was comfortable to sit on, and I chose to stop at that rock every morning and to just sit and breathe and open to, what does my heart want to tell me today about the loss of my sister? What does my heart want to tell me today about my heart and this reactivation of grief for me? And this was sustained for weeks. And some days I would go and sit there and it hurt. And so really, in true transparency, I would stay only a few minutes because it didn't feel like I could sustain it. But then there was these other days where I would sit there and I would open up and I could see my sister's face, or I could feel her presence, Or I could just feel my own heart and what my heart was learning at the loss of an elder. And then what happened is it became the day where I didn't feel like I needed to sit at the rock anymore. This I also remember from my time when I would retreat to the river and the trees. I woke and I just started to not need to go to the river. And that is how you know that ritual, that repeated action or process has created the comfort and has actually activated healing when you feel that you don't need it anymore. You may pick it up again like I did, and there may be a different part in your journey. But this is how you can know that the ritual has been active within you. Tuning into your own heart, anchoring into your own magic. What does connection to nature, art, or music mean for you? And how could you add that into your grief journey? Or if you are someone who works with others in a grief journey, how can you support them to add this ritual to their life, day, weekly, monthly practice? So I just want to share with everybody now some other approaches to ritual. For, as I said at the beginning, for some people, connecting to nature is not going to be the thing that works for them. We all have our own unique processes, journeys, and what we need. So now I'm going to share with you a couple of others that you may choose to explore. One of those is around, how do I create this space for myself? For we know in a grief journey, or if you don't know, welcome to the knowing. A grief journey is about your heart and working with the healing of your heart space. Your mind wants to understand what's happened, but really, actually, it's all about the heart. And I want to just offer this now. I think in the grief space, there is a lot of attention given to the grief that comes after somebody has died. And I can completely understand that, because it is a really big life loss when someone who you have dearly loved has departed. You are left earthbound, they're not here, your heart is broken. And depending on your relationship with that person who you've lost is going to depend on the type of grief process and how deep it's going to be. But let's also now open this before we move into these next rituals. In my work, when I talk about your big life loss, I'm referring to what I call the 4 Ds: death, divorce, diagnosis, or the dream that doesn't come true. For I believe, and I've seen in my world and in the people I work with, that we will be met by at least one of those Ds, if not more than one. In my world, I've had all 4. Maybe you have too. And what can happen is the grief processing around some of these other Ds isn't so obvious, like the dream that doesn't come true. I've worked with a woman who really wanted to be a mother. That was her dream. From when she was a young girl, she was going to be a mother. And then for 10 years, she tried in all the ways that a woman can try to conceive. And it didn't happen. In this life, she will not give birth to her own child. And for her, that is a very big loss. That is a big life loss. And in the work that we did together was around helping to process that loss for other people in her world weren't really acknowledging it. Like they could tell, oh, she wanted to have a baby and she didn't have one. Oh, well, it means she has more time for her career. Like she is very good at what she does. Like there was all of these ways that people were able to be with it, but not actually be with it. Same thing can happen with people who divorce. There's a whole heap of processing around separating and all that comes with that. And then there's the time after all of that where you are creating a new life. And for some people, they are surprised by the sadness that comes. And diagnosis. There's a whole heap of thought and action and processes around the hospital fixes and the treatments and everything else that has to happen. And absolutely it has to happen. But what about the heart of the person who has received that diagnosis? Their heart has been changed too, and grief has been activated. So now anchoring into your own D, before we move into the next ritual, which D will you explore today in this moment? Maybe there's more than one. Death, divorce, diagnosis, or the dream that doesn't come true. And now this next process is, again, it's just you. It's not going to involve a whole heap of people. Let's remember this, ritual doesn't have to be, I go to this special place and there's the person and we light the candles and that's how some people approach ritual. But let's return back to our anchoring into ritual is a repeated action or process that inspires comfort or helps to activate the healing process. And now for this next one, you might want paper and pen. If you don't have paper and pen, you might want to remember. For it's all about writing and journaling and exploring. When we actually come to the space of just being quiet for ourselves, and it's just your pen and your notebook, what that's actually creating is space for your heart. Now, here's a fun fact that you may not know. At the end of your pinky fingers is the end of your heart meridian. Your heart meridian is at the end of your pinky fingers and runs down and on the inside of your arm and up. That's your heart meridian, which is why there's a lot of healing in writing. Now, I may be an author and I love to write, but this is not about how great your writing is. This is not about writing to publish or produce or for other people to read. This is about that connection and allowing creativity. For creativity in itself can be a ritual. So for you, you get to decide, is this something you're going to do every day, maybe every morning, maybe every evening before you go to bed, or maybe it's just on a Sunday with your cup of coffee when you've got the time and space. But let's now explore what happens if I create space here for my heart and a connection here so that the heart can begin to express. For again, let me say it, there's a lot of attention here and our minds, our human minds want to go here to understand to what's the next step, to figure out why am I feeling this way. Let's bring it down a few inches, my friends, and create space here. If you have paper and pen, feel free to play along right now, or maybe you want to write these prompts to add later, or maybe, Tony, if you're there, I'm wondering if I share them, if you can put them in the comments, maybe? The first prompt I want to share is this. And before I share it, let's actually anchor into some heart space. Let's just take this moment to anchor in. I'm going to invite now heart breathing, which means you breathe actually into your heart space. Breathing into your heart space. Remember, this is nothing to do with whether I'm a great writer or not. This is about heart expression, and the prompts give you the structure which create the ritual. Because these prompts, I'm going to invite you to repeat them because it's a repeated action that creates comfort. So let's breathe into the heart space. It's breathing into the heart space and allowing the heart to be however it is in this moment. My heart's actually feeling really good because I feel so pleased to be sharing this with you all. And my hope that this helps somebody today is in my heart right now. So just checking in for self. You may want to continue with your heart breathing or just breathe normally because we're now going to move to those prompts. The first prompt is, and this prompt I ask everyone I work with. It's always my first question, and often this is a journaling prompt for me in the morning. How is your heart? How is your heart? For grief is all about the heart. So we want to check in there. Not how am I today? What am I thinking about? How is my heart? Just like we did with that heart breathing. So if you want to actually like anchor into how is my heart, like do some heart breathing and then ask how is my heart? And then literally start writing it. My heart feels heavy. My heart feels broken. My heart feels excited. My heart feels curious. And then you just continue with like freestyle exploring what is it there that your heart is feeling. So we have here, I can just see these comments. Denise, I'm so my heart's good, beautiful. And also allowing this space that some days you're going to check in and your heart's not good. Like recently I was checking in with my heart. This is only a few weeks ago. And I felt kind of good. I felt all right. But I have a repeated practice that creates healing, process, and comfort ritual where I check in with my heart. And I was like, oh, my heart feels like there's some tension around it. Like it feels good on the inside, but there's this tension around it. So I then got curious about that, started to explore that. And I found what it was, the thing that was asking for the healing. My mind was never going to get me there because I hadn't even connected to it until I did some heart breathing. So the first prompt is, how is your heart? So you ask yourself, how's my heart today? And then you write, create, explore. If you wish to, you could also get some colored pens and draw your heart. Healing loves creative process. Okay, next prompt. This one actually comes from my work as a Reiki master, and it is the beginning words of the Reiki prayer. So if you know the Reiki prayer, you know what I'm about to say. And the prompt is just for today. Just for today, I will. Now, the reason this prompt works, I'm going to explain it and then we can explore it a little bit more. The reason it works is because just for today brings us into the 24/7. It's not that I have to accept my son's death for the rest of my life. Just for today, I'm going to work on the acceptance. Just for today, just for Friday, today, I'm going to let go of that anger that I'm feeling just for today. And the reason this prompt works so well is because you only have to commit to just for today. And a grief journey can be sustained, and at points in our journey, it can feel like, God, am I always going to feel like this? Is it always going to be this way? What about if it's just for today? Just for today, I will allow myself to cry. Just for today, I will explore what does it feel like to forgive. Just for today, I will acknowledge the gratitude I feel for my family and how they have supported me. And so you write yourself however many just for todays you need. Obviously, a great journal prompt to do in the morning, but you can do it at any point in the day, just for today. That's the second creative writing prompt, just for today. And then what it also provides for you is throughout the day, it's an anchor point in your healing and grief process. For if I observe just for today, I will not feed that anger. And then early afternoon, something happens and it kind of starts to fuel up that anger I feel. And then I can remind myself, oh, actually, just for today, I chose to not fuel that anger. So it gives me almost like a circuit breaker. Okay, third and final prompt for your creative ritual around writing, expressing, and journaling. The third prompt is, what is my heart learning? What is my heart learning? For it's all about heart repair when we're moving from our big life loss to our big life magic. And that journey in between is actually around heart repair, and also more than repair, like learning these layers of lessons in love and understanding and creating a new relationship with our own heart. What is my heart learning? Another great prompt. So just to recap for you all, you could choose to do one or all three. It's your grief journey. It's your magical adventure. You get to choose. How is my heart? Just for today, what is my heart learning? And now if you really want to supersize this, I can also suggest take your journal or your notebook and go into nature. Stop, sit, breathe, do some of that heart breathing and explore this creative process, this creative ritual with the trees or the lake or the river or the mountain or the beach. That is a beautiful way to work with your grief process. And then what you have done, this is what you've done. You've created a repeatable action that is providing comfort, helping to access and activate your healing journey. But most importantly, you have created space for your heart. For that's what happens in our grief journey, is that our heart continues to ask us to come home. And it's tricky, isn't it? Because it hurts there. So it's not always easy to go there. But this is where the healing happens here. In lots of different ways, with professionals, with community. But what about a ritual for you so that you can have your own private space, your own private healing space for you and your heart and your journey? Because the deeper benefit of doing this work, having these personal rituals for yourself, is you develop this beautiful relationship with your own heart. You get to really tune in and understand your heart in ways that maybe you never have. And it's absolutely delightful. Highly recommended, my friends. And in the beginning, it's okay if you can only write a couple of words, or if you can actually only heart breathe with a tree for a couple of minutes. It's okay, because you start there. To start there with that little bit of space that you can make. Start there with just beginning that personal ritual for yourself. And stay with it. Ritual is a repeated action that creates the comfort. And maybe in the beginning, the comfort feels like it's just barely there. But if you stay with it, what these rituals will create is the space needed for your heart to expand and begin to tell you stories. Now, the third and final ritual, before I want to open up and see if there's anyone has any questions, or maybe Tony wants to come and talk to me, is it's actually about doing that heart breathing, but deeper than that, not only breathing with your heart, but inviting grief to come and sit with you. Now, this ritual, this repeated practice is something that there's great benefit in doing it, and it's not always the easiest thing to access, which is why I've helped you out. So I have created a guided meditation where you are invited through heart breathing first to then come and sit in the lap of grief, to be with grief. In my world, and I can invite this for you too if it works for you, in my world, grief is a beautiful angel. And she has these really big, massive, wide wings. And when you surrender to grief, what happens is you can come and you can sit in her lap, and then those wings, she will wrap them around you. And when you sit in her lap, wrapped in her wings, grief then whispers to you heart healing, love lessons, and works with you to stitch your heart back together. Now, I can completely understand, and I know for me this was also true earlier in my grief journey, that that's not an easy thing to do on your own. So this is why I have recorded a meditation where I guide you into that lap of grief. And maybe you don't want to start there. Maybe you wanted to start with, rather than saying, I need to meditate, what about if you just call it, I'm going to take a moment to do some heart breathing? Maybe just a moment. But again, I'm just inviting this space where it's not about your mind trying to figure anything out. It's creating space for your heart. And meditation and heart breathing is absolutely a ritual and a practice that can support you in your heart healing and heart repair. And I highly recommend it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post into the chat access to that meditation. That meditation is also a part of an offering that I have, which is my book, A Series of Surrenders. So I just want to share now here. The reason I chose to speak about rituals today is actually inspired by somebody in the Global Grief Network. So Kathy, who has also been someone who's organised this conference, thank you to everybody who's put this amazing event together. Kathy listened to my book, the audiobook version of my book, A Series of Surrenders, and then invited me to speak on her podcast, As I Live and Grieve. And the thing that she asked me when we were in our conversation was, she said, tell me more about these rituals. And I loved this question because not a lot of people ask me about what are the actual practices? How do you do grief? And so Kathy and I explored that. And that is a huge part of what I explore in my memoir of grief, A Series of Surrenders. It literally takes the story through the chapters of what did I do? Because in the beginning, it was about actually being with the trees and the river, but I didn't stay there. My journey traveled on, and the rituals also changed. And like you, I want to invite this. Your rituals will also change because your journey will change. So choosing now for yourself, what makes sense for me now? Is it the heart breathing? Do I want to sit in the lap of grief? Do I want to write? Do I want to connect with nature, music, or art? But choosing a ritual for your heart and creating that repeated action that's going to create comfort. And I invite you, if you want to know more about me, if you want to know more about my story, my work, the further rituals, then I invite you to connect to A Series of Surrenders. It's the memoir that I wrote in the hope that my story could inspire other heart-led grief journeys and that reflective space for people to be able to tune into their own heart. So A Series of Surrenders, you can get it in a paperback, ebook, or Audible if you want to hear it in my voice. And when you go to, let me just add now into the comments, I'm not sure. If you go to, I have a special link if you go to the link for a series of surrenders, the link that I've just shared, what you'll find there is the Embraced by Grief meditation. It's right there for you. So you may want to explore the book, you may want to sit in the lap of grief, or you may just want to connect to me. And if you do, I invite that too. You can reach out to me at deborah@biglifemagic.com. For I do want to hear from you. What rituals are working for you? Is there anything else you want to know more about in terms of your rituals or processes, maybe the people you're working with, or maybe yourself? So please reach out to me if you wish to. I invite you to listen or read my book. And please go and sit in the lap of grief, because she has so much she wants to teach you. She has been one of my master teachers. Sage Joseph Driscoll, my son, is absolutely one of my master teachers, and it's been my delight to be your grief guide today, in company with my son, in the exploration of rituals. So Tony, I might just invite you to come and join me now, because maybe you have a question, or maybe there was a question that came from the group, just as we lead towards wrapping up.
Yes. Good morning, and thank you for having me on here with you. I always have a very, one particular question of the importance of having these rituals during your grieving process.
It's about the navigation points for me.
Mm-hmm.
When I begin to work with people, like one of the, I'm always asking them first, how's your heart? And they're checking in there. And then what they often share with me right at the beginning of their process, and I'm saying this is the beginning of their process when they start to work with grief. They're connecting with me because I'm a grief guide. This is a lot of what I hear, Tony, and I think this is universal. I feel lost, or I feel stuck. And then there's a third one, I feel numb. Lost, stuck, or numb.
Okay. Lost, stuck, and numb.
These are the common experiences if we haven't actually been with our grief. And sometimes the feeling of loss can come when we're actually with our loss, with our grief, but we don't know how to process it. Stuck is also there when we don't know how to process it. And numb comes when we've just disconnected.
Okay.
So the rituals, what they do is they give the structure needed to go from, well, I'm lost. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, but I know that I can sit and heart breathe and write a few lines in my journal. Or I don't know what to do, and so I'm going to go and hang out with the trees down by the lake and just see what happens next. So this is why the rituals can help, because they can help us from lost to found, stuck to flowing, numb to feeling, because they're the repeated action moves the journey forward or provides the comfort that we're seeking. Because if we don't have scaffolding or navigation points, how do we process? How do we move forward? And grief, I think, you'll often hear people say, oh, well, the journey of grief is you just have to be with it. You have to sit with it and be with it, journey through it.
Right.
I remember when my son first died, I was like, well, I understand that that's a thing, but while I'm sitting there, what am I supposed to be doing? What is the actual action of this? How do I do this? And the creation of ritual can give you the actual doing.
Wow. Now the journaling part, I really love that, because it helps keep track of your progress or, triggers and things like that. In your opinion, how important is the journaling aspect of it?
I think journaling is important if it works for you.
Mm-hmm.
I've worked with some people where they're like, Deb, I sit down, I try and do that journaling stuff, it's not working. I'm like, okay, well, if it's not working, it's not working.
Right.
I'm like, sometimes you don't want to sit and write. What about if you take yourself on a walk and you just ask yourself, how's my heart today? And you walk it out, or you draw, or you paint. journaling's not going to help everybody, but for me, writing has been hugely beneficial in my healing process. I mean, it led me to write a whole book, Tony. Right?
Yes.
So not everyone, writing is not going to always be their thing. It's the same. Nature's not going to be for everybody. Writing's not going to be for everyone. Sitting in meditation is not going to be for everybody. But like I said, right at the top of the piece, my strongest invitation, what I wish people to take away from this is anchor into your own heart and choose something that's going to work for you and then repeat it. It's all about the heart. Tony, what a privilege and a delight to be here with the conference today. Congratulations. And thank you to everybody who has tuned in.
Thank you again for being a part of this, and you guys, her information is in the chat. So go check out her audiobook. I did. It was truly amazing. And, we have more coming your way. So, you guys sit back, grab yourself a cup of coffee and enjoy this morning that we're bringing to you guys. And thank you for attending this year's Global Grief Conference 2023. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everybody. Blessings.
Hello, and welcome to my presentation for the Global Grief Conference. I am grateful for this opportunity to present, and I'd like to give a shout out and a big thank you to all the organizers of this event, specifically Tony and Deborah and Kathy. So I appreciate the opportunity to share with you what I'm about to share and a little bit about the work that I do. So again, welcome and thank you for joining me. I'm going to hit my screen share and we'll get started with our presentation. So we're going to be talking about today pregnancy and infant loss. Why aren't we talking about it? Why aren't we talking about it? Good question. And let me go to the next slide here. A little bit of an introduction about me. I am a licensed professional counselor in Pennsylvania. I'm also a certified grief and trauma professional. I have a small private practice here in South Central Pennsylvania, where I see individuals, adults, who are struggling with grief and loss. I have 2 offices. If you're in the South Central PA area, I have an office in Carlisle and one in Camp Hill. And I've been in practice for, my private practice started about a year ago, and I've been counseling for quite a few years now. In addition to my private practice, I do run a support group for those who have had grief and loss. I offer that twice a month in my area, and I believe in the future I will be offering this opportunity online as well. I also facilitate groups for writing, whether it's related to grief or not. My background is in writing. I used to be a journalist, and so I try to incorporate writing in pretty much everything that I do, including my therapy practice. I'm the author of 2 books. My first book, Be Still and Be Bold, 31 Meditations for Trauma Survivors, came out about 2 years ago. And that was written specifically with trauma survivors in mind. If you would like to learn more about that book, you can go to my writing website, which is LoriAPetersWriter.com. And then my newest book will be coming out later this year. It's called Writing Through Grief. And this book is about using writing to navigate the grief process. In this, you will be led through some activities, some writing prompts, some meditations on various aspects of grief. And I'm really looking forward to this book being put out into the universe in the hopes that it will help a lot of people. And then finally, I'm a podcast host. I host a podcast, this thing called Grief, Navigating Life After Loss. And that's available on Spotify, Apple, and most other major podcasting platforms. So why is this topic of pregnancy loss, infant loss important to me? Well, first of all, I have had a lot of experience dealing with families who've had this type of loss. Before I became a counselor, I worked in crisis work for 10 plus years. And a lot of the families and women specifically that I worked with have had this type of loss, as well as other traumas that they're going through. So I bring that to the table. And then my own personal experience of having 2 pregnancy losses several years ago, and the deep impact that that had on me has not only affected the directory, the course of my life, but has informed my practice. So because of those things, I have a special passion, I have a special heart for this type of grief work. And again, I'm honored to present the information I've learned from all those experiences to you today. So let's see what we're going to be talking about for the next hour or so. I'm going to be going over a definition of pregnancy loss and infant loss, the types of pregnancy loss, the pregnancy after pregnancy loss, and you might have a little bit of question as to why that's included in this presentation, and I will explain that. I will go over women's experiences of grief for this loss versus men's experiences. I will talk about why this is not discussed at all. I will address a portion of my presentation to those who have lost a baby. I will go over how to help, especially for those who perhaps haven't had this type of loss. We'll do a brief writing activity. As I said, I like to incorporate writing in pretty much everything that I do. So I do have a slide devoted to this activity. So we will be having a break. So during the break, if you would like to grab a notebook or a journal for that activity, then I invite you to do that. I'll also be sharing some resources that would be helpful for this topic, as well as ways to contact me. And again, feel free to take screenshots of any of my slides. This is a pre-recorded presentation, so unfortunately, I'm not there with you for the live interaction, but there will be plenty of ways for you to reach out to me after today. So what is pregnancy loss? Pregnancy loss, or what is also known as perinatal loss, is any loss that occurs either within the normal 40 weeks of human gestation or at birth. So stillbirth is included in pregnancy loss. Infant loss is any loss that occurs within the first year of the child's life. And regardless of whether it's an infant loss or pregnancy loss, 1 in 4 pregnancies will result in some type of loss. 1 in 4. So this type of loss is very prevalent, but it doesn't appear that it is because it's not discussed. And I'll talk about that later on. And then as far as infant loss is concerned, the current infant mortality rate for our country here in the US is 5 deaths per 1,000 live births. And that stat is from the Centers for Disease Control. So let me quickly go over the types of pregnancy and infant loss. So the first one is early term pregnancy loss, more commonly known as miscarriage. However, the trend has been to call it an early term pregnancy loss because of the negative connotation that can be associated with the word miscarriage. Early term pregnancy loss occurs about before 20 weeks of pregnancy, and most early term losses occur within the first trimester. 10 to 20 out of every 100 pregnancies does result in an early term loss, and of all the types of pregnancy loss, this one is the most common. For ectopic pregnancy, this is a pregnancy that develops in a place other than the uterus. You might know it as a tubal pregnancy. So it could be outside the uterus, inside the fallopian tube, in the cervix, maybe in the vagina. Any place other than the uterus is considered an ectopic pregnancy. And this occurs about 1 in every 50 pregnancies. A molar pregnancy is not known as much as the other ones, and it is somewhat rare. Only 1 in 1,000 pregnancies does this happen, but it is a tumor that develops in the uterus as a result of a pregnancy that's not going to continue. Sometimes this tumor has an embryo in it, sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes this tumor can be cancerous. So if you have a molar pregnancy, it's worth getting this taken care of, and for any subsequent pregnancy to make sure that your doctor knows your history, because there is an increased risk for molar pregnancy once you've had one. Again, with a molar pregnancy, there is no hope of survivability for the embryo because the embryo is not properly formed and wouldn't be able to survive anyway. The next type of pregnancy loss is abortion. And I'm going to say outright right now that this conversation, this discussion that I'm having here with you today is not going to be venturing into the controversy or the politics of this type of loss. I'm here to share with you that this loss is considered a loss, and it's more common than you think. 1 in 3 women before the age of 45 will have an abortion, either due to medical reasons, either because they are forced, a lot of women are forced to have an abortion, or because of choice for whatever reason. Unfortunately, because this loss is stigmatized, again, it's a very highly politically charged type of issue, and it has become very polarized. Because of all that, this loss can lead to something called disenfranchised grief. Disenfranchised grief represents a grief process in which the loss is not validated, it's not acknowledged, it's not supported because of the nature of the loss, like abortion, for example. So because of that, people who have this type of loss don't feel that they can talk about their loss. They feel like they can't grieve it. Stillbirth is another type of pregnancy loss. It occurs after 20 weeks of pregnancy, and most of them occur before the person enters labor. 1 in 160 pregnancies a year results in stillbirth. And then we have infant loss, which occurs within the child's first year of life. The current mortality rate in the US, again, as I said in the previous slide, is approximately 5.4 deaths per 1,000 live births in this country, according to the CDC. And even though that number appears small, it's not small to the families who have lost those 5.4 babies, those 5 babies. No babies should be lost. So we need to do what we can to improve the chances of women having a healthy, viable pregnancy all the way from conception all the way to birth and beyond. So in the beginning, I mentioned that I'm including the pregnancy scenario of pregnancy after pregnancy loss. So this would be someone who's had a loss, whether it's a stillbirth, early term pregnancy loss, ectopic, what have you, and then they become pregnant again. And the reason why I include this in this presentation is because of the way this type of situation, this type of loss is treated. It's treated quite similarly to pregnancy loss in that it's not discussed, it's often not broached, and it can lead to disenfranchised grief, which, as I said earlier, is a grief that isn't supported, validated, recognized in any way. Now, some complications that can arise from this are having a stunted or delayed grief process. If you can imagine having a loss, you lose your baby, and then you become pregnant again. And you are still in the grief process for that lost baby, and then you find yourself pregnant again. What a situation that is. You are still going through the process of grief, coming to terms about that loss, and you're also preparing for another baby. So that process becomes very messy, lots of things overlap, becomes complicated, and it can be filled with a lot of anxiety and fear because you have experienced the worst case scenario of losing a baby. You know that it can happen, it happened to you, and you bring that fear into any subsequent pregnancy. The what ifs came true for you. So, of course, you're going to feel these things. And because you have this anxiety and fear, you will probably have a lack of enjoyment about the current pregnancy you're experiencing. I know this happened to me personally. I was so wrapped up in the what ifs, what could happen, what am I feeling? Oh no, what's going on with this pain? What's going on with that I couldn't really relish and enjoy the current pregnancy because I was so preoccupied with what happened the previous pregnancy in which I lost my baby. And then another complication is it interferes with the bonding process. There is a natural bonding process that occurs between a mother and a child in utero. And in grief, that process can be impacted. It can be delayed because the baby itself serves as a trigger, a grief trigger. That baby that you're currently carrying is a reminder about the baby that you lost or the child, the young infant that you lost. So that can impact the bonding process. A fear that's been expressed to me is, I'm afraid to bond with this baby. I'm afraid to connect to this child because I may lose it. Why get connected? Because I might lose it. That's been said to me. And that's an example of how this type of loss, this type of scenario can impact the bonding process. Now let's get into a little bit about women's experiences versus men's experiences. And there are some similarities and there are differences. For women, the grief experience tends to emphasize her experience more. And that's because she has gone through how many months of pregnancy? She's gone through the physical ordeal of carrying a pregnancy and then losing that pregnancy. There's that physical component. Also, women are expected to show more emotion, to be more emotional, to show more of an impact of what's happening to them. That's a cultural and societal expectation and bias. And then there is also the shame and guilt aspect. There are many reasons why pregnancy loss occurs. It could be a chromosomal disorder, a genetic birth defect. It could be an infection. Maybe there was an accident. There are myriad reasons why women lose their child before they're born, at birth. Maybe the umbilical cord got wrapped around. Numerous reasons. And a lot of times, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't control it. Things just happen. And even though that is so, it's still hard to accept because you were physically, mentally, and emotionally involved with this experience. You carried this baby. I know for me, I thought that I did something wrong. I thought that I ate something bad, or maybe I shouldn't have done this exercise. I went through a lot of would have, should have, and could haves during my pregnancies. And the bottom line is we just don't know. We don't know why things happen. And then there's the pressure to try again, especially if the person is young. I was told, and I've had clients tell me, that people have told them that you're young, you can try again. It speaks to the lack of recognition that the baby was a baby who deserves to be grieved, who deserves to be mourned. It's a loss, and that loss is not discussed or recognized. So people kind of gloss over that and focus on the next pregnancy. You can try again. So women may feel pressure to try again. let's move on to grief experience for men. I'm going to take a sip of water here. Okay. So for men, unfortunately, again, because of cultural bias, societal expectation, there's less focus on his experience. He didn't carry the baby. He physically did not carry the baby, right? And he's expected to be strong. Men aren't supposed to show their emotions, and men are supposed to be stoic and just to be there in a supporting role, but that glosses over the real and deep impact that a loss of a child, a loss of a baby has on a man. And then, similar to women, there is a shame and guilt component. Oh, for women, I forgot to mention the shame and guilt aspect. Women feel that their bodies were created to reproduce, and the one thing that it was supposed to do, they failed at. That is a common mantra that I hear, that I couldn't even do pregnancy right. I've had clients tell me that. I've felt that. So moving on to men, there is also that shame and guilt component, but from the aspect of controlling the environment. A man may feel that, in his role, his culturally expected role of being the protector, that I wasn't able to protect my partner, my spouse, my girlfriend, whomever, from this bad thing happening. I couldn't prevent my baby from dying. I couldn't prevent this awful thing that happened, this tragedy. So there can be a shame and guilt component. And then again, due to cultural bias, men tend to go into fix-it mode because they've been taught not to deal with emotions. We're not doing emotions here. We're just doing solutions and fixing the problem. So they go into fix-it mode, and that jumps over the grieving process. So they can't really focus on what they're feeling and what they're thinking. And that is a deep, deep shame. The differences in these gender-based grief experiences can cause misunderstanding and can lead to relational conflict. And because of that, it could have all sorts of implications for the relationship moving forward, especially in the case of abortion. Half of the couples who go through an abortion experience don't survive. Their relationship breaks up because of all the complications, the messiness, the trauma that occurs from that decision. And then also these differences can impact decisions about future children. If the man feels that the woman can't handle this situation, this loss, he may not be open to having any more children because he's not sure that they can go through that again. Same with a woman. She might feel that she can't emotionally do it again. Especially if you've been going through fertility treatment, I found this to be true. You get tired, you get exhausted, and to go through the rigorous process to conceive and then to lose that child, it's an emotional roller coaster, and it just takes a huge mental and emotional toll. So it can impact decisions about future children. Perhaps the decision moving forward would be we just stop, we don't have any more kids, or we do adoption or something like that. Okay, I've been talking for a little while now and my throat's getting a little dry. So, and you are probably getting a little tired of listening to me. Maybe, I don't know. So we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes. I'll give you 10 minutes to take a stretch, to grab yourself a cup of coffee or tea or go to the bathroom, do what you have to do. And then we'll come back here 10 minutes from now. We have a few more minutes left before I continue my presentation. So if you want to wrap up whatever you're doing for the break, we'll be back in a few minutes. Got about a minute and a half. Okay, so we're back. Thank you for joining me again. I hope you had a nice little break. So for this next slide, we're going to be getting into the nitty-gritty of my presentation today. And that is, why is pregnancy loss or infant loss not discussed? Why is pregnancy loss and infant loss not discussed? Well, first of all, I believe that there is a huge cultural stigma about death and grief. Death and grief. And as a society, especially Western society, we have a real problem with death. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to think about it. We don't want to focus on it. In case you haven't noticed, our society, Western society in particular, is geared toward youth, geared toward the new, and not so much on old and aging. Okay. For the very basic reason that death represents an idea, a concept, a situation that is foreign to us. It's the unknown, which therefore makes us uncomfortable. We as humans shy away from things that are uncomfortable, that might be painful, because it is something that we want to avoid at all costs. Okay. And death is part of that. So I think that's probably the biggest reason why this type of loss is not talked about, because we've got a real problem with grief and death. In addition, this loss is not considered as a loss because of the nature of the loss. I mentioned a little bit about the lack of connection between the child in utero and the people around him or her or them, might be multiples. It's not really considered a loss because we are focused on, okay, you can get pregnant again, you're young, you can do this, you can do that. And so the person who has experienced this loss, who considers it a loss, just feels like they can't discuss it because everyone else has already moved on with it. And then there are people who just have plain ignorance about what to say and do when someone has had this kind of loss. They don't know what to do with that. It makes them uncomfortable. And as I said before, humans don't like discomfort. We don't like pain. We shy away from it. Goes back to our survival instinct there. We want to avoid things that make us hurt. And so we don't know what to say. We don't know what to do. It's an awkward situation. And we are just stumped. We don't know. They may have very good intentions, but because we're just so uncomfortable with the concept of a child, of a baby dying, that we just avoid it at all costs. It kind of goes against the natural order of things. Children are not expected to die before their parents. So that raises up a huge level of discomfort that we just don't want to confront. And then you have the presence of these icky, uncomfortable emotions like anger, sadness, shame, guilt, especially as it applies to abortion. I talked about that before. And we don't want to deal with that, so we don't discuss it. People who have had abortions, I've worked with hundreds of them. I volunteer with an organization that helps women and families who are struggling with their decision to abort their child. And what comes up, the number one thing that comes up consistently across the board, I've done these retreats now for well over 10 years, is the shame and tremendous guilt they feel. Not necessarily related to the choice, sometimes related to the choice, but more because of the reaction of other people. Other people have told them, you made the right choice, or you made the choice, and now you have to stick with it. It's kind of like that saying, you made your bed, now you have to lie in it, that type of thinking. So with that comes a lot of shame and guilt. Okay. And then there's some controversy about the personhood status. There are a lot of people who don't believe that children are people inside the womb. There's controversy about when does personhood start? Is it at conception? Is it somewhere along the lines, before 40 weeks? Is it at birth? Is it after birth? Like when the child is a toddler? When does that personhood status start? And there are many schools of thought, religious, philosophical, science, and otherwise about this. But because of that controversy, people just don't want to talk about pregnancy loss because maybe they don't think the baby was a baby and they don't want to cross that bridge in an effort to talk about it to somebody else. Associated with that is there's a lack of connection with the unseen, perhaps because maybe we consider the baby not a human or not a person. So because we can't see the baby, there's a feeling that you can't bond with something you can't see. So because of that, this type of loss does not get talked about. We kind of move on from it. And then again, as I explained during the gender differences for grief, for women especially, there's an overemphasis on moving on and trying again. You're young, you can get pregnant, you can try again, which is not always the case. Maybe the person had a heck of a time getting pregnant. I think of my own example. I had a lot of fertility issues, and it wasn't guaranteed that I would ever have a baby. In fact, my fertility doctor said, you'd be very lucky if you got pregnant. So you can imagine my experience when I finally was able to get pregnant, to defy those odds and then lose the baby. So by saying you can try again, that's not always the case. And sometimes maybe you don't want to try again because of the ordeal that you've gone through. And it would be perfectly understandable to avoid that type of pain and grief. So again, there's an overemphasis on moving on and trying again. And we just don't want to talk about the loss that we just had here. Okay, so I want to reach out to those who have lost a baby. And if you're watching this, I applaud you for your courage to watch this, because, especially if it's a new loss, because this is a delicate, a tender time for you, and an emotional time, of course. So I want to be gentle in my suggestions and expressions for you, because I've been in your shoes. I know how much it hurts. And I want to applaud you for being able to take this information and doing with it what you will with it. Okay. So, in the spirit of that, I offer these suggestions if you've lost a baby. First of all, please take the time to grieve. Because this loss is often glossed over, nobody wants to discuss it. You may feel like you shouldn't discuss it, and you shouldn't think about it, and you shouldn't try to deal with it. Please take the time to grieve. You've had a huge loss, regardless of the circumstances or what type of loss it was. And it's going to take some time for your mind and your body and your spirit to reconcile that loss. So please take the time to grieve. Another thing I'd like to say to you is know that you're not alone. I've just shared with you that I've had losses. I've lost 2 babies. So you're not alone. And there are thousands, millions of women all around the world, men too, who have had similar losses. Now, that's not to say they've had your same journey of grief, but the loss in itself is universal. However, the grief journey is as unique as you are. Having said that, though, know that you're not alone. There are other people out there hurting as well. The next thing I'd like to say to you is, you're not crazy. You're not abnormal, and you're not weird. You might feel like that. Maybe someone has unfortunately told you that, but I'm here to tell you that you're none of those things. Everything that you're experiencing, feeling, thinking, and haven't had a chance to express can make you feel like you've gone a little cuckoo, okay? Because you think that no one else has gone through that experience like you have. No one else wants to take the time out to share with you. And therefore, you feel alone. And I'm here to tell you that you're not alone and you're not crazy and you're not cuckoo. Okay. Then lastly, I'd like to suggest some avenues to help. They've helped me, they've helped my clients, they've helped other people I've worked with. And one avenue is support groups. There are plenty of support groups. You can just Google pregnancy loss support near me, or early term pregnancy loss, or stillbirth loss support, anything like that, and see what pops up. There are lots of in-person groups. There are lots of online groups. The in-person groups, probably the first place I would look for is to go to the hospital that you were affiliated with for your pregnancy, if you can do that. There are many hospitals, I know there are a lot in my area, who offer grief support, and some of them offer pregnancy loss support. So I would check with that hospital first for you. If that doesn't work, then I would just start Googling, where can I find grief support for pregnancy loss? I also have some resources that I'll share with you in the last slide related to this type of support. Another avenue is reaching out to mental health professionals. Now, I might be a little biased in that because I am a grief counselor, but I can tell you that there is a lot of help and support and power in working with a counselor or a social worker or a psychologist, a psychiatrist, what have you. There are people there who want to help you. And it would be nice if you can find a mental health professional that specializes in pregnancy loss and maternal mental health. There aren't too many of them out there. I am one actually, but there aren't too many of us out there. And the reason why I say that is because there is an extra benefit of going to a professional who's had additional training in this type of loss. Okay. If support groups aren't for you, if you're not interested in therapy, then I strongly suggest finding a creative outlet. My go-to is writing, but that might not be what you want to do. The reason for that is there's something about creativity, about writing, about using art, about drawing, sculpting, what have you, that unlocks something in your brain, the processor in your brain, that helps you open up, helps you express what maybe you're not able to express with words. You can write it out. You can draw it out. You can paint it out, whatever. These creative outlets help you move that energy of grief, which I think grief is, it's energy. Move that energy out, up and out in a way that's healthy for you, okay? I have found that if you suppress grief, if you don't find a way to get it out somehow, then it will show up in other areas, and most likely in ways that you don't want it to. And then the last gentle suggestion is, if none of those three other suggestions help, the support groups, the therapy, or the creative outlet, then do something with your body. Adopt some kind of embodiment practice, whether it's yoga, meditation, dancing, walking, running, because you need to move that energy of grief out so you can express it and deal with it. Okay. This next slide is for people who may know someone who's had a loss or are interested in becoming more involved in this type of work and are looking for some first steps to get there. First of all, I encourage you to recognize that pregnancy loss is a loss, okay? Even if you don't think it is, get educated on it, okay? This grief conference is the first step. This presentation is the first step. So just recognize that it is a loss. And even if you aren't individually impacted, there are millions of other people who have been. The second way to help is to be aware. Be aware that there are people around you who have had this loss. At the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned that 1 in 4 pregnancies results in a loss, unfortunately. 1 in 4. So odds are pretty good that someone in your circle, whether it's at school, work, church, volunteer group, what have you, someone probably in your immediate circle has had a loss. Maybe you know of someone already and you're just not aware. You're just not really, like, you kind of suspect that something has happened, but you're not real clear on it. That leads me to the next item. Listen. Listen, listen, listen. If someone has shared with you, if someone has trusted you enough to share that they've had a loss like this, I encourage you to please listen to them. Please let them share, let them express, let them vent, rage, whatever it is, because they approached you for a reason. You appeared trustworthy or helpful in some way. So please honor that trust, and listen to what they have to say. And in association with that, show empathy. Try to put yourself in their shoes. Just imagine what it might be like for them to live in a world where they've lost a child. Just try to imagine that just for a moment. And then donate. There are many ways to donate, either with your money. There are lots of organizations who will take your money, who help families who've had this type of loss. You can also donate your time. You can be a volunteer support group facilitator, perhaps, or a volunteer support person in the hospital or in some other fashion. There are many ways to do that. You can also donate resources in the way of material resources. There are some organizations out there that will take old wedding gowns or prom dresses or christening dresses, and they will create them into outfits for babies. So families can use them to bury their child in or to have their child christened in. It helps to bring recognition to the loss. It helps to start the recognition and reconciliation process for this. It helps to start the grieving process by having this type of ritual. And if you can make that ritual all the more comforting and special, then so be it. Please consider donating your wedding gown or your prom dress or something like that, okay? And there is one organization that I know personally that does that, and I'll share that with you at the end of my presentation. Some questions to ponder. If you're able to get a notebook or piece of paper or something real quick, if you didn't do that during the break, I invite you to do that now, because we're going to be using them in a minute. I'd like you to take a few minutes to think about these questions and jot down your responses. Usually the first response that you have is the truest one for you, the most accurate. So I invite you to think about these questions. The first one is, have you lost a baby, either during pregnancy or in the year afterward? Have you had a pregnancy loss? The next question is, if your answer is yes, have you ever talked about the loss to anyone? And if so, how was that experience for you? How was that experience for you? The third question is, what has been the most helpful to you to cope with this type of loss? What really helped you in your grief process? And conversely, what hasn't been helpful? What has really been lousy for you? And the final question, for those who have not had this type of loss, do you know someone who has had a loss? And if so, have you broached this topic with them? And if you've done that, how was that experience? So I'll give you about 5 minutes or so to jot down your initial thoughts about these questions. And you can just do with that what you will. You let that be fuel for you to think about how you want to help based on the previous slide I just shared. And good luck with that. So I will let you answer those questions. So I have a few minutes left here. Checking my watch, a minute and a half. So if you want to wrap up your final thought, you can always go back to it later. So don't feel like you need to rush through with your response. Maybe you don't have a response right now. Maybe you need some more time to think. And that's okay too. Okay, we are going to be back. Let me start sharing my screen again here. Mm.
Hello, everyone. I'm Stacy Francis of Francis Financial and Savvy Ladies. I'm really excited to be here today. We're going to be talking about everything you need to know about finances. And I know for many people, it can be overwhelming, and you may not feel like you have the confidence that you would like to have. But I have to tell you, I am here to share with you that you can do it. And I'm going to be going through all the things that you need to know about your finances. And so we'll go ahead and get started with our slides. There's a lot of information that I'm going to be sharing with you. And I want you to know that you have some fantastic resource guides. Financial Help for Widows, a complete guide, is actually a book that I wrote. And my gift to you today is that every single person attending today is going to be able to have this fantastic workbook to be able to take many of the pieces, in fact, all of the pieces that we talk about today, and put them into action. Wherever you are in your journey of widowhood, it's important to take real control of your finances. And also, I want to let you know, if you have any questions about taking control of your finances, or any questions about any of the content that I provide to you today, please do use the comments. I would love to make this as interactive as possible and make sure that each one of you get the information and the answers that you need and you deserve. So you may wonder why my focus is working particularly with women that have gone through a loss. And I have to tell you, it's because I've seen so many women in my life really struggle financially because they were not really as empowered around their finances as they wished they were. Years ago, when I was 26, this was about 21 years ago, I started a beautiful charity called Savvy Ladies. And I'll be talking about Savvy Ladies today, but it's a beautiful charity that helps women in need and offers financial literacy, guidance, courses, and a helpline to help you. The year after that, I started Francis Financial to actually pay for it. And Francis Financial is a for-profit wealth management firm. And our superpower is to work with women who are going through loss, such as a divorce or, unfortunately, the loss of a spouse. So I bring with you 2 decades of experience, but I also bring with you a personal experience of watching one of the most dear people in my life, my grandmother, who really was never part of the finances and quite frankly excluded, find herself in a really difficult position. She was married to my grandfather, who was not a nice man. In fact, there was not only financial and emotional abuse, but there was also physical abuse. I grew up as a little girl seeing the woman I loved the most, other than my mother, be hurt and feel like she couldn't leave. And so while many people might challenge me on saying how important money is, I'm going to challenge back, because money is one of the most important things in our life. And it's not for the handbag or, the fancy car. It's important because it gives us the opportunity to take care of ourselves, to be safe, to have options, and to have flexibility. And so with that, I'm very excited to share this information with you. And I just want you to know that I'm giving you a huge hug and let you know also that we're going to be talking a lot about finances. And I truly believe that you've got this. So we're going to be talking about why some of us avoid money. We're going to talk about the important steps that you need to take, how to build your team, how to take care of yourself, both financially and emotionally and physically. And then, of course, open it up to questions. But Tony is going to be monitoring the chat. So if you have any questions in the meantime that you want me to address, we'll get started. So why is it that it's so important to talk about money, particularly for someone who's dealing with widowhood? For women, it's even more important. In fact, research tells us that 60 to 80% of the widowed population here in the United States are made up of women. And while women suffer emotionally after the loss of their spouse, they suffer even more so financially. They experience almost a quarter decline, 22% decline in the income that has coming into the household, and their wealth goes down by 10%. On the other hand, for men, men typically do not experience a decline in income, and they also typically do not experience a decline in wealth. And what we have found is that the relationship and the involvement in finances in relationships is typically more so skewed towards the male counterpart being more involved. In fact, UBS just came out with a study and found that only 20%, two out of 10 marriages, 1 out of 5 marriages, do men and women make long-term financial decisions together. And 82% of the women surveyed admitted that they defer to their spouse to make financial decisions because they are struggling. They feel like they don't have the knowledge to be able to participate in the way that they want. And understandably, this comes from women just lacking confidence. And I will tell you, I was one of those women as well. In fact, I always sat in the very back row of math class. I never raised my hand, and you can see I wear glasses. So bless, I couldn't even see the board back there. I was so intimidated by numbers that I really avoided being involved. Now, look at me. I'm a certified financial planner. I'm a certified divorce financial analyst, and I'm a certified trust and estate specialist, as well as being a grief recovery coach. How is it that I am now all about finances? Well, it's because I was thrust into having to deal with that, just as many of you have been. Seeing my grandmother grow up and growing up be hurt, and unfortunately, she actually passed away because of the abuse. Losing her really thrust me into realizing how important it is for all of us, but especially for women, to take an active role in finances. And it's what was my passion and what made me decide to go into this field. And I'm not alone. Just as you are, nearly 80%, 8 in 10 women are going to become the sole financial decision maker with their finances sometime in their life. And the other piece that there's such a myth about is that a lot of widows are very young. In fact, half of all women that are widows here in the US are under the age of 59, looking at a life expectancy of another 30, 35, even 40 years beyond. And why do some of us put our head in the sand? Why do some of us not take as much of an active role in finances? Well, I'll tell you, the vast majority of us just haven't had as much experience. Think back to the household that you were raised in, and what were the money messages that you received? I know for me, we didn't talk about money. In fact, the vast majority of individuals, particularly women, didn't grow up in a household where money was really spoken about. for many of us, money was taboo, and talking about money was considered gauche and really just not polite. And so many of us find ourselves in a situation where we haven't had the money talks. We haven't had the education through high school or college about finances, and it's definitely not come from our family. And so here we are, we find ourselves on our own, and we are being thrust into having to deal with our money. And what I want you to know is that you've got this, you can do this, and that you don't have to do it alone. So let's jump into this. The next portion, I'm going to talk about what are the things you need to think about the first year, 2 years after the loss of your spouse. There's a lot to go through. And then I'm also going to talk about if you've even are beyond those years, what are some things you can be doing to make sure, number one, that you're on financial track and that you are going to be financially secure in the long term. So the first things that you need to do after the loss of a spouse is get death certificates, and we recommend having about 15 copies. Not all financial institutions and organizations are going to require a actual certified death certificate. Some can have just a copy, but what's really important is to get a full understanding of your spouse's benefits and income. And one of the best places to go is to reach out to their employer. Their employer is going to tell you if there's any paychecks due, how much they have in life insurance, because the vast majority of individuals have 1, 2, even 3 times their salary. They can even have, on top of that, additional supplemental life insurance at their work, in addition to private policies. The employer is also going to tell you about any pension plans, 401k plans. If they are at a government entity, a church or organization, nonprofit organization, they can tell you about retirement plans called 403bs, TDAs, 457 plans. They can also tell you if there are other benefits. If they were at a corporation, they might have had restricted stock units, RSUs. They also might have had different types of stock options. They could have even deferred some of their compensation instead of being paid out. These are all assets that are due to you, that are legally yours. Health insurance is also important. If you're under age 65, you will need to make sure that you reach out for health insurance, and the vast majority of organizations will allow you to go on to COBRA for up to 3 years. And then also make sure that you understand if there is a bereavement leave benefit. Many organizations, I know mine, we give a significant amount of time off for any of our employees that have the loss of a family member or a dear one to them, to take that time off. So there's more that you need to be doing, and this is really important and key to gather statements, the most recent statements for all of your assets. Your trust and estate attorney is going to need to do this, to have this information, so that this can all be included either in probate or based on the beneficiary, that it's divided and transferred appropriately to the beneficiary. So that means all your bank accounts, your checking, your savings accounts, credit cards, if there's any outstanding mortgages or loans, home equity lines of credit, car loans, brokerage accounts, taxable brokerage accounts, pensions, retirement accounts. These are all really important to understand. Again, what are the assets? What do they look like? And also making sure that they're divided appropriately. Regarding income and expenses, getting a clear picture of what the new income is going to look like. If your spouse was earning a salary, it's going to stop immediately. if they were retired and they're receiving a pension income, then that income might be reduced. What's very important is to reach out to the pension provider and better understand what what election was made for the payment upon death. There was an election that was made when the pension was first taken out, so that if they were to pass away, what percentage of that payment of that pension would continue to be paid out upon their death to you. And so you could choose 100% paid out, 75%, 50%, or even deciding not to have it paid out. Some people might have chosen not to have any additional money paid out. The reason would have been because the payment to your spouse during their lifetime would have been significantly larger. But it's extremely important to understand what those pension payout elections were so that you can start to map out what your new income is going to be. The next thing is to call the Social Security Administration to check to see what you're entitled to. And I have more information about Social Security for you. And I want to tell you too, the book that I mentioned is really important and key because we give you all the information you need to know about calling Social Security, about understanding what benefits you are entitled to, and making sure that you put those in place. So now what we've done is we've created a list of all of your assets, the current balance, and we've got a copy of the statement. And we've also listed all of the debts or credit cards that you have with the current balance and a statement. The third thing that we've done is we've mapped out what our new income is going to be. That income might include income from you. It might include income from that pension that your spouse had. Maybe you too are receiving a pension, as well as the portion that you are entitled to through Social Security. Now, with that, it's very helpful because now we know what income is coming in. So the next piece that's really important is to understand what money is going out. So what we encourage you to do is to really spend cautiously for the first several months. Try not to use any of your personal funds to pay for bills, and reach out to all of those creditors with the death certificate. So let me go back to why we want to spend cautiously during the first few months. Well, there are many more expenses right after the death of your spouse, particularly with funeral costs and burial costs that go along with that. So it can be a very, very expensive time. In addition, during that time, I would encourage you start to use a fantastic expense tracker. So here are two that I just absolutely love. Personal Capital is one, and Mint.com. I actually use Mint.com. Both of these are free, but I like Mint because it's very user-friendly. And so I've been able to connect it. You go on, and it takes about 2 minutes per account to connect it to your checking account, your savings account, your credit card accounts. So what it's doing is it's pulling in all of the expenses that you have, and then you can actually have it categorize those expenses for you. That is so powerful because now you have a report of where your money's actually going. It's so satisfying and warms my heart to be able to track that money and to know how much I'm spending, if it's more than my income, if it's less, and it gives me the information I need to make good decisions about my cash flow. At Mint.com, you can also set up different budgets. So you can have a budget for, let's say, groceries. You can have a budget for eating out, and then track and compare based on that budget what the actual expenses were for the month. And of course, every month is going to be a little different, but it's going to help you stay on top of making sure that you're staying within that ideal cash flow amount to make sure that you're not overspending in any way, potentially jeopardizing your long-term financial security. Now, the other thing with paying personal funds to pay bills, well, there are a lot of bills that are going to be coming up, such as your mortgage and things like that. You do want to make sure that you pay those. But if there are expenses that are just associated with your spouse, such as medical bills, then ideally you want to submit those to the executor and your trust and estate attorney to have the estate pay those bills. It doesn't matter as much if 100% of the estate and that you are the beneficiary on all the accounts. It doesn't matter as much for this if that is the case. Again, if every dollar and nickel and penny that is in your spouse's name is going to be transferring to you. But it does matter if there are other beneficiaries out there. So if some of the estate is going to go to a charity, or it might be divvied up also between children of your current marriage or a future marriage or a previous marriage, you want to make sure that you're not paying these expenses out of your own money. Because if you are doing that and not getting reimbursed from the estate, then you essentially are paying for expenses that the estate really should be paying for, that should be coming out of some of the portion that would have then gone to charity, some of the portion that might have gone to children from a previous marriage. Again, your trust and estate person, and I'm going to talk to you about how to make sure you have the right trust and estate professional, can help you with all of this. Just make sure that you are tracking your expenses. These are two great tools, and also being smart about which bills you're paying, keeping the receipts, and then letting your executor and the trust and estate person know about them so that you can be sure to be reimbursed. All right. So now this is for all of you, whether you are 5 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years after losing a spouse. This is one of the most important rules that you need to know that's going to add to your long-term financial security. This is for those people who are before retirement, those individuals who are still in what we call the accumulation phase when you're earning money. This is a good example of me. I'm 47. I love what I do. At Francis Financial, I get to work with women every day like you, helping make sure that you're on track financially, building a financial plan, and then actually investing your money to make sure that it's working as hard as you are. One of the rules you can use to make sure that you are on track is being smart about where you're spending your money. So 50% of your after-tax income should be going towards needs. Those expenses are your basic expenses: housing, healthcare, medical, food, and basic clothing. This does not include the Gucci bag. And then 30% towards your wants. Well, what are some of those wants? Wants would be vacations, the Gucci bag, experiences, entertainment, things that are wonderful, but don't have to occur to make sure that you're safe and secure in the world. And a good example is to think back to COVID. For all of us, including you, your expenses changed significantly during COVID. We found that the savings rates of America, it was one of the highest in history. And why? Because the vast majority of our expenses were expenses that were under needs. The wants we couldn't have. We couldn't vacation. We couldn't go out to eat. We couldn't go to Broadway shows. So that helps you better understand the difference between wants and needs. Now, the next portion is actually the most important portion. 20% of your after-tax income should be going towards either paying off debt. And when I say debt, I mean bad debt. I mean credit cards. I'm not talking about student loans. I'm not talking about mortgages. I'm talking about high interest debt. If you have no high interest debt, then I want that money to go towards your savings, towards retirement. Now, I know that 20% is a really big number. If your after-tax income is $100,000, that means that $20,000 a year should be going towards that retirement savings. Well, that's a perfect number. Where should that go? That should go into your retirement plan at work. A 401k if you're at a corporation, or if you're at a nonprofit, at a government plan, or a school teacher, that would be going towards a 403b, a 457, or a TDA. It's important to put your money in those retirement vehicles first, because you're more likely to get a match from your employer, essentially matching the dollars that you put into that retirement savings vehicle. If you don't work for an employer that has a retirement plan and you work for yourself, I have great news for you. You can open up your own 401k. The other thing that everyone can do under the planet that has earned income, in addition to your retirement savings at work, you can open up an IRA, and you can put up to $6,000 in there if you're under age 50. If you're over age 50, guess what? We pump that up and you can put up to $7,000 a year. So the world is your oyster of getting money working for you. Now, know that if you can't do a full 20% at once, every year increase that percentage into your retirement savings based on how much you get an increase in your income. If you get a 5% increase in your income, then I want you to increase the amount into that retirement plan by 5% as well. All right, now what happens if you're on the other end? If you are not earning an income from either self-employment, from doing work in the gig economy, or from a salaried position, then we are on the opposite side. And we're talking about how much can you take out of your portfolio to leave you in a safe position for the long term. So this is called the 4% safe withdrawal rate rule. And it's a fantastic rule of thumb that you can use to better understand how much you can take out of your portfolio without jeopardizing your long-term financial security. And how this works is pretty darn simple. If you have at age 65 $1 million and you've gone into retirement and need to live on that portfolio, what this formula says and tells us is that of that $1 million, you can take out 4%. That is $40,000 without risking depleting that money over the next 30 to 35 years. $40,000 is a good amount of money, but it most likely isn't going to be enough. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to make sure that you are also factoring in any additional income, such as a pension, such as Social Security. And if there is a gap in the amount that you need and you're receiving, well, you might want to look at either cutting back some of our expenses or bringing in more income through part-time work or gig economy. So this is a fantastic way. Again, neither of these formulas really replace a financial advisor. A financial advisor can look at so many other things, such as, this would change if you decided to eventually sell your primary home at, let's say, age 80, and then invest the proceeds and rent at a community. So there are a lot of things that can change, but that a financial advisor can actually help you model out. And I'm going to help you better understand how to find the right financial advisor. And if you have a financial advisor, the important questions to ask so that they can answer these questions you might have. So the other thing that I spoke to you about was Social Security. Through Francis Financial and the nonprofit I started in honor of my grandmother, Savvy Ladies, one of the top questions we get is around Social Security, and I understand why. It can be extremely confusing. So I want to talk about the benefits that you are entitled to, and I'm going to talk about two types of women that have had the loss of a spouse. The first is I'm going to talk about the woman who has young children. And she is entitled to a surviving spouse Social Security benefit if she has children age 16 or below that are dependent on her. So she's going to be entitled to that benefit. In addition, those dependent children who have lost their father or their mother, they too are going to be entitled to a Social Security benefit as well, a children's benefit. They are entitled to that benefit actually until they're age 18. If they are disabled, that age actually increases as well. So here are two benefits that she may be entitled to, bringing upwards of $2,000, even $4,000, could even be more than that, income each month into that household. Now, if there are no dependent children, or they have aged out, they're age 19 or 20, or there's not a disability, then she can look at starting to collect what's called a widow's benefit. You can collect that as early as age 60. Most people think of, that you can't collect until age 62, but as a widow, you can collect at that sooner time frame. There is some fantastic planning that you can do, and we have special models and software that we use to figure out what the best claim strategy is, because it could be that it's best for her to collect on a widow's benefit at age 60 and then to switch to 50% of her deceased spouse's benefit at a later date. Now, if you don't, again, have a financial advisor that can model the best claim strategy out for you, what you should be doing is you should be calling Social Security. You go to ssa.gov, look at your local office and give them a call. You ask them these questions, you write down everything. Make sure you write this down because it's not something you're going to remember because it's very complicated. You then call back the next day, ask the same question, and make sure that the answer you get is exactly in accordance with what that Social Security office told you the day before. Why is this? Because what I have found is that when you call, while most of the professionals there are very good, every once in a while, you'll get someone who unfortunately doesn't give you the information you need. So call back twice, write it down, make sure you're getting the same information. Because I have to tell you that the difference between certain claim strategies can make an impact of not only tens of thousands of dollars, but actually can make an impact of hundreds of thousands of dollars over your lifetime. So it's extremely important. Social Security is one of the most important tools for widows, and you want to make sure that you have the best claim strategy to work for you and your family. Also, reach out to the Veteran Administration office. If you go to V as in Victor, A as in Apple.gov, you will see that there are many benefits that are available for you. You also might be entitled to survivor benefits, actually a stream of income. In addition, let me go back. In addition, there are other areas that you may be able to collect from the VA. We're going to be talking about this a little bit more in the future, but everything from having burial plots paid for, ongoing maintenance of those plots, these are really important, and it's all listed there on va.gov. If there are credit card accounts, make sure that you cash out the reward accounts before you close the credit cards. So before you send that death certificate, that copy to Visa, MasterCard, American Express, go in and collect all those cards, the rewards. The best way to do that is, instead of using it for travel or hotels, turn them in for gift cards, ideally gift cards for the places that you eat at, the places that you shop, the places that you might visit for a vacation. Also, if there are any joint credit cards in your spouse's name, you'll want to convert them and take your spouse off that credit card. With life insurance, this is really important. Life insurance is one of the most overlooked benefits. There are so many individuals that don't realize that their spouse had life insurance through their employer. They may also have had insurance through their union. They might have had insurance through certain associations that they were part of, in addition to private life insurance. So make sure that you are doing all of that due diligence. And how do you find out about these? Well, the first I talked about was calling the employer, right? Calling the union, calling any associations that they may have been part of associated with their profession. In addition, going through all of those expenses is going to alert you to any checks or monies via credit card that have gone to financial institutions. Maybe that was Genworth, NatWest, MetLife, Northwestern, any of those organizations, even State Farm, to start to see, okay, there's a premium payment that's going out. What is that for? Then calling that financial institution, calling up State Farm and saying, I'm seeing $500.50 going out the first of every year for a policy. What is it? By giving them the death certificate, they can give you all the information about, is it life insurance? Is it auto? Is it homeowners? Is it a disability policy? Is it long-term care? Now, also with health insurance, we talked about making sure that you reach out to your employer if you're on your spouse's health insurance plan to be able to go on to COBRA. If they were on Medicare, you need to let Medicare know as well, so you don't have to pay those premiums. These are all things that are really important for you to look into. Auto and homeowners, you're going to also want to change the auto and homeowners insurance. Typically, your insurance is going to go down, particularly for auto insurance, since there will no longer be two drivers, there will be one. That is another piece that is very important. If you're unsure about who has your auto and who has your homeowners insurance, again, go back to the mint.com that we told you to set up, or even just that checking account and your credit card accounts, to see the names of different insurance providers that are being paid, and then giving them a call. Now, what's going to be important too is eventually to update your will, your power of attorney, who can make financial decisions for you, who can make healthcare decisions for you as well. For the vast majority of us, the agent that was our power of attorney, who would be making all those financial decisions, the agent that was the healthcare proxy, who would be making all the medical decisions, it was our spouse. And so you'll need to look at who in your life you feel would be able to fulfill those roles. It could be a dear family member, a dear friend, someone that you trust. You're also going to want to update all the beneficiary designations on your financial accounts. So, updating the beneficiaries on your retirement accounts. You can even some financial institutions will allow you to have beneficiaries on checking and savings accounts as well. You'll also want to look at your own life insurance. And for most of us, our beneficiary was our spouse. And so update that to maybe our children. If those children are young children under the age of majority, under age 18 or 21, you'll definitely want to make sure that you set up a trust in their name to receive those assets so that they don't receive them all outright at once. I know my son, if he received all of the assets now, he really wants to buy a car, which doesn't sound like a bad thing, but he he wants to buy a car that is a World War II Jeep that has been renovated. That's about $80,000. That is not the right kind of car I would want him to have. So again, having a trust and a trustee that you name to oversee those assets and make sure that they're being distributed to your child for the right expenses for college, for a home down payment is really important and key. So these are some things that you'll eventually want to do. Now, I know, and I just want to stop here. I know I'm throwing a lot of things at you. The book that I mentioned that you are all able to get, and again, you can go to www.francisfinancial.com. Go to that right now. You can download that book. It will come to your email in about 5 minutes. It also lists the time frame for you of when do you need to make sure that you have updated your beneficiaries? When do you need to make sure that your will, power of attorney, and healthcare proxy are updated? When do you need to be contacting, the employers versus credit cards, things like that? It gives you actual time frames to make it a lot easier for you. So I know we're flying through this. I want to make sure that we have some time to talk about building a support team. Because the most important thing to know is that you should not go through this alone. The women that we work with that I see come out on the other end of journey of being a widow more whole and more financially secure than others are those that have put a team in place. And so who are those team members? Well, it's a financial advisor. It's a fantastic estate planning attorney, and it's also a therapist. You need to make sure that you have a therapist or you have a grief recovery coach, that you have someone that is going to be able to help you through this, both financially, legally, and from a mental wellness perspective. And so, how do you find a financial advisor? Well, I guess in some ways I'm not surprised by this statistic, but 80% of women leave their financial advisor within 1 year of their spouse passing away. We've really dove into this statistic to try to better understand why she is moving on to a different advisor. And what we have found in our hundreds of interviews is that a lot of women don't feel heard by their wealth manager. The vast majority of time, the relationship was really more so with her husband. She maybe went to some of the meetings, and maybe she actually didn't go to those meetings. But now that she is 100% solely responsible for making financial decisions for her future, she wants a financial advisor that is her advisor, not her deceased husband's. And so when you're looking for a financial advisor, I want you to make sure that you are looking for a fiduciary That is someone who, by law, has to put your interest ahead of their own. And also a fee-only advisor. This is someone who is 100% independent, they're fee-only, and they're not going to try to get commissions or sell you things that you don't need. So that's really important, and I have in that, workbook that I mentioned 20 different questions that you can use to interview financial advisors. In fact, when people reach out to us to interview us, and we actually work with women all over the US because our superpower is working with women whose husbands have a terminal illness or unfortunately has passed away, their spouse has passed away. We are quite unique in that we're in working with clients in nearly every state. But what I find is that so many of the women who come to us haven't really gone through the process of interviewing an advisor. So they also, understandably don't really even know the questions to ask of like, asking, how do you charge? How often are you going to meet with me? Are you going to work with me or are you going to pass me off to someone who has only been in this field for a year? These are all important things. What type of deliverables? Am I going to have a beautiful financial plan out to age 95, allowing me to see all the different scenarios about me staying where I'm at, about me moving, me going back to work, me, increasing my vacation budget or reducing my vacation budget? And what are you going to do for me with my investment portfolio? What type of investments am I going to be in? Understanding really clearly about what that advisor is going to do for you. So when you go to that first meeting with that advisor, ideally have your tax return. If you have some idea of what your expenses and income is, that's really helpful. And just hopefully starting to have a better idea of your money. If you don't know that, that's okay. That advisor, if they're a good advisor, they're going to help piece that information together for you. We'll talk about how to make sure that your investments are right. And I'll give you an example of a woman who came to us where her spouse was quite a aggressive investor. And when we looked at her portfolio, we saw that 40% of her money was invested in emerging markets. And emerging market countries, China, India, Russia, Ukraine, South Africa, really was not appropriate for her because this was a portfolio that needed to be extremely robust and be able to protect her for the rest of her life. So what was right for her as a married person in a relationship no longer was right for her as a woman needing to rely on this portfolio for the rest of her life. Also helping you answer those questions. Again, do I need to sell the home? Do I need to go back to work? Do I need to increase my earnings? Do I need to reduce my spending? These are all things that can be really helpful. So an estate planning attorney is really important. And actually right now, I know you can't tell, our office is in New York City, just south of Wall Street, but I'm actually right now down in Miami at the Fontainebleau on the ocean at the New York State Bar Association Trust and Estate Conference. Why would I go there? Well, because for us, our power partners are trust and estate professionals, and we make it our job to know all of the great trust and estate professionals out there. And so should you. So if you need a trust and estate attorney, obviously you can reach out to me. And you can go right to our website, www.francisfinancial.com, to reach out to me through our contact page. But you can also talk to any dear friends or family members and ask them if they have a good trust and estate attorney to refer to you. Also, your accountant or CPA or your financial advisor should know someone. And what's important to know, you can work with a financial advisor anywhere in the country. It does not matter where they are located. However, for your trust and estate attorney, they need to have passed the bar and operate in your state of jurisdiction. So if you are living in Pennsylvania, you need to make sure that the trust and estate attorney that you are working with has passed the bar in Pennsylvania to be able to help you update your estate your state documents, as well as help you with your healthcare proxy and your power of attorney. Two great resources, the National Association of State Planners and Counsels, as well as the American Academy of Estate Planning Lawyers. Again, two great resources for you. Great. So in the first meeting with them, what you'll do is you'll review the will. They'll also help discuss everything that you need to do. They can also help you to start to collect some of the documents that you might need. And then also whether or not, based on your spouse's passing, if there's any estate tax or death taxes that are due, which most likely will not be due, but it's a good question to have. They're also going to talk to you about probate. And probate is the legal process that occurs after someone has passed away. It's essentially everything that passes through probate are things that don't have a beneficiary. So often it might be a car. It could be a house if your house was not held jointly with your spouse. It could be a checking account or a savings account that there was no beneficiary for. And what ends up happening is that that lump sum of assets then gets distributed based on what the will says. And so if the will says that all those assets go to you, they'll go to you. If the will says that 50% will go to charity and the other 50% will go to you, then that's the way it gets divvied out. However, anything that has a beneficiary actually transfers and is passed on based on what that beneficiary is. So in the life insurance, if it says that 100% goes to you, then 100% is going to go to you. So probate is really important, and it is part of the process. Unfortunately, it takes a good amount of time. For some states, actually California, probate on average it's 16 months, but California, probate often takes as much as 2 years. So it can take quite a bit of time. And that's why when you now are doing your estate planning, trying to have as many assets pass outside of probate is really important. So the final pieces I want to make sure that we get to before our fantastic next speaker, Nesreen, who actually I'm very excited for you all because you're going to love her. She is one of the most talented grief coaches out there. And she will back me up that having a grief counselor, a grief coach, a therapist is just really so important. I feel like it's just as important to have this person there to support you as having that financial advisor and that estate planning attorney. And self-care is a huge piece. And I know that I just want to tell you that if you are feeling any of these things, having a hard time remembering, feeling like you're tired, feeling like you can't sleep, like you are sleeping, if you're gaining weight, if you're losing weight, just know that all of these things are normal. And just my hope to you is that you give yourself a hug and know that you're doing the best that you can. And I'm also saying that with your finances too, that put the right team members in place so that they can help you, because the process of losing someone, and I've not lost a spouse, but I will tell you, my mom passed away, who was my best friend in my world, in my absolute world. And then also losing my grandmother to domestic violence and seeing that, really struggling with that grief and anger and frustration. I was not my best, and it actually really took me years before I felt like I kind of had it back together. And just know that I want you to know that you don't need to do this alone. And so this is my last slide, kind of just a summary of what we're talking about. The more organized you are with your finances, no matter where you are in your journey of widowhood, the better you're going to be financially. Understanding your income, tracking your expenses, understanding what insurance accounts you have, putting that financial and supportive team in place, and making sure that you, on the financial, trust and estate side, and mental wellness and support, that you've got that, and that you've put that in place for you. So any questions, please do pipe in. We've got just a few more minutes. I do want you to also just know, if you go to www.francisfinancial.com, you're going to have links right there. You'll go and you'll see that you can download the Financial Help for Widows, a complete resource guide. It's about 35 pages of everything you need to know, just fantastic worksheets, time frames, timelines, stories from other women that have gone through this process, stories of warning, of don't do what I did, but also stories about what she did that she really wants to pass on, that was so helpful for her. So please go there again, www, and it's right here for you, francisfinancial.com. And if there's any questions that you have about your personal situation, you can also see my email there. And my email is Stacy, STACY, at francisfinancial.com. And we are here as a resource. And whether it's, we can work with you as your financial advisor, or that's not the right fit, or you really want to get involved with the financial education and support through savvyladies.org. We are here and would love to be that stepping stone, that resource for you. So I just want to say a great, great big thank you. Oh, and here's our team. And actually something that you will notice, which is quite a surprise. We are financial advisors, and look, we're almost all women. Only about 20% of financial advisors are women. Certified financial planners are of the female area. And so I have to say, I'm just really, really proud of this company too, because these are all fantastic women that just bring so much heart and love to their work, in addition to being able to manage the numbers. And I think it's a great example of, like, we as women, we've got this. We can do this. So again, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here. My name is Nasreen Ahmed, and I am Just thrilled to be here with everybody. So thank you so much. I want to give a huge shout out to Tony and Dee and Ada and everybody, Kathy, everybody who's been working so hard to make this grief conference happen this year. Just amazed by all of the professionals that have been showing up and, you know, signing up to present. But really the amount of work that it takes to organize something like this is pretty phenomenal. So really appreciate everybody's hard work. And yeah, and I also am so glad to be following Stacey Francis, who is a dear friend. I've known her for a few years and just absolutely love her work. I mean, she's a phenomenal financial advisor and really one of the powerhouses, you know, who's really advocating for women. So thrilled to be able to follow her during this conference as well. So I'm going to talk today about getting the right kind of grief support. And I'm going to go into a lot of the reasons why I want to talk about this. It's really important to me, but I know so many people who are going through grief, going through loss, don't know where to turn. They don't know who to talk to. They don't know how to get help, where to get help. They don't really understand the differences between the different types of help that's available to them. And I really want to spend some time on that today. So let me start with first and foremost, just introducing myself. Like I said, my name is Nasreen. I have been coaching about 8 years. 8 years, and I absolutely love it. I actually started out going into coaching, just sort of general coaching, life coaching, executive and business coaching. I actually did a year-long training program specifically for that. And it was a few months into the program where I found out about grief coaching. It was a completely separate training program, separate field altogether. But I found out about it as a result of just having a conversation with somebody in the program. So my sister passed away almost 10 years ago, which is crazy hard to believe. Like I can't believe it's been almost 10 years. But she passed away suddenly. She was my older sister, one of two older sisters. And she was my hero. I looked up to her so much. I loved her so much. And when she died, it was very sudden. You know, she wasn't sick. There wasn't anything that we expected or anticipate to happen. And I just was so traumatized, shocked, heartbroken. The grief that I felt was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. And I had no idea how to deal with it. At that point, I was living in San Francisco and decided to move back to New York, where I'd been based for over a decade. And once I got to New York, it was like, okay, I just need to get a job again, and I need to find an apartment. I kind of need to do all the things. So I did a lot of that, but I was still really struggling to just get up out of bed every day and struggling to feel like I knew what I should be doing and how to live in this new reality. And it all felt very much like an awful dream. You know, for months and months, I was just like, this can't be true. This can't be real. And at the suggestion of some friends, I started going into seeing a therapist. And I've been in therapy before, love therapy, very, very appreciative of the healing power of therapy. But what I didn't realize at that time was that seeing a therapist was not the right option for me. I wasn't what I really needed. And the person that I was seeing was an amazing therapist, but she didn't have any real expertise or training in grief. And so it was really hard for me to get what I needed from that therapist. But I didn't know what else to do, so I kind of just went in every week, and I felt awful. And I talked about how awful I felt and how much I missed my sister. And then I went home and felt more awful. And that was sort of the trend, for quite a while. And then I decided, let me try something else. So I tried some support groups and found a support group near where I lived. Again, a wonderful group. It was specific for sibling loss, and really, really kind people, very generous, very welcoming. But what I wasn't getting was any real kind of tools or resources that I could use for myself. What I felt like, it was just sort of group discussion more often than not. There were some like exercises, or we did a collage. We had like pictures of our loved ones on a board and kind of shared about them. But that didn't really feel like it was going to help me move forward. It was just sort of talking about my sister, which was nice. But it wasn't, again, what I felt like I needed. So I went for a while, a few months, but what kind of, I don't know, what motivated me to move forward or look for something else was when the grief counselor, somebody in the group asked the grief counselor, like, when is too long to be here? Like, when should we start to think about other kinds of grief support? And the counselor was like, if you've been coming for 2 years, you might want to think about something else, or we might look into like what's really going on for you. And I freaked out. I'm gonna be straight up with you guys. I was like, 2 years? I can't, no, I can't be here for the next 2 years of my life talking about my sister and using these wonderful tools that just aren't getting me anywhere. And so I very quickly stopped going to support group and kind of just stopped doing anything after that. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what else to try. And I was like, I'm just going to try and kind of bear it myself. So when I started into the coaching program, somebody mentioned that there is such a thing as a grief coach and that she had just met a grief coach. And I immediately was like, okay, tell me more. I'd found a lot of success in what I had been doing with my coach in terms of other parts of my life. And so I was like, I give this a try. Really wonderful situation. Overall, like I was very excited to work with her, even though I was terrified, I'm not going to lie. And it took me a long time to call her. But I was really excited to work with her because she gave me what felt like a very proactive way to move through my grief. And I never imagined that the work that I would do with her would give me the sense of relief and alleviate a lot of the guilt that I felt and a lot of the kind of circular thinking that my mind was still very much doing, like a year or year plus after my sister died. So much guilt, so much regret, so many things that I wish I had done differently. And I just couldn't stop thinking about all the Hello, I think I'm back. Am I back? Okay. I should have mentioned before I started, I'm actually traveling overseas right now and my internet is a little unstable. So I do appreciate your patience and I really apologize. I'm hoping that it'll continue to the end of this, but we may come up with some other technical difficulties. So long story short, I worked with a grief coach. It was a really phenomenal experience for me. I felt so much relief after working with her that I decided to go and get trained. And so I'm now, many years later, I'm a certified grief educator, a certified grief recovery specialist. I have my master's in communication. I'm a certified I'm a certified positive intelligence coach, and I have my PCC, professional certified license or credential from the ICF. I hate talking about all my credentials and training, if you can't tell, but I think it's important to share. And I also am a senior practitioner with the EMCC, the European Mentoring and Coaching Council. So I have a lot of different things that I've pursued over the years because I do love coaching and I absolutely want to be the best coach I can be and help as many people as I can. So with that, one of the things I shared was I spent so much time trying to find the right grief support for me. And so what I ended up doing is when I started working in the world of grief, I wanted to be able to give people a resource, a tool, something that they could use to help them understand the different modalities that are available to them. And there are a lot of modalities. But the four that I'm going to focus on today include support groups, grief therapy, grief counseling, and grief coaching. Now, I will share with you, and I'll share this at the end too, but if you're really interested in finding some grief support and you have no idea where to start, I want to recommend that you go to my website, www.harbor, H-A-R-B-O-R, light, L-I-G-H-T, coaching.com, harborlightcoaching.com, and click the link for the grief assessment. So I created this assessment. It's about 20 questions just to get a sense of where you are right now. Because I'm not going to talk about stages of grief, but there are sort of phases that you go through, and your grief evolves just like you do. So I want you to understand what kind of support that feels like it would be the best for you right now. If you are seeing somebody, great, and you like that person, great. But I've talked to a lot of people who are like, yeah, I have a therapist, but we don't really talk about my grief. Like, it's just sort of general therapy with some grief, mentioned here and there. So I want you to understand if you need to see a therapist, or if you need to see a counselor, or if coaching is right for you. So if you're curious, you can head over to my website, click the link, take the assessment. In a few minutes, you'll get an email with the results. And that's, again, sort of general guidelines. None of this is meant to replace any sort of medical, psychiatric, therapeutic advice. It really is just meant to be guidelines for you, so you have a better understanding of the differences of support that's out there for you. And then you can get a sense of like, okay, I really want to start seeing a therapist, or you know what, coaching really feels like it might be a good fit for me right now. And again, this all depends on who you are, where you are, and what you need. So please keep that in mind as we go forward. Oh, thank you, Tony. Okay, so let's talk, because there are a lot of different types of support out there. Let's talk, I just want to kind of review some of the things that I'm not going to talk about. So if you think about it, there are things that you may not even relate fully to grief, for instance, acupuncture. I did a lot of acupuncture when I was grieving, and I found it to be amazingly helpful. Most acupuncturists can tell if you're grieving. I actually had somebody just take my pulse, and she was like, "Are you grieving right now?" And I was amazed. I was like, "Yes, I am." And so there are certain things that they can do to help you and help the grief sort of move through, the energy move through your body, because in Chinese medicine, grief lives in our lungs, right? And so there are certain points that the acupuncturists, whenever they knew that I was grieving, they would use certain points. Something like that, or Reiki can be very helpful. Art therapy is another thing that most people don't think about. But if you're not very verbal, if you don't like to talk a lot, if it's too hard to talk, I know a lot of people tell me like, talking about it just makes it feel more real or makes it hurt more. So if you're of that ilk, you might want to think about art therapy, something where it is more, it is less talk-based and more focused on creating or expressing through a different means. You can also check out EFT or tapping. I don't know that much about it, I'm going to be honest. I think I saw an EFT practitioner. I think I saw them once or twice when I was grieving, but certainly I know a lot of people also find a lot of relief from tapping, and there are some specific, again, some specific points you can use specifically for grief. I also want to just mention, if you've gone through a loss that was also traumatic, as I did, you may want to consider seeing somebody who's both trained in trauma as well as grief. So things like EMDR, hypnotherapy, somatic work may also be really helpful for you. I know a lot of people, actually have a client right now whose father passed away, and it was a very traumatic loss. And from that point on, he's felt within the grief, he's felt this sort of urgency to live, right? Because just like my experience when my sister died, I really did not trust life. Like the sense of safety or the trust that I had that life would just sort of continue really went away from me. And he also felt that. He felt, this urgency to live and to pursue all of the things that he wanted to pursue and achieve all the success, because he didn't know when he was going to die, because he had this experience where you could die at any point. Anybody can die at any point. And so, while this has, helped him in a lot of ways, this has also created a lot of stress in his life and certain inabilities that he's now starting to uncover and start to work on. But so he and I have been talking about potentially, having him work with a trauma therapist so that he can work through some of the trauma that's still very much real and lives in his body right now. Okay, so those are just, again, a little handful. I'm sure there's a lot more out there that I'm not even aware of or mentioning right now, but I want to just give you kind of a handful of things to think about in addition to, again, the kind of modalities of healing that I'm going to offer. So again, I'm going to go into grief therapy, grief counseling, grief coaching, and then support groups. So starting with grief therapy, most people, when you think about loss, you'll either think about a therapist or a counselor first. If you want to see a grief therapist, I want you to understand first, again, not all therapists are trained in grief, or maybe they have a little bit of training in it, but they're not well versed in it. They haven't studied it enough to really be able to support somebody who's suffering. So you might want to think about, if you're going to see a therapist, are you in need of somebody who's been trained in grief? And usually, not always, but usually people who tend to go towards a grief therapist, somebody who's trained in, a therapist who's trained in grief, that would be because they're really struggling. So if there's people out there who have gone through a loss and that loss feels so overwhelming that it's hard to just function daily, it's getting up, if you can't concentrate at all, if you can barely get a meal in a day, like if you're really struggling just through the basics of your life, you may want to see a grief therapist. You may also want to see a therapist if the loss was complicated. So for instance, if you've had a relationship with somebody who you loved, but there was a lot of turmoil within the relationship. Maybe you didn't get along. There were a lot of ups and downs. Maybe that person was abusive in some way, or narcissistic, or they had a mental illness, or they just didn't treat you well. There's a lot of different levels of grief within that relationship. Then a therapist might be a really good option for you because they can really dig deep into that relationship, what happened, how it impacted you. And again, those different levels. So things like that, I would definitely recommend starting with a grief therapist, not to say that a counselor and even maybe a coach couldn't help you with that, but I think you'll be best served with a grief therapist. Now with a counselor, and again, this is not 100% of the time, but what I have found that with counselors, they tend to focus on the loss that's happened in the fairly recent past. So say within the 6 months, a year, even maybe 2-year mark, that's when a grief counselor might be really helpful. So grief counselors are definitely going to work with you to talk about the loss that you experienced. They're going to kind of go through the challenges that you're facing now as a result of the loss. They'll spend some time giving you some tools and some ideas, helping you work through and process this new reality that you're living in, and help you learn how to move through it, how to walk with the grief on a regular basis, how to deal with it, how to make sure that you have space in your life, so that you can give yourself and give your grief time to heal. Because a lot of times I think we try to put it aside and just work or just focus on other people, focus on the family, on our responsibilities. But if you don't give your grief time and you don't give it space to actually like go through the grief over time, like for a little while, that's okay. Sometimes you do just need a break. Sometimes you're not ready to process. Sometimes you need you need to just think about other things. You need to just, remember that it's okay to be happy or to be grateful or just to be with other people, so you don't want to try and process all the time. but you also don't want to avoid all the time. You don't want to be the person that never deals with your grief. And a grief counselor can really help you stay focused on having that space, having that time, and really processing. So I often recommend, if it's been in the past like 2 years or so, I often recommend thinking about a counselor, especially if you've not done any other kind of work. So a lot of people come to me and they haven't seen anybody, they haven't done any work around their grief, and now they're ready to, but they're not really ready to see a coach yet. So I often recommend counseling at that point. Now, coaching is a little bit different than counseling. It's very different than therapy, and there's sort of a fine line. Sort of traditional coaching of just mindset work and trying to get ahead in your career and trying to set some goals for yourself and achieve those goals. That's sort of traditional coaching. And while there's some of that mixed into grief coaching, a lot of it is more focused on the past. A lot of it is focused on what happened, on the loss that you experienced, and learning how to integrate that. So you've done some of the work that you needed to do to process your loss already. When you're thinking about seeing a coach, you want to already have done some work, and you want to be able to function normally throughout your day, throughout your life. But you might still feel like there's some lingering effects of grief. You might still feel like there's some things that are getting in your way, some things you haven't fully processed yet, some upset, some maybe grief attack every so often that you're feeling that you just don't know how to handle, right? And you've done enough of the work with other people or with other, in other situations where you feel like you're ready to kind of proceed and work with a coach. And a lot of times we're going to be kind of doing a dance in coaching. Some of it will be about processing the loss. I often work with people through the grief recovery work, and that is a wonderful proactive process to help you every week, work through your loss. So we start off really kind of general, like the first month or so. It's an 8-week program, and the first month or so really is just sort of general grief, whether it's what people say, like really how do I say this nicely, really unhelpful comments, often rude, or they come, they feel hollow, so something like time heals all, or I'm so sorry, just be strong. I'm sure many people watching have heard many of those things, and, unfortunately more. But we kind of talk through, like, how do you handle that? How do you want to handle that? What's your response when somebody says that to you? We talk about how you're dealing with your grief, or maybe how you're avoiding your grief. So again, you might not be fully ready to address it. So you might be watching a lot of TV, or, consuming a lot of media. It might be that you're abusing alcohol, or you're drinking more than you want to. Maybe it's weed, maybe it's, food, maybe it's sex. Maybe you're working out. Maybe you're working out like crazy, and that's amazing. But like, you're working out so much. Maybe you're working, right? Like maybe you're just working, and kind of, again, trying to not focus and bury your grief to a certain extent. Could be retail therapy. I know a lot of people, and I actually shared this with Stacy. I know a lot of people, myself included, who have spent way more money than they needed to while they were grieving. So it could be something along those lines. But we basically talk about all these different ways that you might be handling your grief or avoiding your grief. And then we work on the things that you want to do more of, and, also the things you want to do less of. So if it's time to get to the gym more often and maybe have a little less wine at night, we work on that. And you have that level of accountability with a coach. And then we start looking at the sort of timeline of losses that you've experienced throughout your whole life. So again, it might be a loss of a loved one. It might be a pet. It might be a move that you made. Maybe it was job change, career shift. Maybe it was loss of health or well-being. But basically, you create a timeline from your earliest memory all the way until your present day. And you get to see all the different losses you've experienced in kind of a general chronological order. And that's really powerful for people, because a lot of people don't understand the amount of loss they've actually experienced. They don't really, because a lot of times when you say grief, you think of just death, right? Somebody died and that's the end. But like, there's so many different kinds of loss that we go through on a regular basis. I mean, I think the most of the world will understand this in a different way now, but post-COVID, I think we've all experienced so many different kinds of losses. And so it's really helpful just to see it all kind of laid out in front of you. And I've actually had clients be like, wow, this entire decade was just filled with loss, and we also talk about like, what was your response? What did you learn? How did you handle it? Were you the person that during that loss was just avoiding it altogether? Were you actually like working to process? A lot of people find that like they go through a loss and then within 6 months they have some kind of health issue. Might be just a cold or an illness. Maybe got the flu. Maybe it's actual illness where they needed medical attention. Maybe they broke a limb. Something like that, where something happened physically soon after that loss, and they didn't always put it together. But then they start to, and they see the patterns of how they deal with the grief physically as well as emotionally. And then after that, we start looking at the loss that you really want to focus on. So again, it might be the death of a loved one. It could be a spouse, a parent, a child, a sibling. And, what happened in that relationship, so we go deep into the relationship. For me, with my sister, we had a lot of ups and downs. There were a lot of things that happened throughout our relationship that I felt very guilty about for a long time. And working through this process, being able to talk about the things that I wanted to apologize for, the things I wanted to forgive, the things that I wish that I had said, or I wish I had said more often. All of those things were incredibly helpful. So if you're really struggling with a loss and it does involve a lot of regret or a lot of guilt, I want to encourage you to look into the grief recovery work. It's not 100% for everyone across the board, but it was incredibly helpful for me. And if you're like me and you want something that's a little more proactive, something that from week to week gives you some reading, gives you some writing to do, and then you get to meet with your coach and speak about it, that can be really powerful. And I don't know of a lot of other programs like it where there is that kind of step-by-step process, and there is something to do on a regular basis. Part of what I struggled with especially with my therapist, was knowing what to talk about and getting any relief from just talking. Like, talk therapy at that point was really not helpful for me. And so to have the ability to learn something every week, to write about it, so then you go through and you work through all the things in your relationship, and then I would say 98% of the people that I've worked with have found so much relief from this. And I've had mothers who've lost children who told me they never felt, or they never imagined that they could feel the level of peace that they felt, which to me is a wonderful thing. What more can we ask for than something like that? And then, once we've worked through a lot of that, a lot of my clients will also kind of want to look at what's next. Now that they don't feel that sort of the remains, if you will, of the grief and those remaining effects of grief in their life, they want to look at what's next. They want to think about maybe, improving their lives, whether it's getting a new job, changing career, starting a business. I've had clients who I want to get married. I want to find a spouse. I want to find a relationship. I've had people say they want to have kids now. They're finally ready to start a family. So it's various things. I've had people who are like, this is on my bucket list and I'm ready to pursue it. I know people who've taken months and traveled across the country. I know people who've sailed around the world. I know they do these amazing, wonderful adventures. So it really varies. And I have, I have so much fun being able to help people work through what it is that they want for their lives. Again, whether that's something like outlandish and crazy and wonderful, or if it's something, as amazing as finding a partner. Could seem quote unquote simple, but I think anything that you've always wanted that you finally get to have, no matter how quote unquote simple or outrageous it is a wonderful thing. So a lot of times with the coach, you're not just looking at what happened and how to deal with the grief, but you're also looking towards what's next for yourself. If you feel like it's time to make some changes, if you feel like, you're really ready to live in a new way, that's a really great time to see a grief coach. And now I do want to add, with anybody that you work with, especially one-on-one, you really want to look for certain things. You want to make sure of certain things. So when let's say that you need to see a counselor, like that's where you are in your grief journey. If you're going to look for a counselor, there's certain things that you want to ask about, certain things you want to understand from that person, and just creating that rapport, creating that connection. Because anybody you work with, you should feel safe with, you should feel heard by, and you should feel comfortable being vulnerable. That is a tall order. And I know that most people, when you're grieving, it can feel so hard to feel safe and to be vulnerable, right? Like we're already so raw. We're already in so much pain. We're already so frustrated and angry and anxious and, filled with guilt and so many things. It's so hard to be with people, and most people will say the wrong thing, even if it in normal times it wouldn't upset you, or if they have good intentions, they're still going to say things that upset you. They're still going to tell you to be strong. They're still going to tell you to think about being strong for somebody else. They're going to tell you about how time will heal it, how you're doing great, how happy you should be that you had this much time with them, or at least they're not in pain anymore, so be grateful that they're in a better place. Like all these different things that again are very unhelpful. So finding somebody that you do feel like you can talk to is incredibly important. I always recommend whatever kind of modality you're going to look into, ask the person in front of you, first of all, what are their training, right? Do they have specific training in grief? Because there are different kinds of trainings. So you want to get a sense of like where they were trained, what they were trained in, what their expertise is in. And you also want to talk to them about their approach to grief. So there's a few different kinds of sort of paths, if you will, in terms of working with grief. And so you want to get a better sense of like, how do they approach it? Is it more head on, or do they feel like it's more of a path that you're both going to walk together? Can they give you some sense of how they think they can help you? I think it's really important. It's hard to get like a full picture from just one session, one consultation. But if you can ask some questions to get more information of like, do I feel comfortable with this person? Do I trust that they can help me? Do they have the training that I'm looking for? Do they specialize in certain things? You might, again, want to look at somebody who has some trauma training as well as grief training. You might want somebody who feels like they serve your community. So if you're a minority, if you're LGBTQ, if you're, whatever kind of, however you define yourself, if you're looking for somebody who can support you in that, you can ask about that. Like, what is their focus? What is their specialty? And who do they normally serve? I often also recommend, and some people feel comfortable with it, some people don't, but I recommend asking about like success stories. Like, have you worked with somebody who's gone through a loss like mine? How did they feel after they worked with you? What kinds of things did you talk about? How did they support you, or how were you able to support them? So kind of asking for a little bit of like what their experience was with people who've gone through, let's say, sibling loss, and how were they able to support that person? Not every person wants to know about that. Not every therapist or counselor or coach wants to respond to that. But I don't think it hurts to ask. And to me, it's helpful because I want to know what their track record is. I want to know who they've been able to help and how they've been able to help them in the past. And I also think it's important, if you feel comfortable again, to ask about their own loss. To ask about what they've been through. Who is this person that I'm sitting in front of? A lot of times I know, especially in like therapy, the therapist wants to kind of keep the focus solely on the client and not share anything. And I respect that. But I also think in some instances, it's really helpful to know what this other person in front of me has been through. I'm very open with my clients. People ask me, what's worked for you, what happened to you, what have you been through? I share about the different losses, the main losses that I've been through, and I share about some of the things that worked for me. I don't tell them like, this is going to work for you, or we should do this for you. I just say, if they ask me, then yeah, I'm happy to share it, because at the end of the day, we're all human. We've all gone through loss at one point, or in one way or another, whatever kind of loss we've been through. And I think it really helps just to connect with the person. I think it's the most important thing, in my opinion, is having that connection, that rapport, feeling safe, because you are in a vulnerable state, and you want to know that when you go into someone's office or when you open up their Zoom link, that you're going to get your needs met. That's the ultimate goal, right? Is to have your grief be witnessed, to have your needs be met, to explore what it is that you need to explore, whether it's working through your loss, whether it's creating healthy boundaries, whether it's figuring out self-care and how to take care of yourself these days. Whatever it is that you need, I want you to get that from session to session. And I think it's really important to make sure that the person you're working with wants that for you, right? They're not going to set the agenda for you unless you need them to, right? But they're not going to set the agenda for you. They're going to be there to support you and really focus on what it is that you need. So I would definitely recommend, if you feel comfortable, asking them, like, what have they been through, and can they relate a little bit, or what helped them when they were going through loss. And of course, there's always the kind of logistical things that you want to ask, insurance and fees and payment structures and due dates and like what happens if you cancel and all that kind of stuff. I know a lot of people are tending towards more telehealth and virtual work right now. I myself only do virtual, allows me to travel and to be able to work. But some people still really like in person, and so you might have to kind of search for that person, who you can see at an office rather than virtually. I will say, though, that most people I've talked to who wanted to meet in person at first, when we switched to virtual, they were actually a lot happier with it because they could be in the comfort of their own home. They weren't at the office, or they didn't have to come into my office. And, I live in New York City. And so it's like, once you leave the office, it's chaos. It's subways and it's crowds and it's, you feeling very raw, having to try to hail a taxi in the rain. It's like these inconveniences, is putting it mildly sometimes, but like these inconveniences and things that you just don't want to have to deal with, especially after you've gone through a very intense session. So I would recommend trying a virtual session or two, just to see if you can kind of get into that rhythm and see if it works for you. But I think you'll find being in your own comfortable space, even if you are at your office, but you can close the doors. If you feel comfortable doing that, I would recommend it. Okay, so I'm going to shift into support groups and talk about them for a few minutes. So like I said, I had gone to a sibling loss support group, and this was, back when everything was in person. And again, it was helpful. I'm not sorry that I went by any stretch, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have connected with those people at that time. But I do find, and I want to say, there are some amazing support groups out there. I always recommend going to grief.com with David Kessler. I did his grief educator training a few years ago. And one of the most amazing things he does is he runs a Tender Hearts group. So this is a huge support group. But he has different kinds of, he breaks it up into different kinds of loss. They meet multiple times a week. I always recommend, if you're looking for a support group, start there. I think David is an amazing facilitator, amazing counselor, amazing man, amazing human. Like, he's done so much good for the world and for the world of grief. And so I would start with Tender Hearts if you're interested in virtual support groups. There are many, many others that are also really wonderful. The issue that I have, or the issue that I found most people who come to me have had, is that they will go to a support group for a while, but then they start to feel overwhelmed. One, because they're already in so much pain. And now they're in a group or a room with so many other people who are also in so much pain. And so it can be really hard to feel positive or to feel optimistic, to have any hope, because we're surrounded by so much sadness and so much pain. I also find that unless you have an amazing facilitator, it's very likely that at some point somebody will say something upsetting to you or insulting. Not, again, because they mean to, but just sort of the nature of, what's said and the cliches that we hear. But also, they may not mean to insult you, but it just doesn't land right for you. Or it does take away the little bit of hope that you had, because this person lost their spouse 5 years ago. and they're still really suffering while you've only lost your spouse last year and you thought by 5 years from now you were hoping you'd be better, right? So there's a lot of comparison, there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of judgment, there's a lot of, just a lot of emotions going on, while also dealing with your own grief. And so I find that a lot of people start to feel overwhelmed if they spend a lot of time going to support groups, like, months and months, years in support group. I think that's when people start to feel like they don't get quite the level that they want. And so finding a support group that has an amazing facilitator will kind of help alleviate some of that. Obviously, you're not going to get the same kind of one-on-one support you would if you were seeing somebody like a therapist or a counselor or coach. But that's not to say that you won't get support, and it's not to say that it's not helpful. A lot of people do find that going to support groups can be really nice because you're in a space where everybody sort of understands what it's like to go through that kind of loss, to go through a divorce or to go through the loss of a spouse, something like that. So it can be very helpful, but you want to be careful about who's facilitating. So again, if you can get some information about the group ahead of time, get some information about the facilitator, their training, how they run the group, what's required. The group that I went to was very open, very little requirements. But some are closed groups where if you go in, that's the group. Like after a certain amount of sessions, that's it. There's nobody new coming in at any point. Some groups are run in such a way that they have kind of a structured format. Other groups are very kind of informal and you just end up talking a lot. So you really want to get a sense of how the group is organized, how they're run, where they're based, if they're in different, if it's virtual and they're in different time zones, stuff like that. So that you can get a better sense of like, is this going to work for me? Is this going to be the thing that I want to do? How will this help me? Right. And give it a try. I always recommend at least 4 times. Like, I know it's a lot. And some people are like, no, I don't want to go 4 times. I don't need to go 4 times. But the thing is, you might find, again, if there are different people, it's an open group, there might be different people. It might be a different facilitator from session to session. You never know how, and the energy of the group might just be shifting and changing from session to session. So I always recommend try to go at least 3-4 times, give it a shot, give it a good shot. And if you really don't like it, that's fine. If you really decide that you want a different support group, great. If you want to get one-on-one support, great. But keep in mind, that you have the right to ask certain questions about how the group is run, what's expected of you, what sort of the general ground rules and the parameters of the group is, so that you can get a better understanding of like, okay, I feel like this would be a good option for me. And if you've never gone to a support group and you're not sure, like I said, I would, if you don't want to join Tender Hearts, I would at least check out David Kessler and some of the things that he says in like his online videos and podcasts and all the media that he's done, because I think it's helpful to understand what a good facilitator is like and the kinds of things they'll do, the kinds of exercises they have, so that you can get a sense of like, okay, I'm kind of looking for this when I go to a support group. This is sort of the general things that I'm hoping to get. But also know, so, I'm coming up on just a few more minutes of my presentation. But I do kind of want to share, all this is sort of ground, guidelines and general ideas or themes, not obviously like a straight shot, hard, this is the way. And please know that if you're not ready to get grief support, or if you're getting grief support, but you're not enjoying it, like at any point you can always change, you can always stop. You can always give yourself permission to do what you need to do, right? So what I mean by that is like, if you're not ready to go through and go and talk to anybody about your grief, that's okay. It doesn't matter how long it's been. If it's been a year, if it's been 5 years and you're still not ready, that's okay. Like, I don't want you to put a lot of pressure on yourself. I mean, so much of what we do is put pressure on ourselves. So much of what we do is judge ourselves and talk about what we should do and talk about what we have to do and all these different things. And like with grief, I really want you to give yourself a break. I just spoke with a client last night who is so busy judging herself and telling herself all these things on top of the grief that she experienced. And I was like, can we just try to take this moment to be kind to yourself, to offer as much self-compassion as you can. And actually, if you go to selfcompassion.org, Dr. Kristen Neff has some amazing resources. I think it's self-compassion, if I'm not mistaken, .org. There's so many different resources, articles to read, podcasts and meditations. She's all these free resources. So if you're struggling with being kind to yourself while you're also grieving, check out her website. She's a phenomenal, phenomenal resource. I send a lot of people to her because a lot of us are even harsher to ourselves when we're grieving. So give yourself permission to be exactly where you are, and to know that if you're not ready to talk, that's okay. You know, you don't have to. Even myself, I went through a grief recently, and I tried to see my therapist, and I was like, this is not going to work for me right now. I'm not ready to talk about this. It's just, I don't want to. I felt so much resistance and unwillingness, and that was okay. You know, we just decided that we're not gonna meet again for a while. And so I really want you to recognize when you're ready, you know, or when you really need it, versus like trying to force yourself to do something that doesn't feel right, that creates a lot of resistance, creates a lot of pain. You know, if you're doing okay right now and you don't need anybody, great. You know, don't see anybody. If, like I said earlier, like if you've been seeing somebody for a long time and you really like that person, but you know, you take the grief assessment and it tells you should be seeing a coach instead of whoever you're seeing, don't listen to it, right? See the person you're seeing. Like the relationship is most important, and the fact that you're getting what you need from the person that you're working with is most important. So, you know, try to be kind to yourself. Try to understand that you don't have to do the thing that everybody's telling you to do. You don't have to go into therapy right now. You don't have to see the counselor right now. You know, give yourself the time and space and the permission to do what it is that you need to do. But also do what you need to do, right? Like make sure you're getting done what you need to get done. Make sure that you are taking care of yourself as much as you can. You know, I know it can be incredibly hard to like, you know, cook, let alone actually eat the meal, right? I know it can be really hard to take care of yourself if you're taking care of a lot of other people or young children. So I want to really encourage you, like, do what you need to do for yourself, right? Don't let your life be all consumed by other people. Don't let your life be consumed by work, right? Give your grief time, give it space, give it opportunities to be expressed. You know, I actually had a client tell me yesterday, like, grief walked into the room, you know, right as we started the call, and there she was, and we need to talk about it, you know. And so having that time, having that space kind of built into your schedule can be really helpful. But if you're not ready for that, try to schedule it in by yourself, right? Whether it's late at night, you know, sometimes I'm like, I'm going to go take a shower, and that's when I grieve, right? Whatever it is for you, whether it's a walk, whether it's a bath, you know, whether it's going to acupuncture, doing anything you can for yourself, you know, make sure you're not just always on your phone scrolling, you know, or you know, listening to music and avoiding your grief. Like really give it some attention. But try as best as you can to also be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself, understand that your grief will change, your grief will evolve. You won't always feel the way you do in this moment, right? And you will change and evolve. Like grief will change you 100%. Like it will change you, you know, so be kind to yourself and just know that you are ever evolving and ever growing. Like I said, if you want to take the grief assessment, go to my website. Thank you again, Tony, for putting it in the chat. But Harbor Light Coaching, again, I created this assessment through my own experiences, recognizing how challenging it was for me to find the kind of support, and recognizing that I really suffered. You know, I suffered going into that therapist office week after week, and just feeling worse when I left more often than not. So I really want to help you understand what these differences are, understand, you know, what kinds of support is available to you, and to explore lots of things. You know, if talk therapy is not a good idea, try art therapy, try journaling. Megan Devine just released a new book, How to Carry What Can't Be Fixed. And it's actually like this wonderful journal, like, or even more than journal. It's kind of this exercise book with all these different ideas, journaling prompts, tools for you, practices you can use on a regular basis, things that you can do for yourself. So you can definitely check out, Megan Devine and how to carry what can't be fixed. So there's all kinds of resources out there. There's all kinds of tools out there. So make sure that you're doing what you can for yourself, get the support that you need. And I haven't had a chance to actually mention this, and let me talk about this for a minute. Make sure if you have people in your life who don't know how to support you, start to train them, start to tell them. I think so many conversations I have with people is about like, well, my so-and-so said this and it felt so insulting and I just don't want to talk to them anymore. And it's like, I've had that same experience where I've cut off relationships because I had people tell me, they knew how I felt when my sister died because, and it's just like, that's not a good comparison. Like, that's not a good way to try to create rapport with somebody. And I know that she meant well. I've had other people tell me other things. I know they meant well, but it didn't help. Right. It wasn't what I wanted to hear. It wasn't what I needed to hear. And it felt like it was kind of creating distance between us, or creating, like, what happened was they felt like they weren't safe. And so one of the things you can think about with the people in your life is you've trained them to interact with you a certain way. You've trained them to expect certain things from you, whether that's you giving so much of yourself to other people, whether that's you not asking or having boundaries, not asking for what you need, whether that's you having very rigid boundaries and that's just the way it is, right? Whatever it is, you've trained them to expect certain things from you and to treat you a certain way. And when you're grieving, you may be very different than you were before you went through your loss. And therefore, what your needs are different. Therefore, how you want to be treated or how you're going to treat others may be very different. So consider, if you're struggling to get the kind of support just in your regular life with the people around you that love you and care about you and want to support you, consider that you have the right to say, you know what, we had this conversation last week and you said something and it really landed wrong for me. Or, I can't hear this phrase anymore. Like, if you tell me to be strong, I'm just going to lose it, right? I don't want to be strong. I don't feel strong, whatever it is. But like, be vocal, right? Actually, David talks about these moments as teachable moments, right? So you're not trying to attack. You're not trying to show them how awful they were, how wrong they were. No, you want them to understand how to support you better, right? And so I think it can be, as much as you can, it can be a kind conversation where you can help educate the person on how to best support you. I talk about this a lot with clients, and how a lot of us feel like we can't say anything, or it's just not worth it to say anything. And I really try to push people towards like, no, like, this is a key thing for you to learn, right? You want to learn how to better communicate with people in your life, and you want to learn how to tell them what you need, right? So whether it's in grief or in life in general, you want to be able to communicate your needs well. So try as best you can, have these conversations, as uncomfortable as they are. Try not to make the other person defensive. Let them get defensive if they're going to. They may not be able to hear the feedback, but as much as you can, focus it on, like, here's what I need. Here's what I need to feel safe. Here's what I need to feel comfortable. Here's what I need from you. And if you don't know, or if that changes, say that. It's like, I'm going through a lot right now, and I thought that I wanted this, but I don't, or I thought that this was going to help, but I realize it's not, or I have no idea what's going to help me right now. I have no idea, but is it okay if, when I figure it out, I tell you, or is it okay if when you say something that hurts my feelings, I tell you, kind of creating that relationship and creating that permission within the relationship to be honest, to be vocal, to share what's going on for you, I think is really important. And in a lot of ways, it can help strengthen your relationship with people. My husband, I adore my husband. I absolutely adore him. He is the worst at supporting me when I'm grieving. Like, he has a different mentality about grief. He has different opinions about what we should do as people when we lose people. And we just don't see eye to eye. I love him madly. And I tell him a lot, like, I don't agree with you. I don't think this is the way to handle it. I don't think that I should be expected this, expected this thing when I'm grieving. I'm not going to do that. Right. And so we've had a lot of conversations, and he's had a lot of time to try to shift, and understand my perspective. And I have also tried to shift and understand his perspective, but ultimately we're different people. We handle things differently. And I have to recognize that just because he's my husband doesn't mean that he's going to know exactly what I need. And it doesn't mean he's going to be able to give me what I need, So now that I've communicated, we've had plenty of teachable moments, and I'm realizing that as much as he tries, as much as he wants to, he's just not going to be able to give me everything that I need or exactly what I need when it comes to my loss. So I get to look elsewhere. Right? I get to find somebody else. I get to have other people in my life. I get to talk to other friends. I get to talk to other professionals. I get to seek the support that I need elsewhere. So it's not that just because I've talked to him and I've asked him that he can do it. Right? So I really want to say that as well. Like, don't expect just because you've had a conversation with somebody that they're going to understand, oh, this is exactly what I should be doing. Let me do it. Right? You've got to understand the people in your life are people too. They have their own opinions. They have their own experiences. They have their own flaws, right? And so they're not always going to be able to meet your needs. But the more that you can communicate, the better that you can communicate, and the clearer you are in your communication, I think the more that you will find that there are people in your life who are desperately wanting to help you and want to be there and just don't know how. I also have a lot of conversations with people who say, my so-and-so just lost someone. What do I do? Like, I'm so afraid to upset her. I don't know how to address him. I don't know how to, should I bring it up? Should I not bring it up? It's a work situation. What do I, mean, like all these different scenarios where people don't know how to deal with loss. We're just a very, unfortunately, we're kind of ignorant when it comes to loss, which is why I'm so happy to be able to participate in something like the Global Grief Conference, where we can actually like talk about it and get better educated on what loss and grief looks like. So all of that said, I really want to thank you all for being here today. And also thank you again to Tony, to Kathy, to Dee, to Ada, to everybody who's been working so hard on the grief conference. Like, it's just amazing to see all of this coming together. So many wonderful professionals, so many different perspectives and topics. It's been an amazing adventure. So really thank you all for being here. And I think if there are any questions, I'm going to rely on Tony just to pop them in the chat. But I think if there's no other questions, then I will see everyone later. I'm going to wait just one more minute to make sure if there are any questions. Oh, and do once again go to harborlightcoaching.com. Check out my website. Go to the grief assessment. It's in the top right on the menu, and you can take the grief assessment there. All right, all. Thank you so much. Take good care.
Can we test my mic? Am I live? Oh, I am live. Good morning, sunshines. I hope you can listen to me. I am actually good afternoon for those of you who are like me in the Eastern Standard Time zone. I am very happy to be here. My name is Dr. Betsy Guerra, and I am a licensed psychotherapist here in Florida. I'm a coach. I have a coaching academy where I teach people how to combine psychology with spirituality, because I believe it is important to always transcend our human abilities. And I think that's how we do it. It's by receiving support of people who combine the two. So it's no surprise that what I'm going to talk to you about today is faith. But it's not just faith as you think of faith when you hear the word. It's faith, an acronym that is going to show you how to rise above grief or any adversity for that matter. Any adversity. So if you are human, you've experienced pain. And if you're here, you've most likely also experienced the loss of a loved one. And I am going to show you how to rise above that pain, because we don't get to waste pain. Pain is the path to healing. It's not meant to be the destination. And that's what I'm here for. In addition to having a doctorate in psychology and 20 years of clinical practice, I am a happy, beloved wife, married to the sexiest man on earth, so you guys can have the second sexiest. And I have 4 children, one who lives in heaven. And that's why I'm here. Because when it comes to grief, I think the years of learning in school and the degrees and the licenses don't matter. What really matters is the experience of grief, the experience of loss. That's when you know you can help and support other people, because you've walked the talk. So I am here because I know pain. I lost my daughter unexpectedly in a drowning accident in my pool when I was right next to her in the water. I still don't know how it happened and how it came to be. I still don't get it. And at this point, it doesn't matter how it happened, because that question does not have an answer that I can receive right now. And I decided that I was going to ask questions that had an answer I could receive and I was ready to receive, so that I could continue to rise and love and honor my daughter through gratitude, through service, through the love of others, as opposed to suffering. And that's my invitation today. Today, if you are the kind of person who loves really hard, and the reason you're in pain is because you loved your person so much, and you want to honor that person, you want to keep his or her legacy alive and his memory alive, if you are the kind of person who wants to do that, but chooses to do it through love, service, and gratitude, as opposed to through suffering, because just so you know, the more you love doesn't mean that you have to suffer more, because love is not measured through suffering and tears. So if you are the person who has experienced pain, who is experiencing pain, but you have the hope and the belief that you want to honor your person in a way that's difficult, because people think, no, I'm suffering. Because if you're ready to level up, to rise up, and to show up for your person, I'm your girl. I'm your girl, and I'm going to teach you exactly how to do that today. In the next hour, I am going to teach you the 5 stages of healing. You've heard about the stages of grief. You've experienced them yourself. Well, I'm going to teach you about how to rise above that and how to overcome that. You do not have to stay stuck in the grief. Grief is not you. Grief does not define you. Grief is not your identity. Grief is the process of healing. So that's going to lead us to the first stage of healing. It's the faith acronym, so that you can follow me and remember it easily. The F in faith stands for feeling and fertilizing. What does that mean? Pain is a fertilizer. What are fertilizers made of? Poop. Fertilizers are made of poop. And pain feels like poop. And it stinks like it. And you wanna move away from it when you're experiencing or smelling it. But pain, like the fertilizers, strengthen you. They help you grow. It nourishes you. Pain is the process through which we rise, are nourished, we give fruit, we become stronger. So when you allow yourself to feel the fertilizing pain of grief, what you're doing is you're allowing yourself to heal. Feeling is healing. In psychology, you always hear like, oh my gosh, you have to heal, you get to heal, you get to heal, heal, heal. What is that? What does heal mean? Feeling is healing. Healing is feeling. So if you're allowing yourself to sit with your pain, as opposed to, oh my gosh, I'm going to keep busy because this doesn't feel good. And I can't be in the house because when I'm in the house alone, then I feel super sad and I just want to cry and I don't want to cry. So then I'm going to go out with my friends and I'm just going to stay in bed and sleep all day because if not, then I'm going to feel. And we're so scared of feeling. But what if we knew that feeling is healing and that feeling is the fertilizer that's going to strengthen us and allow us to grow and become more resilient and rise above this? What if we allowed ourselves to feel? So the first step is allow yourself to feel. I always distinguish between pain and suffering. Pain is hope. Grief is hope. They are the path to healing and joy. Therefore, if you understand that when you're feeling the pain, you're like, I'm on my way to healing and joy. It's hope. Grief is the hope. Grief is the process through which we overcome that. Grief is that gap between finding out something that feels unbearable and excruciating, like losing your daughter or your spouse or whomever you've lost. It's the gap between that experience and healing and finding joy again and continuing to love that person through love, gratitude, service, and continuing to remember them, but with a smile as opposed to a frown or tears. Grief is the middle part. And oftentimes we either identify with the grief as our own, as our own personality and existence. We become grievers as if that was the destination. And other times we avoid it. We escape it. We run away from it because it doesn't feel good. And those are the two routes to suffering. Pain is hope. Suffering is pain without hope. Suffering is when pain became the destination as opposed to the path to healing and joy. So pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. Suffering is when you decide that that's going to be your end all be all. And you don't have to suffer. There are two routes to suffering. The first one is when you avoid pain. And the way I like to explain that is with an analogy. When you are, let's say someone throws a seed at your life. They throw a seed, and an experience happens. The seed is the emotion that comes that penetrates you. So let's say there was an accident, there was a tragedy, there was a loss in your family, and that experience of loss makes you feel pain and grief. That's the seed. The seed was the pain and the grief that was thrown at your life. If you grab that pain from the floor and you sit with it and you look at it and you study it and you feel it and you just engage with it, you embrace it even, that's healing. That's feeling and healing. When you choose to, every time you're triggered, every time you feel like crying, every time you're angry because you have these thoughts, every time any emotion comes in, instead of avoiding it, ignoring it or dwelling on it, you sit with it. You allow yourself to experience it. That's feeling. What happens when you choose to avoid it, ignore it, out of sight, out of mind, and you just don't want to feel it? And that's what we as human beings are trained to do. And that's what our family members tell us. You have to be strong, just do this and keep busy or do that so that you don't have to think about it. That's escaping pain. So what happens is that now this seed that you could have just held in your hand or held space for and feel, to be able to heal and get out, and remove from your life. Now this seed is on the ground. You're not looking at it. It's still there. Time passes by. Time heals all wounds. BS. Time does not heal all wounds. Time gives you makes you more of who you already are. Time is the space, the container that allows you to transform within or to stay the same, to get stuck in it. So that seed is now in your ground with the time and the elements, the wind and the rain, the water, all the things that happen in our lives. Now that seed is digging deeper into the ground. We don't even know where it's at because it may have moved with the wind. It's still in our terrain, in our lives, but it's now digging deeper into the ground. And you can't find it as easily. And what happens is that with time, that seed starts giving you weeds in the form of anxiety, depression. And you're like, what's wrong with me? Right? Like at that point, you're no longer thinking about the cause of that grief. But at that point, you see all these symptoms, panic attacks, anxiety, depression. I'm not happy. I don't know why I'm not happy if I have everything in life. Right? Like all these emotions, you're like, there's something wrong with me. I must be defective. You're not defective. You were created to God's image and likeness. You're perfect. You're perfectly imperfect. And what happens is at that point is that seed that you did not take care of became deeper. And as a result, in addition to the grief, now it's bringing all these other symptoms to your lives, all these ailments. You get health problems, illnesses. All these things can come from a compounded grief, a grief that wasn't attended to, that it was ignored. So the first route to suffering is avoiding, ignoring grief or the pain, not feeling, not sitting with your pain so that you can heal it. The second path to suffering is dwelling on it. So there's the people who ignore it and are like, no, I don't want to deal with it. I'm going to turn away, take all the pictures down or turn them away and from me so that I don't have to see it. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to. The people who ignore it. And then there's the people who allow themselves to sit with the pain. But then if pain is like a fertilizer and it's made of poop, it stinks, it doesn't feel good, but it's warm. And some of us get stuck in the pain. Some of us get stuck in that fertilizer. And because it's what came up naturally and it was healthy to experience it at the beginning, we dwell in it. We think that's it. I am never going to be happy again. There were many times I heard myself saying that. I can never smile again. I'm never going to be happy again. I can't live without her. And we dwell on the pain. We make pain the destination as opposed to the path to healing and joy. And when you get comfortable, you suffer because there's no hope in that. It's no longer the healing pain. Feeling is no longer healing. Feeling became a habit. Feeling became the destination. Feeling became your personality, your identity. You chose, even if unconsciously, but it was a choice, to be a griever, to be stuck. And you have a choice now to move away from that. And the way you do that is by allowing yourself to feel it if you've escaped it. And if you have dwelled on it, by allowing yourself to make small changes, just daily little efforts to rise up and honor your loved one through love, service, and gratitude, as opposed to suffering. The second path, the second step in our path to healing and joy is acceptance. The A in faith stands for acceptance. And the Kubler-Ross stages of grief says that acceptance is the last. Now there's another last one, but back in the day when I was studying, that was the last one. And I believe it's the first, right after feeling the pain. Feeling the pain is always the beginning of our healing journey. Feeling is healing. So acceptance is when we remove the resistance that often creates more pain than the original painful experience itself. I'm going to repeat that. Acceptance is when we remove the resistance that often creates more pain than the original pain itself. Resistance is unacceptance. Resistance is when we had this idea of how things were supposed to be in our ideal life that never is. And we just we filter and interpret everything in the light of that paradigm, of that belief of what it was supposed to be. So in my experience, I was supposed to be buried by my daughter. She was supposed to bury me. She was too young to die. I can't live without her. God, I was raising her for you. Like, why are you allowing this? In my mind, in my idea of what life is supposed to look like, children don't die. My daughter doesn't die. She buries me, not the other way around. I had all those beliefs. And because I had those beliefs, I was like, it can be, it can be. How is it possible? It just can't be. It wasn't supposed to be this way. It can't be. It cannot be. And this unacceptance transcends denial, because I should say that denial is healthy. It's called a defense mechanism because it defends us, it protects us. So denial, when a tragedy first happens, is important because that's what the brain or the psyche does to protect us from something so excruciating and unbearable that if we were to accept it immediately as true, our minds would stop working. We would go crazy, literally got crazy. In fact, that's how people lose their minds. That's how we become crazy. It's when we cannot deal with something that happened, and we don't know how to deny it, right? So we have to just lose contact with reality. And that's literally what happens when we become crazy, when we become psychotic, when we lose contact with reality. So denial is important, and it's valid, and it's valuable, and it's okay for you to have those questions, and for you to fight God and fight against reality. It's okay. It's healthy. It's okay. It matters. It's important. It's, you know, our psyche was done intentionally. It's not okay when you continue to choose to live in denial, in unacceptance, fighting reality. So how long is that good for? You get to discern, and there's a lot of people in this conference that can support you and coach you through that journey. But denial is okay at the beginning. But when you choose to stay in that denial, to continue fighting reality because it wasn't supposed to be this way, you are creating resistance that is going to be more painful than the actual loss. Because the more you fight against it, the more you resist it, the more you're using your limited adaptation energy to fight against reality. And last time I checked, every time we fight against reality, we lose. So through acceptance, what we're doing is we're reclaiming our power to heal, because we're no longer using our limited adaptation energy to fight against what happened. Instead, we're choosing to accept, to welcome what is as is. Acceptance is welcoming what is as is. Acceptance doesn't mean you have to like it. I don't like that I lost my daughter. I would do anything to get her back in a heartbeat. But I accept that it happened. And then I take it a step further in the I and faith. Once you've accepted, and for those of you who are asking yourself, like, how do I accept this? How do I do this? Acceptance is a proactive pursuance of empowerment by you reclaiming your power of removing that resistance. And part of it is feeling feeling helps you experience acceptance, because when you feel something, when you express it, not just in terms of emotions, but even verbally, that's why therapy, coaching can be so healing. When you express outwardly an emotion and an experience, it becomes real, right? Like it's like, oh my gosh, this is really happening. Like, oh my gosh, now I'm going to be held accountable for this because I told other people, right? Like when you externalize it, it becomes real. So part of what we do to gain that acceptance is feel. Whenever you have those triggers, whenever you have those moments, you sit with them like that seed and you feel them, and feeling it helps your mind realize, because our thinking creates our feelings and our feelings create our thinking, right? Like it's a self-perpetuated cycle. When we allow ourselves to feel it, we're like, oh, this is really happening. And that's where acceptance starts to like come in or peek in. And I like to proactively pursue the things that I desire. So I literally say, God, I accept this moment exactly the way that it is. I fully accept this moment exactly the way that it is. So I do that when I'm stuck in traffic in Miami and I'm late to go somewhere. I fully accept this moment exactly the way that it is. And I do that when my daughter died. And I cannot believe I'm going to have to live without her for the rest of my life. I fully accept this moment exactly the way that it is. I don't like it. I wouldn't have chosen it. I wish it was different. And I accept it. Acceptance is removing that resistance that prevents you from using your limited energy to heal and to honor your loved one through love, gratitude, and service, as opposed to suffering. Suffering is self-centered, all-consuming. It like just sucks us in, and we get to accept that this is happening so that we can remove all that pressure that's called resistance. We can break it down. We can dissolve it, and that frees us. Acceptance frees us. The I in faith is one of my favorite, and it's interpretation. Life is neutral. Shakespeare said, nothing is either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Life is neutral. So whenever something happens, we have a way of interpreting that, and we have a collective way of interpreting that. Society tells us that death is bad. But a few years ago, I lost my 2 grandfathers. When the first one passed away, it was unexpected. It was, he was healthy and very active, and it was heartbreaking. And I was like, oh, like this can't be. And we were all heartbroken. A couple months later, my grandfather, the other grandfather who was suffering a lot, who was going to begin to be bedridden when he came back from the hospital, who was, had emphysema, so he could barely breathe. He was suffering a lot. When he passed, my reaction was like, thank you, Jesus. Same thing. The death of my grandfather. And if I had to say, I was closer to the one that I felt grateful for losing. What changed wasn't the experience, the situation, the event. What changed was my interpretation. It was the same event, the death of a grandfather. What changed was the first one was healthy, happy, go lucky. We didn't expect it. Oh my gosh, it wasn't supposed to be this way. And the second one, I was grateful that he wasn't going to suffer anymore. I wanted what was best for him. So in life, we get to change the one and only thing we have power over: us. The way we filter something, the way we look at something, the way we interpret reality. We get to do that. You could be, that's called reframing in psychology. When you change the perspective with which you're looking at something, that's called reframing. And I reframe traffic all the time. So instead of thinking like, oh my gosh, traffic sucks, I think like, traffic. I get to be still, and I can call my mom, and I can listen to my podcast, and I can log into the Global Grief Network global conference, and I can do all these things. And when I'm in the car stuck in traffic, like, oh, it's the me time. I love traffic. God bless traffic. You can reframe traffic. But how do you reframe losing your daughter? Reframe that. How is that positive? How can you find the positive side to that? Where's the blessing in that? When I first lost Fofi, F-O-F-I is what we called her. Her name is Veronica. When I first lost Fofi, I interpreted that as I am the grieving mom who lost a daughter, who couldn't keep her alive. My only job was to keep my daughter alive, and I couldn't do that. And I felt like I had a scarlet letter in my forehead that read, that's the mom, that's the one who lost her daughter. And I moped around town like as such. And at some point, I went to a support group, and it was a support group for, they asked me to speak at this support group. And I went to visit. It was a support group for bereaved parents. And I was speaking, and as I was speaking about hope, because even though it was very recent for me, I always had hope. I always knew pain wasn't my destination. And there was like some pushback because they had defined themselves by their grief. And it came to the, at the end of my talk, we went around and everybody shared a little bit about them. And what they shared about themselves was how they lost their child, which was very much in congruency with their identity, right? Like they saw themselves as bereaved parents. That's their title, that's their label. And so we went around and everybody's like, no, I lost my daughter when she was 20 years old. She choked on a piece of meat in a restaurant. Excruciating stories. I lost my son to suicide when he was 18, and I haven't been able to go to his room for the last 6 years since it happened. And I lost my daughter and my son, and they were sharing all the losses, and my heart broke for them. And at the same time, I was like, oh my gosh, it's only been a year for me. It's been 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 years for these people. Does that mean that I still have all of that left? Because I don't think I can do this for that much longer. And the last person said, well, we have to understand that we're part of a club we never chose to be a part of. And when I heard that, the spirit within me, the highest version of myself, I believe in God, so the Holy Spirit within me, the part of me that knows God's truth, that knows something bigger, greater than what we experience as humans, was like, heck no. I am not going to be part of a club I don't want to be a part of. Clubs are places, memberships that you pay for because you want to belong to it. You want that experience. I am not going to be part of that club. I'm going to make my own club. And I did. I created my Hurt to Hope, which is also now a book in addition to an online program and support group and all the things. I am going to be the kind of person who defines herself not by what brings her down, her grief, the loss of her beloved daughter, but what helps her rise above it. I am going to be the person who's defined by how she rises above it as opposed to by what happens that brings her down. And you get to do the same. What club are you going to choose? Because you choose this. You didn't choose for your person to die. You didn't choose for your marriage to end, but you choose what club you're going to be part of. And you can choose to be part of the club that defines him or herself by how you rise above this grief. You get to choose. And when I heard that, I could no longer be the moping around town kind of person who was the one who lost her daughter and couldn't keep her alive, and she's the grieving mom. I could no longer fit that mold. So I decided to reframe it. And I became, from being the moping mom, grieving mom, to becoming the chosen mother of an angel. I am VIP in heaven because my daughter is there and she hooks me up with Jesus and she goes to him. He's like, Jesus, my mom really wants a little help with this. Do you think you can give her a hand? And Jesus looks at her and she's so cute. My daughter is adorable. She's gorgeous. And he looks at her and she's like, you're so cute. Of course, I'm going to give you whatever you want. So I have hookups in heaven. I'm VIP. I am the chosen mother of an angel. Like seriously? Like, how special must I be to be chosen for that? And when I think of that, people think of me today, like when people meet me for the first time and somebody tells them my story, the first reaction is like, poor thing. And my first thought is, poor you. Poor you. You didn't have the opportunity to rise above this, to become stronger, more resilient. You didn't have the ability to grow closer to God and have a deep relationship that shows you why they talk about this peace and joy that surpasses all understanding. I know that peace. I know that joy. Poor you. My joy, my healing does not depend on external circumstances because I lost my daughter. When you reinterpret, when you change the way you look at this loss, when you choose to honor through love, service, gratitude, as opposed to suffering, when you go join your club, the club that you want to make your own, you're free. You're healing. You find joy. Sky's the limit. Everything is possible. And I love and respect all of your faith. So please know that when I speak about God, it's you can substitute by universe or whatever resonates with you. I want to be very respectful of your beliefs. For me, it's God, and I'm unapologetic about talking about him. So just know that when I do speak about him, I'm not imposing, and I hope you're able to just substitute by what makes sense for you. But when I think about how deep my relationship is with God and how much love I have inside of me and how much joy, I hope you're feeling it right now because I can't contain it. I hope you're feeling it, and I hope you're thinking like, oh my gosh, that must be for real because she's exuding it. I want what she has. I hope you're feeling that. If you are, then I succeeded today. But it's yours already. All of that is yours. You just have to accept that this happened. You just have to allow yourself to feel it. You just have to reinterpret it in a way that serves you and feels pleasant, feels hopeful. My book and my program's called Hurt to Hope and not Hurt to Happy. And I was intentional about that because when you're hurting, it's hard to imagine happy. It's hard. But if we start with hope, if I can give you hope today, then it's just a little step to happy. It's hurt to hope to happy. And it awaits for you. It's yours already. Just follow these 5 steps, and I assure you, you'll be able to arrive and join me at my club. So reframing and reinterpreting your loss, your pain, what happened as it happened, you may need a little help, and that's okay. And that's why there's so many of us here willing to support you. But just know that you were created for greatness. You were created for love. You were created to rise. For those of you who share my Christian beliefs, the story doesn't end in Good Friday. Good Friday is the path. The story ends in rising and Easter Sunday. If you are in pain, you haven't gotten there yet. You haven't arrived at Resurrection Day. But you too get to resurrect. And whether you share my faith or not, you can rise. Choose it today. Choose it today. That T in faith stands for team. And you've heard it before. the people we surround ourselves by, we become more like. When you're going through a grieving process, you may need all sorts of support. If you lost your spouse, you may need attorneys, you may need financial advisors, you may need coaches, therapists, help with the children, nannies. We are, as human beings, we live in community. And if you need support, you get to choose intentionally who's going to support you. Because in such a vulnerable state, you're going to be very sensitive to the people you're surrounded by. Be very sensitive in terms of how you feel about them, how what they say bothers or causes pleasant feelings in you. You're going to be affected by what they say, their opinions. You're going to believe what coaches and therapists and attorneys and financial advisors are telling you, right? Like you're in a very vulnerable state. So aligning yourself with the professionals or the support system that you're choosing is important. If you're going through a divorce, and which is grief too, if you're going through a divorce and the most important thing for you is that your family remains healthy spiritually, mentally, physically, and that you can protect them, and that there's family unity despite the rupture of the marriage, are you going to hire an attorney that's going to leave your spouse in the street and screw him or her over? It doesn't align. It doesn't make sense to do that. Well, if you want to rise, don't go to a support group that's going to define you and fit you into the mold of I'm a griever. And that's it. That's who I am. Becomes your identity. Instead, go to someone that's going to bring you hope. If you want someone to help you with the kids, but your mother-in-law or your mom, who's the person that usually helps, triggers you often and doesn't listen to what you ask in terms of the disciplines and the routines of the kids, try someone else. Align the people, put the right people in the right place. If you want to share your feelings with someone, and your mom is not good at sharing emotional deep things, instead she's like, woman up, man up, be strong, you got to be strong for your children, don't cry, then don't choose that person to be your emotional support. Right? Like oftentimes we want all people to do all things and to be all the roles for us. But we get to be intentional about choosing the right person in the right seat now. When we first grieve, when we first start I'm not gonna say grief. When we start a healing journey that we call grief, we don't feel like finding the right people. We don't feel like doing the research. We don't feel like making all the calls. We don't feel like studying and doing interviews. Find someone in your community, in your support network that you trust, that's in alignment with your values, and ask for help. Ask that person to find the therapist for you, the coach for you. Ask that person to make the calls, to take care of your kids, to take them places. Ask for help. And let that person do all that work. Delegate. Because when you're grieving, it's like when I sometimes think of grief as being in the ICU. When you're in the ICU, you're being taken care of. No visitors are allowed, or it's very limited. You're in constant observation. You're being taken care of very, to the detail. And you're weak and vulnerable and ill, and you're just there. You're there healing, you're there feeling, you're there being attended to. And then they move you to a room because you're better now. Now you can move around in the hallway, and you can get up, and you can go to the bathroom, and you can ask for help, and you can have all the visitors all day. You can do all more things. And then you get home, And now you can do even more things, but you're still in recovery. You still have like 4 to 6 weeks to recover fully. So you're in the house and everybody thinks like, oh, she's home, she's good. Well, but she still can't carry heavy things and she's still, recovering. And people may not know, may think everything's good, but there's still something happening. There's still something healing. And then as time goes by, you become stronger, and maybe you go to physical therapy and you become stronger and stronger and stronger. And before you know it, you are better than you started. You've risen. Because we're always, whatever hardship we go through is always, 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 always has the potential of making us stronger. Because pain is a fertilizer. It strengthens you. It fertilizes you. It nourishes you. It helps you give fruit. It elevates you. So if grief is like being in, like having a surgery and being in ICU and going to the room and other things, at the beginning, you don't feel like calling anybody. You're in ICU. You don't have the capacity to do so. You can't even think. You can barely take care of yourself, and you have to take care of other people. So when you are there, you ask for support. Who are your nurses? Who are your doctors? Who are the people getting your back? Find the right people and then follow their lead. Find people you can trust. Find people who can lead you in the right path. Find people who are a step ahead of you. Find people who inspire you. Find people who you want to be like. And that's how you receive the hope and the love. You borrow from those people the hope, the confidence that everything's going to be okay, the strength, the resilience, the wisdom, the health. You borrow from those people what you don't have yet, so that you have someone to model after, to emulate, so that so that you feel the hope, that you know what it's supposed to look like, because you're seeing it in someone else. There's an embodiment of that hope that you're looking for. And that's why it's so important to surround yourself by the right people. Does this mean that sometimes we're going to create some limits, boundaries, and distance, healthy, loving distance with even family members? Maybe. But notice, I'm not talking about emotional cutoffs, like I don't want to deal with you. I'm talking about keeping the people who you feel are toxic for you at the moment at an arm's length, if you already shared with them what your expectations are and how you want them to support you, and they failed anyway, right? Like if they're toxic because they just don't know how to, and they can't, it's not in them to support you the way you need them to, then you can just create some space and love on them. We're called to love everybody. So love on them. No need to judge, no need to insult, no need to criticize, just love on them with a little distance for now, until you have the space to rebuild your adaptation energy so that you may cope with those kinds of people. I'm not saying to cut them off your life. Don't say that Betsy said this, please. I'm saying speak to them. Tell them how you want them to support you. For example, classic example. I have a lot of clients and I call them hopers because they're in the Hurt to Hope program. I have a lot of hopers who have struggled with the spouse not understanding how she grieves, and the mom telling her or him that they need to be strong, and other people telling them don't cry when they need to cry so that they can heal, right? And they've educated them and they've told them, listen, feeling is healing. So when you see me down in the dumps, just know that what's happening is good for me. Now, if I stay there too long, get me out of bed, get me out of the dumps, get me out of the pit, right? Like teach them. How do you want them to support you? If how you want them to support you is by helping with the kids, but don't talk to me because that person is not good about emotional support, then okay, then teach them that too. But educate them first, and then if you feel that doesn't, or have your ambassadors, if you will, have your ambassadors support you. And if it's not working out, then at that point you can decide to create some distance, healthy, loving distance. Team, the people you surround yourself, you become more like. If you choose the right people, or if you have your ambassador choose the right people for you, you just have to follow. You can focus your energy on healing and feeling and processing and accepting and interpreting and reinterpreting, and then you can be guided by them. And many of you may not understand this, but investing in coaching or therapy will transform your life if you choose the right person. Actually, it has the possibility of transforming it adversely if you're not choosing the right person. So make sure that who you choose is in alignment with what you desire. If you want to remain stuck in this idea of I'm going to be a griever forever because how dare I move on? And by the way, it's not moving on, it's moving forward. And moving forward does not mean leaving behind. I moved forward with my daughter. I continue to love my daughter. I continue to speak to her, to have her present in my life. We talk to her every night as a family. We remember her. Every time someone asks me, how many children do you have? I say 4. I continue to be the mom of my daughter. I continue to love her deeply. And I've moved forward, and I have found joy, and I have found peace. And I'm able now to not waste my pain because I get to give it back to you. And that's how I honor my daughter. That's what resolved and overcome grief looks like. It looks like service. It looks like deep gratitude. It looks like love that you share, not the self-centered, all-consuming grief that we engage in when we choose suffering, when we choose to remain stuck in it. So the T is for team. Choose the right people. And the H is habits. It is well documented that having healthy habits, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, will support and elevate your life. When you're grieving, you have limited adaptation energy, which is what we use to cope with daily circumstances. It's our ability to think, to make decisions with wisdom and discernment. It's limited because now this pain is like sucking all of it up to like try to heal it. When you're going through like chemo treatment, for example, like your body is not operating at 100% anymore because it's working on fighting the cancer, and then the chemo it's toxins in your body, right? So then your body is not functioning at 100%. We're vulnerable when we're grieving. We're not operating at our 100%. So when we engage in habits, which you don't have to think about, they're automated, that's why they're habits. When you engage in habits and routines and repetitions that support your body, that support your spirit, that enhance your mind, your emotions, that bring pleasant, feel-good hormones to you to elevate your mood, then you can focus on healing. Because everything else, the people, the habits are supporting you on the day-to-day. They're carrying you through. So having healthy habits, such as eating healthy. When you eat unhealthy, you feel bloated, you're sleepy, you're low in energy. You know, like you have all these feelings in your body that contribute to not feeling well, which then is confused with like, oh, wait a minute, because emotions have frequency and they attract like frequency emotions. So if you're experiencing a high frequency emotion, if you're vibrating at a joy level, and at a gratitude level, at an enlightenment level, then you're going to find you're going to find opportunities to experience like emotions, or you're going to interpret anything you're feeling as something that's in alignment. For example, yesterday I had a lot of things going on all day, and I was full of joy. I had a speaking engagement in the morning, and I was happy to be there, and I had a lot of things going on, like back-to-back things going on during the day, including personal things. And days before, I had been overwhelmed about how I was going to make ends meet. And yesterday I was vibrating at such a high frequency and so excited that I was like, oh my gosh, I'm on top of the world. So then everything that happened that made me nervous, I interpreted as excitement, because excitement is in alignment with excitement, that the joy that I was feeling. And so now I'm not nervous, I'm excited, right? When you're tired and you're depressed, it's really easy to be like, oh my gosh, like I'm tired. Oh, that's because life sucks and I feel bad. And like one calls on the other. So engaging in habits that are going to elevate your mood will ultimately cause everything else around you to elevate the emotions that are associated with them. So habits in terms of food look like eating things that do your body good. Exercise increases your endorphins, your feel-good hormones. You release a lot of really good things. And emotionally, you're also moving emotions in your body. Emotions are the language of your body. So if you're moving your body, if you're dancing, if you're running, if you're walking, if you're doing whatever, all those emotions that are in the form of energy in your being, in your physical being, are being moved around. They're being processed. They're being released. So moving your body is also helpful for grief. And speaking to someone as a coach or a therapist, and my favorite, which is free therapy, by the way, my favorite of all the habits is meditation or prayer. When you spend time in silence, solitude, and stillness, you connect with healing. You connect with the source of healing, whatever you call that. So spending some time in silence, solitude, and stillness is a great habit to start. So if you have to choose one, just 5 minutes of silence every morning will change your life and will heal your grief. So that's faith. Feeling the fertilizing pain, accepting reality as is, interpreting life in a way that serves you. So reframing, changing the perspective, surrounding yourself by the right team, by the right people. And then H is engaging in habits that elevate you. And if this was helpful, you can have a free video series that discusses all of these as I did today. And you can share them with people you love, with others who may be grieving or going through any form of hardship, really, because these are tools that will help anybody go from hurt to hope. And where you find that is in hope.com/faith. It's free, 5 video series for all of you. I hope it serves you and the people you love. And you can find me at betterwithbetsy.com or hope.com. And if you're a reader or you like audiobooks, I have a book that discusses faith and then some. It has a lot of wisdom nuggets and love in it. And it has my story as well. And that's hope as well. I'm here. I'm all yours. If you have any questions, if you have any pushback, if you want to challenge me on something, if there's anything I can do to support you further, I'm here for your questions. Hi, Dee. Amen to that. Katrina, I heard a psychologist talk about reframing to help patients with anxiety. Absolutely. If you change, so the idea in psychology is that thoughts, emotions, and actions are like a triangle. So thoughts, emotions, action are triangle, which means that if you change your thoughts, this changes. And if you change this, then this changes, right? And you can start anywhere. So we can change our thoughts. That would be reframing. Change the way you think of something. By the way, thoughts are sentences in your head. Thoughts are not reality. You believe them because those sentences have become so dominant through habitual repetition that now you believe, they became a belief. But just because we think something doesn't mean it's true. I know it because I thought my life was going to end and I was never going to be happy again. And now I think I'm the happiest woman on earth and everybody else can get second place. So when you change your thoughts, that changes the way you feel about it. There are moments that I'm like, I have moments still. It's been almost 10 years and I have moments. And when I have moments, I always have a vision that I choose to engage with. And when I think of that vision where my daughter and I are in heaven and we're holding hands and we're just so full of joy and there's like flowers and we're thinking at that moment like, oh my gosh, we get to be together for eternity. What was I thinking? That time on earth, that was 5 minutes. 5 minutes without you compared to the rest of our eternity, our eternal life. Like, wow, like that was nothing. So I always envision that, to remember the hope and remember that I get to be with her again and that she's with me and she awaits and one day it's going to feel like 5 minutes. This life is going to feel like 5 minutes. When I think of that, I'm so happy and nothing changed. She's still not here. But I changed my thoughts. I felt differently. And now I act differently, including engaging in talks like this to hopefully honor my daughter by bringing you hope. What do you recommend to help move the grief? Dance, yes, dance, physical activity are there. Dance, walk, shake. They say shaking is really good when you're like doing like this. I just love music and I'm Hispanic, I'm Puerto Rican. So I'll put some salsa or and I'll just dance away like a crazy person in my house alone to move that. What do you recommend to help move? Okay. You were defining yourself as the mom who couldn't save her daughter. Yes, I was, and that did not feel good. I love the fact that you discussed confronting your grief. Thank you. Okay, any questions? Service, gratitude, and generosity are things that have helped me heal repeatedly since 2018. Wow, Katrina, from the loss of your parents. Thank you, Betsy, for sharing. Okay. I want to make sure I don't miss any of your questions. So if you have any thoughts, questions, if I can serve you in any way, I would be delighted to do so. We have 4 more minutes. Ask away. Or tell me, what was your favorite part of faith? What did you connect with the most? I love that, Deborah. I love that. I love to be your guest speaker. Okay. Well, I have 3 more minutes. I would love to gift them to you, but if we're all good, then I'm okay with that too. All right. I love you. I send you a big hug. I send you a whole lot of hope and love your way. And I just want you to remember that if you are in pain right now, you haven't arrived, because pain is only the path, not the destination.
Wow. Hello. Thank you for having me, Betsy. That was amazing. I hope that you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful time here at the Global Grief Conference. My name is Michelle, and I am a grief to growth coach at Life After Loss Academy. And I often say that, I didn't choose to work in grief. Grief chose me. And as we're sitting here, I'm pretty sure that we all can agree that we did not choose the experience that we had. We didn't choose the loss that we are experiencing and what we're trying to heal from. But ultimately, it did happen to us, and we're trying to heal from that. I created a program at Life After Loss Academy called Generational Trauma to Generational Wealth. And as I was creating this program, I had to ask myself a question. And my question was, Michelle, what does generational wealth look like to you? You see, I had a lot of experience with the generational trauma and the loss, but I really didn't have a lot of experience with just asking myself, what does wealth look like? So I'm really curious. This time that we're going to be family. We're going to talk. I'm going to share a little bit about myself. And I want to invite you, if you feel comfortable in this moment, to get in the comments and let's talk. But share with me, I'm curious, what does generational wealth look like to you? Is generational wealth monetary? Is it something that looks like real estate or businesses, something that you can leave behind? Put in the chat what that looks like. You see, when I created this program and this business, and I asked myself, what does generational wealth look like? I had one word. And that word was healing. That's what it looked like to me. That was the legacy that I wanted to leave behind. And that was the legacy that I wanted to build my company around, was healing. So right now, I want to invite you to just close your eyes. And I want you to ask yourself, what does healing look like to me? What does it smell like? What does it feel like? Maybe it's healing from something that someone did to you. Maybe that healing looks like forgiveness. Maybe it looks like forgiveness for yourself. Maybe forgiving yourself. But right now, I just want you to breathe into that. I want you to think about what type of emotion are you going to feel once you have that sense of healing? How are you going to show up in your everyday life? How are you going to show up to your family and friends and to yourself? You see, that was what I was thinking about when I created this journey. Now, one thing I did notice that when I was doing all of my research for healing and figuring out where I wanted to go, what should I do, and what's going on with people who are like me, who've experienced many, many traumatic experiences, like, what is it? And the one thing I kept on seeing, no matter what YouTube video I pulled up or whatever article I was looking at, there was one saying that kept on coming up. And I want to know if you've heard this, but I've always saw that healing is hard. Everything that I looked at, there was always something about how hard it is and what it looks like and the struggles and the hurdles and the things that come into play when you're trying to heal. And healing is hard. Have you guys seen that? Healing is hard. Well, I thought about that. And I can tell you right now, I don't think it is. I don't think healing is hard. But as we talk today, I hope by the end of this time that we have together, you will see what I think is really hard. I'm going to tell you something that I think is hard, harder, and the hardest thing. But healing isn't hard. Now, remember I told you that I didn't choose to work in this area of grief. Grief chose me. And I want to share with you two of the most pivotal moments of my life where that experience of loss was the foundation of everything that is in me. And then I'm going to share an experience that almost stopped me from fulfilling and walking in my purpose. So my very first experience with grief was with physical loss. And see, there's so many losses that we can experience in our lifetime. And I've experienced many of them. I've experienced loss of, of people I love, family members, children through death. And I've experienced loss of of my financial security with my jobs and being homeless. And I've lost myself in so many things in my lifetime. But my very first experience of loss was before I was 1 year old. And that loss was the loss of my father. I don't remember much of my father. What I do know is that he was a good man. He had good intentions. He had a good heart. But unfortunately, he also had an addiction. He was a drug addict and he was an alcoholic. And when he was partaking in those activities, it altered the way that he acted. He was angry. He was really, really mean. And one day my mother told me that in this moment, he looked at my mother with a different look in his eyes. And he told her, "I'm going to kill you today." My mother didn't believe him. So she went out, she did what she was doing for the day, and then she came back. And she said, that look in his eyes just didn't change. And he just looked at me again and said, "I'm going to kill you today." What happened later on in that day was there was an argument, there was a fight, and there was an altercation. And in that moment, my mother had to make a decision. And that decision, she did not think would turn to be fatal, but it ultimately was. My mother decided to shoot my father. And that wound ended up taking his life. I was not even 1 year old. That was my very, very first experience with loss. Now, I don't remember what my dad looks like. I did see a picture of him one time, and not a picture of him throughout my lifetime. No, a picture of him one time when I was younger. So I vaguely have an image of what this man looked like. But what I do know is when I was growing up, my mother and my stepfather often told me that you remind me of your father. But she didn't always mention the good qualities. It was, you remind me of the man who was angry and upset. So that is what I remembered of the man that was my father. Now, my household growing up was a very toxic household. My mother was an alcoholic. My stepfather was an alcoholic. There was a lot of abuse and violence in the home, and I hated it. And the one thing I knew growing up was I was going to get the hell out of Dodge. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? When you're just like, this environment, this isn't for me. I got to go. And I remember going to a town nearby when I was 18 years old. And I signed my name on the dotted line and I joined the Navy. My parents weren't there. Nobody knew. I got on a bus by myself and I went. I came home with my folder. I put it on the table and I said, I joined the Navy. My parents looked at me in disbelief. They're like, what? My 19th birthday, I celebrated it by sleeping in a bed for the first time in boot camp. My fast forward to the event that almost stopped me from fulfilling my purpose was 2 weeks before my 21st birthday. We stayed in the barracks. It's kind of like a dorm if you were in college, but we were dry dock, so we stayed in the barracks. And I wasn't 21, but hey, I was 2 weeks before my 21st birthday, so we were having a lot of fun. We were drinking and, the drinks ran away. And so I said to myself, hey, I have a car. Does someone have a license who's 21? And someone raised their hand and said, yeah, that's me. I have a license. I said, come on, we'll go. We got in my car, but I never left that parking spot. You see, what happened in the car almost stopped me from fulfilling my purpose. What happened in that car was I was sexually assaulted. This man got on top of me and he was determined to take what was not given to him. Now you remember, see, I was often compared to my father. this person I don't remember. But my mother often told me that your dad's an alcoholic. He was a drunk, and man, he sure was angry. And in that moment, when I was in this car, I literally dug deep to everything that I believed that maybe if I was like my father, this is the moment where I want to be like him most. And I fought, I kicked, and I screamed. And as this man punched and tore my clothes, eventually there was a tap on the window. And I was so excited. I felt that this was the moment, right? See, the MPs took me out of my car and they didn't ask me what was happening. They just said, I smell alcohol. Are you 21? And I said, no. Now, remind you that my clothes were torn. There was visible signs that there was an altercation here. They didn't care. They took me back to my ship, half naked. And they sat me in a hallway so people can walk by me. They didn't give me a blanket and they didn't cover me up. And I sat there. See, when I hear the saying like healing is hard, and when I asked you, what does healing look like to you? And I'm pretty sure that when you thought about healing, you probably went through a situation or a time period in your life where you experienced a loss and you're like, oh, if I can have this back. This is what healing looks like to me. See, to me, that is hard. Living through the experience, the physical experience, that is hard. Going through that experience is so traumatic. So, take a breath there. I know. One thing that I realized, that even though we went through that experience and that was hard, there's something that's even harder. As we sit here, I know that you and I have something that we can relate on. After we've experienced that traumatic loss, whether it's a loss of a loved one, whether it was something like I experienced, sexual assault, whether it's a loss of a job, one thing that we realized was when we woke up from that experience, the world continued to spin. Our world was shattered, but the world continued to spin. To me, that is harder. See, living through the experience was hard, but now trying to figure out who are we after we have experienced this loss. After I lost my father, after I was raped, I had to figure out, who am I? Right? And see, I never really thought about impact. So let's go back to my father. See, now, when I was growing up, my father's parents were still alive. So I would often have to go and visit my grandparents, and I hated it. My grandfather was sweet. He was loving. He was the nicest man. But my grandmother, she was mean. She was so very mean. And I never thought about the harder that she had to go through, because the impact of what happened in the hard. This was a woman who had to see my mother during what I like to always call the custody exchange, where they had to exchange me, the child. And she had to look in the eyes of the person that took her son. See, living in the world and living day to day after we have experienced something that we have lost, that is harder. And I've learned that each of our bad experiences that we've experienced, that experience that you thought about when I asked you, what does healing look like? That experience and many, many more that we experience in our lives. See, we want to protect ourselves, right? We don't want to feel the pain. One of the things that I had to understand and come to grips of when I was brought back to my ship, I was vulnerable. I was exposed. And I never wanted to feel that way again. And I used to perform. I was a singer. I was on stage. But after that day, I did something that probably a lot of you right here who are listening to me have done. I started creating walls. I started putting situations behind closed doors. I didn't want to go and relive those moments. And I didn't want to allow myself to feel that source of pain that I felt in that moment. I wanted to protect myself because I was losing so many parts of myself. See, that is harder. Living life, not being able to be authentic. And then I asked myself, and I want to ask you, when you build all of these walls and when you put situations behind closed doors just to protect yourself, what are some of the things that we are not allowing and that we are keeping from ourselves when we hide things behind the walls because it's too hard, right? Have you ever sat back and wondered, why am I admiring certain things in certain people? Why am I admiring relationships that some people have, whether it's father, whether it's parent to son, or a relationship of a loved one? Maybe, because of this experience where I lost my spouse, I don't want to go through that pain again. So you know what? I'm going to put the idea of ever falling in love behind a door because we want to protect ourselves from the pain that we've had, right? But when we're doing that, we are also keeping us from something that we may want in the long run. And during all of this, during this time of loss, during this time of trauma, during these experiences, we've lost the sense of self-connection and not knowing truly who our authentic self was. And I had to discover that on my journey through my healing process. And it wasn't easy. I didn't realize that, man, me losing my father, I lost a part of me because I never was able to place eyes on the other part of my existence. My name is Michelle. My father's name is Michael. I'm literally the feminine version of him in name, but yet never have a memory of who this person was. I lost that. And when you have gone through your experience and your trauma, you've lost something of yourself as well. And we talk about the emotional effects of our trauma and how it has affected us and how it has kept us from accomplishing things. And do you understand that there's also a physical and health connection to unhealed trauma? Not only are we emotionally affected by our trauma, but we're physically, through health, affected by unhealed trauma. People who have unhealed trauma are more likely to suffer from heart attacks, strokes, diabetes, obesity, and cancer. I didn't make it up. This is a fact. Now, side note, when I was going through a lot of my moments when I wasn't on my healing journey and I didn't take the time to understand my grieving process, I was at the highest of my weight. I was 305 pounds. Unhealed trauma contributed to my obesity. But even that is still harder. When I sat and I looked and I realized living through the experience was hard. Oh, I'm sorry. Going through the experience was hard. Living through the experience was harder. But what the hardest thing I found was hitting rock bottom. Hitting rock bottom. See, when I finally came to that moment, I didn't just hit rock bottom. I slammed into the wall. And when I slammed into that wall, one of the things that was my avoidance behavior, because I just didn't want to deal, I continued the thing that I knew best and what I saw. I went to alcohol. I was just like my parents. I drowned my sorrows in alcohol so I wouldn't have to feel anything. So when I hit rock bottom, I slammed into that wall and I just screamed and I cried out because I was tired. I was tired of feeling the pain. I was tired of being angry. I was tired of putting myself last. But most importantly, I was so tired of not showing up and being my authentic self. I wasn't being me. And the scary thing about that was I didn't even know how to be me. I didn't even know what that meant. Because when we go through a lot of the trauma that we've experienced, we're losing a part of us. And now this person that we are, we're Swiss cheese. We're walking around trying to function with half of ourselves behind. And when I got to that point, I remember calling up a good friend of mine, and I never ever articulated nor spoken about the pain that I was feeling or the hardships that I was enduring or the things that I went through. I hardly even spoke about the experience that I'd gone through. I tried to just do it myself and it's no one's problem. I can handle it. But I remember picking up the phone and I called someone and I just let it all out. Things that I never even imagined I would say, I said. And on the other line, the person said 2 words to me after a long silence. And it was something I never even heard. After I got done just spewing my guts out, she said, "You're right. You're right." That was the door for me to begin this journey. My healing journey started over 20 something years ago. That's when I said, I'm tired. I'm tired. Excuse me. See, the hardest thing to do is to be brave enough to start breaking down the walls that we've built. All of those things that we kept and we put up to protect ourselves, the doors that we closed to protect ourselves so we can't feel that pain. So that's being brave, to start breaking down those walls brick by brick. Going back through the experiences where you felt hurt, that you felt the pain. Going back and allowing yourself to be vulnerable. That's hardest. Opening yourself back up so you can understand how that experience impacted you. How did this experience contributed to the things that I am keeping myself from? That's the hardest. Allowing yourself to feel your truth and validate it. Getting back those parts of you that you've lost along this journey. Now that's the hardest. See, the reason why I'm here today is to tell you that you have lived through your hard. You've lived through that. You have managed your life through the harder. And you are so worth the hardest. You are worth the hardest. When I created Life After Loss Academy, and I was looking at this program and I named it Generational Trauma to Generational Wealth, and I asked myself, what is your definition of wealth? And when that word healing came up to me, I knew that I was going to focus my whole practice on that. Understanding the impact of your traumatic experiences that you've had in your life. Understanding through your journey and validating you. Validating you. allows you to gain the clarity that you need so you can start putting those pieces back. Start taking that self-confidence back. Start taking that love that you've had back, right? This is so the program is a hybrid program. And what that means, it's a group and a little bit of one-on-one. I love coaching groups because I have found that when you're in a group setting, everyone's story is amazing. And sometimes the things that I am saying to you, that might not even be what resonates with you. It might be that someone else said something and it just hits you and it just resonates with you. And it's so powerful to have a group. And so that is why this is hybrid. So you get group plus one-on-one with me. I won't leave you along the journey. I'm going to be right there with you. This 12-week program, you will have access to weekly assignments. And these weekly assignments aren't like homework. It's just there to allow you to dive deeper. So that way you can get that better understanding, so you can get your clarity, so you can understand how you personally grieve, so that way you can understand how those experiences impact you today. And of course, there's amazing journal prompts, meditation, and much, much more. And I'm going to put in the comments a link where I'm going to have it open where you can book a Calendly with me, and we're going to talk, and then I will show you more about the program. And if you're worried about cost, there's a payment plan for everything. Hold on, I'm sorry. I will work with you on that, because I have a mission. And I believe that everyone deserves healing. There is not one person on this planet that does not deserve healing. And I also know that, unfortunately, we will not leave this planet without feeling some sort of loss. So before I go, I'm going to open up if there's any questions. But before I go, I'm going to give you a secret. Okay. And this secret really is the key that helped me 20 some odd years ago be on this journey, continuously on this healing journey, because it doesn't get easier. But once you have some tools, it becomes breathable. So this is the thing, this is the key that shifted everything for me. It's when I realized that trauma equals loss. Loss equals grief. And once I realized that, I began to figure out how I can start to heal from my grief, which is the loss, those holes that I had, to heal that trauma. Going through the hard, going through that experience, that was hard. But honoring the bad woman that I was allowed me to get through the harder. And it was worth all the fight to get to my hardest. And so are you. You are worth all of that fight. And I want you to love yourself, because the discovery, that courage to go through the hardest, that discovery is going to get you to your healing. That discovery, allowing yourself that moment of vulnerability to gain that clarity, is going to give you that healing. So thank you for allowing me to come back again this year. And thank you for spending your time with me. And I hope that you have found something inspiring, so that way you can be encouraged to go into the hardest moments of your life, and that is to get some healing. All right. I'm going to put my link so you can schedule we go. And if you have any questions, hold on, let's see. I'm going to put my link here, bear with me, and see if it can go up. But if there's any questions that you have for me, please let me know. I am here, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of this wonderful conference. It will be going on until Sunday, so please look for more presenters and more education as we continue on. Let's see. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can get the calendar in here. All right. Perfect. Is there any? There we go. I'm going to go through and read. And I want to tell you in advance, I do not have my glasses on, so I apologize. Thank you for all of the kind words for my story, and I'm so happy that my story resonated with some of you. But I know that there are so many powerful stories and so many powerful experiences that each one of you guys have faced, and I'm so glad that you found encouragement in my story as well. And thank you so much, Deborah, for telling me that I'm worth it. Thank you, and so are you. Thank you. All right. Well, if there is, oh, yes. Well, thank you again for this time that you have spent with me. I am done, and you will be presented with more presenters for the rest of this weekend. Thank you so very much. Again, my name is Michelle. I am a Grief to Growth coach at Life After Loss Academy, where we do have our program, Generational Trauma to Generational Wealth. Have a wonderful day.
Became a better person. I grieved the loss of that guy. That's using literally a family member, somebody passing away. Can you grieve the loss of a side of you? Can you grieve the loss? Somebody here was Catholic when you've lost somebody. Is there
2006. And so I've taken my own grief and worked it into advocacy. Started my own business called Journey Through Grief up here in Washington State. And I support other lost.
So I'm a Vietnamese, born in Vietnam right after the fall of Saigon when I was 14 months, and escaped communism, the importance and the influence of both faith and culture.
Of my father's death, being left kind of, there was not a closure because of
this Palm Sunday, April 2nd. And my mom passed away.
Conversation. I just want to kind of just say something. So I hear everybody, and we're kind of talking about loss, and I applaud everybody who's comfortable talking and just kind of giving us their story and how they've dealt with the loss of family. But I guess, I don't know if lucky is the right word. For now, I haven't had to deal with a lot of loss in my family, which means inevitably it will happen. One thing that came
my mother's decisions to overprotect me after my father left. So I was able to do that kind of healing following the challenge, the challenges with my daughter Janine's death to impart healing on other areas of my life, the past traumas that were not healed. So, and I had talked to Tony originally about doing something because the experience I had, with the healing was very powerful and was very, it was very empowering and powerful. So that's my narrative for now, but my narrative continues to evolve by the minute and by the day. So that's who I am.
Thank you, Dave. Let's move over. Mr. Lewis.
How are
Good
you?
evening. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brother. I'm making things happen. You know how it goes.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Jay Lewis III. I'm a motivational speaker. I started this probably like some of you on accident. No, not on accident. I lost my wife in 2016. And from there, I learned some things about bereavement, loss, things of that nature. And it motivated me to be able to talk to people about how to actually empower themselves from the grief that they're experiencing. Grief, I always talk about the fact that grief is energy. And energy is transformational or transformative. And transference or transformative. And we have the ability to do so if we choose. Again, it's not a situation that happens overnight or happens quickly. It takes time to understand that over time, it becomes your choice. And that's pretty much what I talk about. I just started a brand new podcast.
Somatic, and I then learned how to deal with that past trauma. I was carrying that trauma for 2 years on my back. I wasn't dealing with it properly, and so there was actually nothing wrong with my back. So after dealing with it and understanding that it was psychosomatic, I had 8 chiropractic treatments, and I did a 5-day hiking trail with a 29-kilogram backpack on my back. So that is what dealing with past trauma can do for you. And then 14 years after that event, I went to the prison. The rapist was given a 25-year prison sentence. I went to the prison and I forgave the rapist. So my story, who I am, I always say, come smile with Lois. I'm a speaker, I'm a storyteller, a speaker, an author, a mentor, an inspirer, a learning facilitator, and an empowering coach. So that's what I am. And yeah, that's my story.
Thank you very much, Lois. Miss Groom, Billy Groom, hello.
Hello. How is
Hi.
everyone?
Good.
We're good.
Thank you.
I didn't want to
Thanks.
say good morning, good evening. I didn't know where you
Good-
were.
I'm
I didn't
good
want to go the
evening.
wrong-
I'm
Good evening.
Canada. I'm in that weird time zone that isn't anyone else's time zone. I've been bugging Tony about what time zone are you in? Because I'm in Canada, where the province that doesn't recognize daylight savings, and we're in this odd little time. But anyway, here I am. Happy to be here.
Did
So
you
I'm
say
thinking
something? Did you say something about a boat or about?
about
Okay, all right.
out in a boat. Well, that's the East Coast. I'm not on the East Coast. I got it though.
Sorry, my
It's
humor.
oot-na-boo.
Sorry, my humor doesn't get any
I
better.
got
It's
it.
just
I
consistent.
got it.
It's just consistent though. That's the problem.
I got
All
it.
right.
It's like pop the corn, the corn pot. Where's that? New Jersey? Somewhere like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So I am speaking, I'm the first speaker actually on Saturday morning. And I'm going to be talking about, it's sort of similar to this because as I started to write my presentation, it developed and changed and grew. And it became very similar to what this topic is. Which is really kind of interesting actually. So I'm 57 and I learned 3 years ago some different from two different gentlemen of whom I knew neither of them in my life at all before. One of them phoned me and told me a story about my childhood that was very impactful. And then another one was a professional who works with children, and he writes books for colleges for social work programs and this type of thing. And he uses cognitive behavioral therapy to work with children who had trauma. And he got a hold of me after reading my book. I'm a canine behaviorist, and I use cognitive behavioral therapy to rehabilitate anxiety, aggression, and fear, and just all around behaviors with dogs. So I learned from these two stories from these two gentlemen who just happened to get a hold of me within the same year that really changed the way I viewed my professional and personal journey over the last, well, I'd like to say 3 decades, but really since I was 7. At 7, my parents were killed by a drunk driver. And the one gentleman told me a story that happened back then that really changed the way I view why I went into working with dogs and how I addressed, or I guess more specifically, did not address that issue, and how I felt why it was so important to me to help people and to help animals and to help people understand how to work with disadvantaged. For some reason, I took it over to dogs, but the story that that gentleman shared with me explained that to me, and I'm explaining, I won't get into that whole story, but so it allowed me to understand why it became so important to me for other people to be able to relate and communicate and understand people who have had pasts or situations that are different than their own and that are challenging for them and for those around them, and to be able to effectively bring them into their circle and communicate with them and understand them. And that's why I have been able to do that more effectively as an adult after being told those stories and after learning those. And it really brought everything together for me. And so my grieving process has become so much more effective and beneficial for myself and for those around me. So that's what I'm going to share.
Wow.
Right. Mr. Johnson.
Wow. First of all, I am absolutely honored that I'm a part of this panel, but also that I was asked to be a part of another conversation, panel talk, a few weeks ago with Tony and David.
Brain, which reacts to images and is activated by trauma, is highly activated. The left side of the brain, or the language part of our brain, and the ability to talk about it, completely shut down. And so a lot of times people will say, well, I have no words, and that may be because of some specific changes. So what I'm getting to is, yes, talking about it is important, but also I think having the prerequisite coping skills to deal with that is also important, because talking about it for people that have experienced severe trauma can simply just re-trigger trauma. So for me, I was fortunate that, that I had a lot of support I was in therapy with an individual who helped me get in touch with the coping skills I would need to re-engage in a world that was different. And I was able to talk about it freely. But I think in general, yes, being able to share your story in a community that supports it, where there's universality, where you can identify and individuals can identify with you, is very therapeutic and very healing. And it just helps us, I think, re-engage in life with purpose and with meaning, not only in honor of our children or our loved ones, but with them as well. So that's all I got for now.
That was plenty. That was quite a bit. Billy, how about you?
I like this question. I think it's good to hear other people's stories. I think for me, I never shared it. I never shared it. I never talked about it. I just never, people knew me for years on end and never knew that my parents were killed. I didn't want it to take away from the success of my profession or the importance, which I'm really sure I understood totally at that time. When people asked me why I got into working with dogs, I sort of fluffed off an answer. I don't really know what I said. I just, I didn't want to see them be euthanized and surrendered, the typical dog loving answer, when in actual fact, I learned, as I was saying earlier, years later, that it's such a completely different answer, actually. But I just never talked about it. I didn't want it to override, because some people will do that, especially in my profession, or I shouldn't say especially in my profession, because perhaps it happens in other professions as well. But in my profession, people will, use their backstory a lot, which really has nothing to do with why they're good, if they are good, or even if they are good at the profession, has nothing to do with it. And I just didn't want a backstory that I felt had nothing to do with it, although I now realize has quite a bit to do with it. So I just never talked about it. So yes, I think at the age of 50, the first time I spoke about it on a podcast, when I was being interviewed. So I've been on tons of shows and in magazines and books and that kind of thing. And I clearly remember many of them asking me, and I never talked about it. And I clearly remember the first podcast that I did share that story, which I'm going to share a Saturday morning. But I clearly remember doing it, and it was a very surreal experience. So I think it does, to learn it, and then to process it enough to be able to share it as an adult. Oh, you're muted, Harvey.
Yeah.
Mr. Lewis. That's what I said before. Let's say that again. What do you think about this, sir?
You know what? I truly do believe that it's great to be able to let people understand the experiences and see others. I think that's the most important part. Seeing other people who have agreed to deal with their personal circumstances. Yeah, we have a lot of professionals and things of that nature, but then we also have a lot of people who have gone through things as well. And because of that fact, now you're dealing with such a taboo subject like death or loss that you're now humanizing it. And people are now beginning to say, well, okay, if Dave, for instance, or Jay Lewis can go through this, then I can do it as well. I can deal with it. One thing that I think all of us have probably experienced is the fact that a lot of people don't want to have this conversation because this conversation is interesting. One, people around the world just don't want to talk about passing, loss, grief of any kind. We want to pretend we're happy. I mean, Facebook has filters for this stuff, and we don't realize that behind the camera, people are hurting. So I think something like this conference is giving us the opportunity to be able to expose that aspect of things and let people know it's okay to not be okay. And there are people who have gone through this just like you are going through this. And at some point, when you finally agree to open yourself up, then we'll be able to have a better dialogue about it. You'll be able to heal from the situation a little bit, especially because you'll be around people who create a safe space environment for you. That's pretty much where I am. So my bottom line is yes, it's great to be able to be on one side, and it's also a healing thing for me as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I'll jump in here and kind of talk about myself for a second. The reason I started the podcast is just for me. I grew up, made it through high school, regular. I went to college and failed out miserably. Went there and I had way too much fun and didn't spend enough time in the library. So needless to say, I came back home and my trauma began before that, but it really hit me after failing out of college and coming home. And what I came home to was a home with a father, because my parents were divorced and I was living with him and his wife and whatever, to a parent who couldn't even look at me. He was just so disappointed and just disgusted with my mere existence in his home as his failure. He's an accountant, successful. I'm his son. I'm supposed to be like the heir apparent, supposed to be the next big thing and do something special. And the only special thing I did was fail out of college and came home. And I was there and I was just surrounded by disappointment. And day after day, month after month throughout this year, I lost my self-esteem. I lost my value. I lost everything about myself. I got to the point where I tried to kill myself. Obviously, I failed. I'm still here with you. But it took me a while to get past that. I had to get out of there and I had to work on myself for a long time. And once I kind of finally figured out what was going on with me, what was going on with life, once I finally figured out that I'm of value, that I'm important, that people care about me, that I'm not just the kid who failed out of college, that I have a lot more to bring to this world, I became better for it. And through that, I kind of discovered that a lot of boys, and in particular Black boys, we grow up with a certain vision of what masculinity is supposed to be. And if we don't do this, we're going to have a hard time going through life because we are in essence a failure. And I know there's a lot of boys growing up who went through similar experiences that I have. And that's what led me to doing the podcast, to talk to guys, to boys who are dealing with struggles and don't know how to deal with them. We're raised to not talk about what's going on. We're raised to just deal with it. We're raised to take care of other people, but not to take care of ourselves. We're raised to, if anything, maybe listen to what's going on with our kids, our spouse, our family, but we're not raised to tell somebody about what's going on with ourselves. And once I realized that I needed to do that, I needed to get it all out. I finally was able to talk. And it took me meeting a woman who is my wife now, and it removed all that weight off my shoulders. I became a better person. And that's what the podcast for me is, a space for men to talk. And in essence, for me, I don't care what you talk about. I care that you're talking. That's the most important thing, getting men comfortable enough to say this. I was in high school and I love this girl and I thought she was going to be my girlfriend, but she broke my heart. Or I wanted to make the football team, but I wasn't good enough, so I didn't make it. So instead of carrying all that loss and all that trauma through life, I got it out and I can be a better person for it. So I feel like for me, my experience is
Hello. Hi there. Welcome. Welcome everyone to the Global Grief Conference 2023. I want to begin by giving my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of the Global Grief Conference, especially to Tony, Ada, Kathy, and Deborah, who I know worked so hard to bring this together, and everyone behind the scenes who put months of effort into pulling this event off. Thank you so much for your dedication and hard work. This is a really wonderful venue to reach out to people worldwide who need this valuable information and encouragement. And just want to thank all of the presenters, the guests, and attendees for showing up and participating today. It's really great to be with you. Let me introduce myself just a little bit and tell you a little about the story that brought me here before we get into my presentation. My name is Sarah Cobb. I'm the founder of mygriefconnection.org. And it's a website, a social media platform, and community created to be a hub of grief resources and support. My Grief Connection aims to empower grievers to find resources, connect to community, and grow hope by guiding them toward their personal healing path, whatever that might be, right? It's unique for each of us. So I studied speech communications in college, and I have a professional background in massage therapy. I worked for years at a public library in public services departments, and worked in reference and helped coordinate adult programmings and just connect customers to the reference materials and information that they needed. But I'm in the midst of a major life and career shift right now. In 2021, I took a huge risk and quit my stable library job to begin a graduate program and pursue a master's in counseling, focusing on clinical mental health and grief, trauma, and crisis. So now I'm about 2 years into my program and have begun seeing some clients as an intern this semester, and will continue that in the fall. I have about another year left to finish my classes and complete my internship hours before becoming a licensed professional counselor. I also work as a certified domestic violence treatment program facilitator. I know that's a mouthful, but basically I just try to help court-mandated violent offenders learn anger management, cognitive behavioral, psychoeducation skills, and emotional management skills as well. So that's just a quick snapshot of my background a little bit, so you kind of know a little about me and my training and kind of what I've been doing for my adult life, right? I never expected to be in the grief and loss space or speaking publicly about my losses. But looking back, I know that my life was preparing me along the way for this. The real reason I landed here is because of an accumulation of my life experiences that led to this place, right? It all builds up. There's a snowball effect in our lives, that things happen and one thing after another leads to another. And I have lost my two older brothers, Stephen and Skylar. So my grief really stems from those losses. My oldest brother, Stevie, died in an accidental electrocution when my folks were living in Korea many years ago. And he was just a couple of months shy of turning 7. So he was very young. It was just a total devastating incident and a devastating loss for my folks and for Skylar, who was just 4 at the time. He witnessed the accident and was very traumatized by the death of his big brother, who he adored, of course. So 11 months later, I was born into the family. So my family was really processing a lot of acute grief while they were expecting my birth and in those early months and years of my life. And I never got to meet Stevie, but I grew up always knowing that I had a big brother in heaven and loving him. And my folks shared stories and photos with my younger brother and me so that we got to know him and our family could try to keep his memory alive. So skipping forward in time, 43 years, multiple difficult life experiences, traumas, mental health challenges over his life, and other factors contributed to Skylar's death as the perpetrator of a murder-suicide. And that's hard to say. Yeah, he did this, but it's true. He took someone's life, and that's very difficult. Not to mention the fact that he took his own life, and that is also extremely hard. He, in a bipolar hypomanic episode made worse by drinking too much alcohol, impulsivity, and other factors that I just can't ever understand and probably never will know, right? All of the different things that played into the scenario. He entered his darkest moment as a human, and he made the worst choice of his life. He killed his fiancée, Crystal, late night on July 4th, 2018, before taking his own life. And after the police got involved, investigating the deaths, they were able to notify the families of the gruesome truth that he had of what he had done. And my world flipped upside down. So I was not prepared to lose them, especially not in such a horrific way. And I know it was unbelievably hard and devastating for our parents, for his kids, for his former wife, and worst of all, for his victim's family. I just, still can't wrap my mind fully around how hard this must be for them to have lost, Crystal in this way. It's just unthinkable. And it was an awful, traumatizing thing to have happened for everyone who knew and loved them. It's not something I can ever fully reconcile, right? In my own mind, right? How someone I loved and knew and thought I understood, right? It's hard to understand how they could do something so awful like this. And I have to try sometimes to separate out in my mind, in my heart, right? The person I knew and loved for so many years, from what he did, because it doesn't define who he was, but definitely, defines how he left the world. And that's just really, it's really hard. It's really hard to know that, he had that capability in him. So after their brutal deaths, I struggled to function. And after a few months of just really stewing in that grief and pain and sorrow I was feeling, I knew I needed some help, and I did a lot of searching, and actually a friend sort of helped me, and there was sort of like a divine intervention, I think, that happened there, where I was able to connect with a wonderful counselor who understood grief and trauma and helped me immensely, through doing some therapy with her. And eventually I found a suicide loss support group and started regularly attending that. And that was extremely beneficial for me as well, but also difficult because murder-suicide is different than suicide, right? There's a murder component. There's that part to have to wrap your mind around, and to have to share and verbalize with people is really difficult. So it wasn't necessarily easy. It didn't necessarily always feel like the best fit. I wish there was a group specific for murder-suicide at the time, but there wasn't anything available. So, but thankfully the group I joined was welcoming, and they did their best, right, to understand and be supportive. So those two things, right, going to group support and getting counseling, really are what got me talking about what I was feeling and processing through those emotions. And I started to feel a little bit less alone, right, over time. And it took a while. It wasn't an overnight thing, right? This was a process, and it's been 5 years almost, so it's still something I'm working through. But the folks in the support community I was forming by joining the group, and by going to therapy, and by talking with friends and people from church and those other places, right, was really helping me to get some better perspective, and to get out of my own head, and to start to really kind of work through things. So that first year, I really spent countless hours pursuing healing and using my research skills to compile and organize grief resources that I found. So I had a big long list of bookmarks on my computer, right? Just trying to organize it all and keep track, so I knew where to go when I needed certain things. One day I was in a counseling session, and I complained to my counselor about how hard it was to really find the grief support resources that I needed. There was not one place I could go to find everything. And there were no support materials available at all that I could find for murder-suicide loss. So there was no way to even contact other survivors of that kind of loss that I could figure out. And she really empathized with me and was with me in that, but also challenged me to consider what I could do, if there was something I could do, right, to fill that need and solve that problem, or part of that, right? So after considering that for a week or two, I realized she was right, that if I wanted a solution, then I would need to find a way to create it. So taking that inspiration from my counselor's encouragement, along with my desire to honor my loved ones, and the idea that my pain could fuel something good to help other grievers, I spent the first anniversary of the loss just trying to create what is now mygriefconnection.org. And I'm not a web designer or a techie person or anything, so I was just really starting from ground zero, just trying to put something together. I wanted to at least have a basic page with a few links on it that could help someone who was looking for support. So I did that, and then shortly after, I ended up starting a Facebook and an Instagram account, and just began sharing resources there as well. Just to do something, right? I needed to do something, and it gave me some sort of feeling like there may be some meaning at some point in this process, right? Maybe if it helps one person, right, that would mean something. And shortly after starting My Grief Connection, I spoke at I spoke publicly about my grief for the first time at a local walk to raise funds for suicide prevention. And my Grief Connection just after that kind of picked up, right? It became my passion project and something that has grown in a lot of ways in the last 4 years that I could never have predicted. And I've gotten some great feedback that it's helped people find things that they needed. And that's so gratifying and satisfying to know that there's been a difference made, right? That I was able to provide for someone else that thing that I needed but couldn't find. And enough about that, though. Let's just go ahead and talk a little bit about how you can connect to your own grief support community, right? That's what this talk is about. How can you find those resources that you need to help you be able to do what you need to do in your grief walk, right? To process everything that's happened. So I want to give you tons of tips on searching for resources to meet the unique needs that you have and help you form your support community. The experience of grief and mourning is unique for everyone. We all grieve and mourn in different ways, and that's okay. It's healthy. It's normal for it to be like that, right? We all have to make sense out of our own losses, and no one can do that for us. So it's essential that we work through that process, right? And it's just a part of being human that we have grief, that we lose things, and it's hard. There's a couple psychiatrists, Thomas Holmes and Richard Ray, that did some research to lead to what they call the Holmes-Ray stress scale. And it details the 43 life events that are most likely to create feelings of grief. And it's not just death, surprise, right? There's a lot of other things that can bring on those feelings of grief. So just wanted to mention some of those here because some of you, are probably dealing with death, but some of you might be dealing with other kinds of losses as well. And it's important to know that grieving those things is also valid, right? So we can grieve over the death of a spouse or close family member, a friend, child, a loved one of any type, right? A close coworker even, or the loss of a beloved pet. We can grieve when there's been a marriage or divorce or separation. When a celebrity or public figure has died, that can sometimes bring on feelings of grief. Tragic world events like war, pandemics, natural disasters, and climate change, personal losses, or things that haven't happened yet, right? Things like infertility, right? That hope that something will happen, right? That there'll be a new life, and if that doesn't happen, there's a loss there. Imprisonment or having a close friend or family member imprisoned, going through devastating personal injury or illness, the change in health of a family member, right? If you're caregiving for a family member who's very ill, that can lead to some loss feelings. Getting fired or laid off from work or changing to a different line of work, right? Career shifts or retirement, those things can be very grief-inducing. Leaving home, moving, being evicted, homelessness, a change in living conditions, having your child move out, right? Having that empty nest, or even beginning or ending a school year or a school program process, like graduations, things like that. Right? Those can be there can be a little grief that comes there, and then loss of faith or faith transitions, or having a betrayal or a loss of trust or some kind of loss of safety. So those are just a few, but just to give you an idea, right? That grief is not just the death of a loved one. There are many ways that we grieve and many things that we grieve. So we think that our friends and family will be there to support us and show care and give us that comfort after the loss that we need. But sometimes they're just not able to be there in all the ways that we need them. Maybe they are grieving the loss themselves, right? Or they haven't experienced a big loss or grief before, or don't really just have any skills for that. It's not something that we learn, right, in school. So a lot of people are kind of grief illiterate and don't understand what's helpful for grievers. So we might have to search to broaden our community out, right? We might have to get creative to find support that's helpful for us. And it's important to find a healthy community of people who truly know and validate and understand how loss feels and offer a positive, uplifting, and encouraging environment for us to be in, right? We need it to be not non-toxic, right? And kind of in the positive side, right? It doesn't have to be overly bright side, right? But we need some positivity as well. And I just encourage you to try to find a grief mentor if you can. Maybe find someone who has reached a greater level of some healing and recovery. Maybe they have a little more time under their belt, right, as a griever, and they can give you some hope for that possibility for you. They might be able to give you some personal tips or suggestions on things that could be helpful, or of groups or resources. Look for protective and supportive spaces to process the painful emotions that come with loss, and find support that doesn't make your pain grow or your grief feel harder. And that might be difficult in the beginning, right? So it comes and goes, right? Grief sometimes can feel worse before it feels better. But if you can find a support group that builds you up, that gives you the support you need so that you can get through those tough days, right? And helps you feel like you can more easily carry your grief. That's going to be more helpful and productive. Right? So let's get into some resources and recommendations. And I have a lot of info to share. You can take notes if you want, but I will be sharing with you a PDF document that I created that has the links to all the resources I'll be sharing, and also other ones. So there's a lot more than that. It's a pretty big document. You can also go to mygriefconnection.org and find these links and much more. There's tons of resources on there. I keep adding to it, right? It's grown from that like one pager that it was when it first started. So there's lots of resources on there, way more than I can fit into this presentation. You can also email me if you miss something or have a question, and you can reach out to me at mygriefconnection@outlook.com for that. So, grief is that normal emotional response to a loss, and not everyone needs to go right into counseling or coaching or something like that. Sometimes we need just a little time to absorb things, let things sit a little. But if you start to feel like you're stuck, or you're struggling or having trauma symptoms, or if you feel ready to talk, I encourage you to consider seeking out a counselor or a coach, because it can be really beneficial to have someone one-to-one, that you can talk to, through what you're going through, right? Someone who has some training that can be there for you in a way that's going to be helpful. If your loss was traumatic or sudden, I definitely recommend that you seek out some support from a counselor or coach who's trauma-informed and trained in trauma-focused modalities, things like EMDR, which is eye movements, desensitization and reprocessing. That's that type of trauma healing, and internal family systems, somatic experiencing, or trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. Those are just a few. There's others out there, but someone who knows a little bit about trauma and how to treat it so that they're not actually doing more damage than good. So definitely want to consider that. Quickly, I'm going to post in the comments, if we can do that real quick, the link for the PDF. Looks like I'm not able to do that. Here, I'll post it here, Tony. Okay, so let's start out talking a little bit about counseling and coaching, and what some options are for how to find a counselor or coach that might be a good fit. I'll give you some suggestions here. If you have insurance or Medicare or Medicaid, check with them to see what your benefits are. Right? They might cover individual or group counseling. You want to ask how many sessions they cover per week, per year. You might want to check to see if they have a guide or a directory for their providers, so you can find a provider that's in network, or if you can't find that one that's in network, you could find an out-of-network provider, and usually they can give you a super bill, so you can submit that to your insurance for some reimbursement. Therapists, coaches, counselors, social workers, a lot of them offer counseling on a sliding scale or pro bono once in a while for a limited number of sessions. So just need to ask. If you need some financial assistance, just check with them and ask. Check on their website, see what they offer there. If they don't say, then email them or send them a message and ask them, hey, do you offer a sliding scale, or do you have any pro bono slots? And they might be able to offer that to you. Another cost-effective option would be to consider group counseling, because that's cheaper than individual counseling. So you might find a counseling agency or a center or clinic that offers group counseling, and that's a way to kind of get that professional help, but in a group setting, and that can be super therapeutic and helpful and more affordable. Universities and colleges with counseling or psychology master's programs often offer counseling at a master's level, with master's level interns for free or at a low cost. So sometimes you can get in for $20 to $40 a session, or sometimes free. So definitely check those out as an option. If you're a full-time employee, your employer might offer an employee assistance program. And often they'll cover up to like 3 to 8 sessions of free counseling per incident per year. And sometimes they offer online support materials and a crisis line and some other things like that as well. And that's usually free and part of your benefits package. So check with your employer to see if that's an option. Of course, there's lots of online counseling options now, right? There's tons of them. You've probably heard of some of them before. There's some like Talkspace, ThriveWorks, Christian Therapists on Demand, and Faithful Counseling. Those are 2 good ones if you are a Christian or want to approach counseling from a faith-based perspective to check out. Better Mind, but Mind is spelled MYND. Better Mind is online counseling for college students. So if you have if you're college age, right, or you have kids that are in college that need some help, that's a good option. And then teencounseling.com is a counseling online counseling option for teens ages 13 to 19. And then you can also look at counseling directories. There are a lot of those available as well. Psychology Today is a pretty big one, and they have a lot of counselors and therapists on there. It's kind of the big daddy, right, of the psychologist and counselor therapist information and guides directories. So definitely check Psychology Today out. I believe you can type in like your zip code and find all of the therapists that are on there in your area. And then they do usually show kind of what insurance they take, how much they cost, just a little bit about them, what modalities they do. So it gives you a good picture. So you can try to pick someone that you want to connect with and see if they're a good fit. I mentioned EMDR before. That's a trauma counseling modality. So there is the EMDR International Association, AMEDRA. And if you're looking to do EMDR, you can go on their site and search for a practitioner who does EMDR. There's a goodtherapy.org, openpathcollective.org, inclusivetherapist.com, and therapyforblackgirls.com, therapyforblackmen.com, the Trauma Therapist Network. Again, that's a great one if you are looking specifically for trauma work. And then zencareco.co. Zencare.co. So those are all good ones where you can go and search for, kind of plug in what it is you're looking for and find therapists there. I suggest that you look for a grief coach if you are wanting some support, but maybe you've done counseling before, or maybe counseling just doesn't feel right. You don't really like the idea of that, or don't want to have that, don't want to go through insurance or have a diagnosis or anything like that, then maybe a grief coach might be a good fit. A lot of times people do counseling and then switch to grief coaching as well. You might want to look for someone who has a similar grief or a similar loss experience as you. That could be helpful, right? To have someone that kind of understands a little bit more closely what you're going through. Many coaches have a real specific niche, and that could be related to the type of loss or the relationship to the person who died. And there's many great coaches presenting this weekend at the Global Grief Conference. So please check out the globalgriefconference.com website, because you'll find a list of all the presenters there, and a lot of them have their bios and contact information. So you could do a little bit of sleuthing there to find if there's one available who's a good fit for you. So reach out to coaches that resonate. A lot of them will do a free discovery call, and you can talk with them for a little bit and just see if you click and if it's a good fit before you purchase any sessions or any programs. So and a lot of them also offer free programs or have Facebook groups with resources and things like that. So don't forget the coaching option. And then let's talk a little bit about support groups. So going to a support group can help us normalize the grieving process, and helps people feel like what they're experiencing is common after a loss, right? That they're not crazy, that other people are going through the same types of feelings and emotions and bodily reactions and things like that. Not every bereaved person needs or wants additional support of a group outside of their circle of friends or family. And not everyone might need group support or counseling or coaching immediately, right? You have to kind of gauge for yourself where you're at and what feels right to you. Everyone has their own grief needs and timeline. So I just encourage you to be cautious of any group as well that says, there's a right way to grieve, or there's some sort of a timeline or something like that. That's probably not going to be very beneficial. So your grief experience is unique, and you just want to listen to your intuition when trying out groups. There are in-person and virtual groups. COVID actually was really helpful for that. There's a lot more virtual groups than there ever used to be before because of COVID. And they both have pros and cons, right? Being in person or being virtual. So some people want that in-person connection with others. Some people want to be more anonymous and be online and not have to interact or not even have their camera on maybe. I don't know, some groups might allow that, but it just depends on what feels right for you and what works for your schedule. Or you could do a combination of both. Support groups can be an excellent addition to personal grief counseling and coaching. The added support there of others knowing, of others being there, right, and knowing what you're going through, helps you feel like you're not alone, and that can be super helpful. Right? You'll likely create bonds of friendship with some of the people who attend the group, and you'll hear how others have coped and get some ideas for coping skills and activities that might be helpful for you. Being with others can help you deal with loneliness, and you might feel after your loss, and so allowing you to understand that there are no expectations for grieving, right? So just knowing that other people feel that way, and there's no right way or wrong way to grieve is very supportive. And everyone has their own process and timeline. Like I said, there's no rules. There's no magic pill either that will heal your pain. So just want to remember that, right? That can be helpful. Healthy groups provide the ability to have a safe, private place to share what you're feeling and to guide you toward living life again with hope. So gathering in a group allows people early in loss to connect with those who have been further along, in their grief or in their process, and that can really provide some hope that things can get better and there can be improvement and some change there. And gathering or grief can be really isolating. So especially when people around you are saying that you need to get on with your life, and that's not helpful. So being around people that get it, right, is really useful. And one of the best benefits of a grief support group is that reminder that you're not alone. You can get a lot of valuable insights and different outlooks by listening and by sharing. You can come away with perspectives that help you, and you can learn to hold space for others and receive care for yourself. And you never know when something that you share might inspire or encourage someone else. And no one wants to be in the grief club, that's for sure. But once you're in it, you might find it that belonging and comfort in spending time with others that are members of the club as well. So you might want to consider some things when you're going for a group or looking into joining a group. What's the attitude and culture? What are the expectations for the members? Are they welcoming and non-judgmental? Do you fit in? Do you feel like the group dynamic is healthy and good? Think about the structure and location, right? How's the group run? Where do they meet? Is it a place that's comfortable for you? Because sometimes they meet at a church or school or library or outside. What of those places are better for you or most comfortable? Do they sit in a circle or do they go on a walk or hike? Like, how does the conversation flow? Those are all things to consider. And how is the group facilitated? Is it led by peers? Is it led by mental health professionals or religious leaders? All of those can be great. Just depends on what works for you, what's comfortable, what feels like a good fit, and that the leader of the group can facilitate well, can manage the dynamics, and is able to be compassionate and empathetic. Those are important things too. The size and shape of the group is important, right? Is the attendance good? Is it spotty? Do members come consistently, or do they leave a lot? Does it change? Is there some variety in the consistency of the group size and shape? Those things might be important to you. It's good to know. Does the group focus on specific losses or general grief, or relationship? So it could be, is it a group for sibling loss or for child loss or violent death or whatever? Those things could be helpful to know, are helpful to know, obviously, and helpful for you to think about. Do you want a group that's specific, or do you want a group that's just in general and there's a mix? And some groups focus on advocacy and action, while others focus on the grief experience. So think about what is more helpful for you there. And some places to look for groups are local hospitals, hospices. You can check with your doctor's office. They may have referrals. Counselors, therapists, social workers, funeral homes, community centers, and churches often host or offer support groups, as well as individual counseling and resources. Check with your places of worship. A lot of them offer grief or mental health ministries and host support groups like Grief Share. And they offer pastoral counseling and lay counseling. And some churches even have what's called a Blue Christmas service or service of lament around the holidays, which is specifically meant to give grievers some time and space, right, to acknowledge and sit with their grief during that difficult time of year. If the death of your person is due to a violent crime, you might reach out to the victim witness coordinator assigned to the case and or contact your local law enforcement to see what available resources they have and where they can direct you. You can contact your local domestic violence organizations if you need help after a rape or a sexual assault or some sort of violence related to domestic violence, like a murder-suicide. They may be able to offer free or low-cost counseling and support groups. Local suicide and crisis helplines have a list of resources and support groups. Plus, they're also a place that you can just call and talk if you need to talk to someone. Usually, they can listen. You don't have to be suicidal to call. There's private Facebook support groups as well. So if you go on Facebook and search the terms related to the type of grief or loss, specific to what you're looking for or to a certain organization that you're wanting to find. So for example, like I could look for Seattle suicide loss, right? And then I'll find groups, Facebook groups that are specific to that, right? You can just search in general for suicide loss and you'll find a ton of Facebook groups on that. So just be careful when you're joining a Facebook group, right? They're not all the same. You want to kind of vet them a little and make sure you know like who's running the group, who's facilitating, is it monitored, are there admins that are watching for inappropriate posts and things like that. So something to keep in mind. Meetup is a social networking site that allows you to join and find groups that relate to your own personal interests, and they do offline or in-person meetings. And I actually found one of the support groups that I attended for quite a while through meetup.com. So don't overlook that as an option. It may not be anything in your area, but you could certainly go to meetup.com, search for grief, and see what comes up. And then Renowned grief expert, coach, and amazing group facilitator David Kessler has a great website, grief.com, and it's dedicated to helping everybody heal and deal with grief through education and information and resources, including a support group directory. So grief.com has that support group directory, so definitely give that a look. He also runs a fantastic group called Tender Hearts that offers a tremendous level of support. And I think you can find out more about that probably on grief.com, but I know for sure if you go to davidkesslertraining.com, there is information on there about Tender Hearts. Another great organization is Evermore. It's a grief support directory, and it lists support organizations and bereavement centers for families all around the U.S. And they are at live-evermore.org. The Dinner Party is kind of a unique support community. It's a worldwide community of 20 to 40 somethings who've experienced loss of a parent, partner, child, sibling, or close family member or close friend. And they actually they get together and have meals together to be able and have conversations about death and loss and grief. They have in-person and virtual dinner parties. So they are at thedinnerparty.org. And then Grief Share is a support group for people grieving the death of a family member or friend that uses faith-based approaches, and it incorporates videos, workbooks, and discussions over a 13-week period. You can jump into a grief share group at any point in the process. You don't have to start at week 1. There's thousands of grief share groups that meet throughout the U.S. and Canada and over 10 countries. So you can go to griefshare.org and type in your zip code, and it'll show you a list of all the local support groups. Their sister site is Divorce Care, and that is a divorce recovery support group that's faith-based. And same thing there, you can go to divorcecare.org and type in your zip code to find support groups for divorce support. Circles is a digital platform that offers emotional support during times of need, and it connects people with together who are going through similar hard times. And they have a few different circles related to grief and loss. So they are at circles with an S, circlesup.com. And GrieveWell is a community that promotes healthy grieving, and they offer one-to-one peer support. They have programs, resources, and education. They're a nonprofit and based in Michigan, but a lot of their programs are online or virtual, and so you can attend those from anywhere. They are at grievewell.com. Eric's House is a community for healing after addiction, suicide, or sudden loss, and they are based in Arizona. They're a peer support organization. You don't have to live in Arizona to participate. A lot of their support groups meet virtually. So they are at Eric's House, that's Eric with a C, ERICS, house.org. And Memories of Us. This is from our Tony Lynch, who's putting on this organization. He provides grief support and resources for men who've experienced or are experiencing loss. They offer a lot of groups and different events and things, and he puts on the conference. So that's available. Memories of Us is at memories2.org. If you've experienced infant loss or pregnancy loss, you might want to check out Share Pregnancy and Infant Loss Support. It's a community for anyone who's experienced the tragic death of a baby. They serve parents, grandparents, siblings, and other family members, and professionals who care for grieving families. They're a national organization. They have over 75 chapters in 29 states, and you can reach out to them at nationalshare.org. And if you've lost someone to a violent death, to homicide, there is a group called Homicide Survivors, Inc., and they're at homicidesurvivorsinc.org. They're on a mission to help people meet crisis and long-term needs of families of murder victims through support, advocacy, and assistance. And they provide support groups and workshops and remembrance events for survivors of homicide. Faith and Grief Ministries is located in Dallas, Texas. They're a nonprofit that offers online and in-person support gatherings at various times throughout the week. And they have virtual book club, a podcast, and other grief events and services. A lot of their stuff, of course, is available nationwide. Some things are in person, specifically there in Dallas, but they can be found at faithandgrief.org. If you've lost someone to death by a substance use or addiction, contact grasphelp.org. They are the grief recovery after a substance passing group, GRASP, and they can assist you with connecting to support. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention lists U.S. and international support groups for suicide loss as a public service on their site, and you can find that at afsp.org. That's the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Another group I love is Compassionate Friends, and they're a nonprofit network of over 600 chapters all over the U.S. They offer virtual chapters as well, and they encourage connecting and sharing amongst parents, grandparents, and siblings 18 and up after grieving the death of a child or during grieving the death of a child. And they can be reached at compassionatefriends.org. In Portland, Oregon, there is the Dougy Center. They are a fantastic organization. They are like a flagship grief support center. That there are many centers around the U.S. that are based after the Dougy Center's model and that have been trained by them. So they are amazing. They provide support in a safe space where children, teens, young adults, and their family members can grieve a death and can share their experiences. They have a variety of online tools and tip sheets, resources, and they have their podcast, Grief Out Loud. And they are at dougy.org. So that's DOUGY.org. And there's more, but I don't have time to get into them. So if you go to mygriefconnection.org/support groups, you'll find a much more full list of different support groups and ways you can search and find support groups throughout the US. Let's talk for a minute about kids and grief. Grief is extremely hard on children, of course. It's hard for them to understand. It's hard for adults to understand, right? So it's extra hard for kids, I think. And there hasn't been as many grief resources for children up until pretty recently. So thankfully, there are quite a few good things available for children and for parents that are helping children, teens, and tweens. And I do have a page on my website that has a ton of resources for kids as well. But I'm just going to highlight a few of them here. One is the National Alliance for Grieving Children, and it promotes awareness of the needs of children and teens grieving a death and provides education and resources for anyone who wants to support them, because all grieving children deserve a chance to heal. They are at childrengrieve.org. Team Mercy is a nonprofit foundation providing connections and resources for families facing the death of a child, and they assist grieving families, specifically the siblings, which is kind of unusual, right? There's not that much support out there for sibling loss, but they fund existing activities for siblings who are grieving, and they have a grant called Mercy's Gift that provides that funding. They also mail out free age-appropriate grief care packs for grieving children. So if you know a child who's grieving, you can go onto the website and order a free grief care pack to be sent to that child. And they are at teammercy.org. I also love Guardian Lane. They offer a lot of online bereavement resources and support, videos, crafts, activities, things like that for kids. And they also offer online bereavement counseling for kids. So you can reach out to them at guardianlane.com. And then kids going through divorce are grieving a lot. There's a lot to process there. And so they need support as well as those who are going through the loss of someone to a death. So there is Divorce Care for Kids, and they offer support groups that are safe and fun and allow kids a chance and a place to learn skills to help them heal. They blend games, music, stories, videos, and discussion to help kids process divorce and move forward. And their groups meet weekly and are designed for kids from age 5 to 12. And they can be found at dc4k.org. So that stands for Divorce Care for Kids. And you may not have thought of it, but there's actually camps available for kids, bereavement camps and grief camps. Some of them are day camps that are just like one day or a weekend, and then some are like full weeks or longer. So if you have a child that's grieving, this might be a really great experience for them. You can do a Google search for grief camps in quotes, right? Or bereavement camps, and then put in your local area. So like Grief Camp Seattle, Washington, and then see what comes up. There could be some good options with that. Some of the ones I'm aware of that are really great and that have locations in different places around the US, some of them are the eLuna Network. They run a Camp Erin, and then there's Camp Hope for kids, Camp Lolo, so Lolo, Lolo, and then Comfort Zone Camp and Experience Camps. Those are all some really great camps for kids that focus on bereavement support. And there, like I said, there's plenty others available, more listed on the website, so check that out. But just wanted to mention those. And then even adults have camps as well, right? There's retreats and camps for adults. Just to name a few, here in Idaho, we have Sunrise Retreats, which offers retreats for widows and widowers. Their sister site, they have a sister site that offers a retreat to Belize for grievers. That's a week-long trip to Belize, which is amazing. Soaring Spirits has Camp Widow, which offers a camp kind of experience for widows, those who have lost a spouse. Ohana Oasis is a retreat for bereavement parents in Hawaii, and Faith's Lodge is a retreat center for bereaved parents in Wisconsin. Faith and Grief Ministries, I've mentioned them before, they're based in Texas, but they have a variety of retreats for grieving adults in Texas and North Carolina and other locations. And then there are grief retreats all over the US and the world. So just, do that Google search for grief retreat or bereavement retreat, and then put your area in, like grief retreat, Seattle, Washington, or something like that, and you'll see what the options are for your area. Of course, there's classes, grief summits, conferences, seminars, webinars, and other resources. You're in a grief conference right now, so you've somehow found out about this one, but things like this I post a lot on my website and on Instagram, and share about these kind of events that are educational and that are informative and super helpful, right? So you can go to mygriefconnection.org/courses or mygriefconnection.org/events to find these resources. I encourage you to check with your local library or university library, because they often offer support groups or have in-house social workers or therapists that can provide free or low-cost counseling services. Look at their bulletin boards, because there might be flyers about local grief-related services or events or groups. You can find a wide variety of books, digital audiobooks through Hoopla and Libby, movies through Canopy, and other items for all ages that address topics like grief, loss, death, illness, divorce, and more. You can always go to Audible or Scribd or Kobo, some of those other online audiobook providers, if you don't want to go through the library or your library doesn't have that option, but you can search for audiobooks there as well. I want to point out For Grief, they're an online community that connects those who are struggling with grief with trained professionals. They have an online course that helps support the grieving process and is created by grief and loss experts. They have courses on all kinds of topics, including trauma, finding hope, emotional wellness, anxiety, depression, relationship issues. They are at forgrief.com, so that's FOR grief.com. And then Highmark Caring Place is based in Pennsylvania. They are a grieving center for children and adolescents and their families, a nonprofit, and they provide safe space for grieving children and families to come together and work through what they're going through, the grief process. They offer services that are free to grieving families from throughout their communities and facilitate trainings. They have peer group support, offer educational programs, webinars. So even if you don't live in Pennsylvania, check them out, because they have at least every month, they have at least a free webinar that's available for anyone. And they also have the replays available on their website, so you can watch those previous ones. They are at highmarkcaringplace.com. And again, don't worry if you're not catching all the links. They're in the guide. The link is in the chat. You can download that guide, and all this stuff is in there. Or you can just go to mygriefconnection.org to find these resources. Another one is, another resource I love is called What's Your Grief? And it's a couple of therapists that that are grievers themselves that came together to create this this community. What's Your Grief? They provide resources related to understanding and coping with grief and loss, and guidance on how to help grieving friends or family members. They have an online course about grief and supporting someone who's grieving. They have resources, education, and training, all kinds of wonderful things available there. They have a wonderful podcast as well, and they're available at whatsyourgrief.com. Again, I want to mention David Kessler. He's amazing, offers a lot of free resources and information at grief.com, also through davidkesslertraining.com. He has a fantastic free course called for suicide loss survivors, and another free course for parents who have lost a child. So I highly recommend those. The Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, or TAPS as it's known, offers help and hope and healing for those grieving the death of a loved one who is serving or served in the American Armed Forces. So a lot of support for military families. They are at taps.org, taps.org. And then a couple options that are kind of unique that you might be able to find a class or a workshop or something that's kind of cool or unique. You may not have thought of these, but there's a site called Udemy. It's udemy.com, and then there's one called Skillshare.com, and they both are online learning platforms that offer thousands of courses on all kinds of different topics. So if you go to one of those sites and type in the word grief or loss or whatever it is that you want to search for, you'll be able to see if they have any available courses on that topic. And they have in the past, so definitely check those out. I really highly recommend art for helping process grief. It was super helpful for me. I took an amazing art course. It's not available anymore, but each lesson taught me about a skill for working with my grief and processing my emotions. And so that for me was extremely helpful. And I really encourage you, if you're an artsy person at all, or even if you're not, to give art a try. I'll highlight 3 that I know of that I think are really helpful, but there are others. These are just a few I want to point out. So my friend Emily Dilbeck is an amazing artist, and she's a griever. She created a program called Art Your Grief, and it's a series of virtual art classes for anyone experiencing grief. Could be due to a diagnosis, death, relationship loss, job loss, loss of a home, anything, loss of a dream. All grievers are welcome, and no art experience is needed. You just need a few basic supplies, nothing expensive. It's pretty easy. And she walks you through every step. So you just show up and be willing to try something like painting or collage or drawing or ripping up, pages and gluing them together, things like that. It's just been, it's just great, all that she offers. She has some amazing prompts that get you inspired. You can follow her on Instagram. I highly recommend that, at Art Your Grief. And she's also posting all the time, like little grief art prompts that you can do that are free and available to anyone. You could go through and do all those little art prompts and have your own little class if you want to, for yourself, right? You can go through those on your own. And then she can be reached also through emilydilbeck.com, and her last name is spelled Dilbeck. Another artist that has a great course is Heidi Cogdill at HeidiCogdill.com. It's Cogdill. She has Art After Loss as a course available. And it takes you on a journey using art to process grief. And you'll learn how she used art to express her pain and overcome fears, and how you can use the creative expression process to explore your emotions and develop self-awareness and cope with stress. So again, that's HeidiCogdill.com. And then Monique Sarkisian offers a program called The Art of Brokenness, Art Healing. It's an art healing program for grief, and it's specifically geared toward Christian moms overcoming grief for the loss of a child. So her program can be found at artofbrokenness.com. Okay, another option to think about is cyber support, right? Virtual support. We have all these apps now available and texting services that can help people who are grieving. So you can have grief support right in your pocket 24/7, any time of day when you need some support. You can open one of these apps and find some help there, some resources. One of my favorites is called Grief Refuge app. It's a daily companion to help navigate the grief journey and provides comfort and solace in times of need with audio messages and musings, with tools to track your progress, to help you cope with loss and feel supported throughout the journey. The app is a one-of-a-kind experience. It's filled with wisdom and compassion to help people who really need support in their grief. So that is available through griefrefuge.com. And then Actively Moving Forward has an app that provides community support to adults 18 and up. These support communities really help deepen friendships and engage groups and help people engage with groups and chats and find events and webinars and other valuable things resource-wise, right, through this virtual community. The app is set up as a closed membership, so it does require registration, so not just anyone can get on. You do have to register, but that's available through healgrief.org. And then Help Text used to be called Grief Coach, but it's a text messaging service that delivers personalized tips and reminders to grieving people, family and friends who want to support grieving people as well. So you can sign up as a friend. They'll send you reminders that someone's important date is coming up, or give you kind of suggestions for things you can say or write in a card. Their messages are customized based on the cause of death and the relationship to the deceased, and they're delivered directly to individual subscribers. So they used to just be called Grief Coach, and specifically about grief. Now they have they have other options, some things about helping caregivers and people going through chronic illness and things like that. So now it's called helptext.com. And then Follow the Nudge is a web app that helps you provide meaningful ongoing support to people that you care about who are grieving. So it combines educational resources with gentle, ongoing reminders so that you can feel confident in what you say and do to provide support. So that's at followthenudge.org. We just have a couple minutes left, so I'm going to try to tie it up here real quick. I just want to give you a couple ideas for social media and how to use that to build your support community. You can use hashtags or search terms that are relevant to grief in general, or your type of loss, or the location that you're searching on social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram and TikTok. And I think you can use them on Clubhouse too, or they at least have a search option. You can find grief support organizations accounts through those platforms. You can find mental health providers and coaches. So definitely use that. You can use the hashtag search. You can also, if you find some organizations that you like, that you start to follow, you can go in and look at their list of followers or their list of people they're following, and you'll be able to scroll through and you can find some other similar accounts that may be helpful for you. Check out organizations, and to start with, like option B, Modern Grief, What's Your Grief, David Kessler, My Grief Connection, some others like that. To get started, you can follow those organizations or groups, and then from there you can start searching and adding to your support. Okay, some other tips with Google are to use modifiers and qualifiers, quote marks, asterisks, minus signs, things like that, to help you search. There is a link in the PDF for an article that gives you some more suggestions on how to better search Google. And don't forget that YouTube is a great search engine as well. You can use keywords and search terms there to find videos and channels related to topics and organizations that you're interested in. I love podcasts, right? So Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, all the different platforms have great podcasts available to you. Grief Refuge, Graduating Grief, Grief Out Loud, the Faith and Grief podcast, Griefcast, Healing with David Kessler, Terrible Thanks for Asking with Nora McInerney. Those are just a few that I love, but there's a lot more. And again, on the website, there's a list. And a film that might be helpful is called Speaking Grief. It's a documentary that really explores the grief process and validates the experience of grief for grievers. You can learn more about that at speakinggrief.org. And just quickly, I started a support group for survivors of murder-suicide loss a couple years ago. We meet usually once or twice a month, and we provide support and space for healing to people who have lost someone to a murder-suicide, regardless of the relationship to those that died. So you can reach out to me if you have questions about the group. Email me at mygriefconnection@outlook.com if you want more information. And that's it. I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks for sticking with me. I know it was like a fire hose of info, but hopefully that was helpful to give you some ideas and get some things flowing, some thoughts flowing about where you can start to build your own personal grief support community. Please reach out to me if you have any questions. I think there's a slide that Tony can put up here in just a second to show you my contact info. Thank you, Tony. So please feel free to reach out. You can take a screenshot of that slide if you'd like to. You can download that grief resources guide. The link is in the chat. And that's it. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your day and enjoy the rest of the Global Grief Conference.
Well, thank you, Sarah. There were some great resources there. So I'm going to get started. There we go. There we've got the slides. So I just very brief, and then we'll dive into it. I lost my mum to suicide, and I will be talking specifically to suicide loss survivors. Having said that, if you're struggling with any loss, or really if there's things in your life that you don't, that are not how you want them to be, or you've got issues of guilt, just stick around and you might learn something. So today I'm going to talk to you about I'm going to share 3 proven ways to let go of your guilt after suicide loss, so you can find inner peace and joy even if you're constantly blaming yourself right now. So I always like to start with the analogy of a cake, and I was baking with my 2 daughters, and as you're baking, I sort of realized how baking is quite similar to our grief journey, really. So when you think about baking a cake, you might put all of the ingredients out on the table. And the same with grief. You've got different resources like this series. We've got professional support, peer support groups, books, podcasts, all of these kinds of things. And they're available for you, but just like the ingredients for a cake, if you don't use them, if you don't mix them together, if they just stay on the table, you're never going to end up with a cake. So you need to be sure to actually use the ingredients that you've got. So now you've mixed them all together. You put the batter in a dish, you put it in the oven, and then you wait. And you might look after some time just to see how the cake is doing. And similarly, I encourage you to check in with yourself regularly to see how you're doing. Do you need a bit longer? What do you need? Because something you might have started with something, and then maybe it's not serving you anymore, and you want to try something else. Then when the cake is ready, you take it out of the oven, and some cakes, they take 20 minutes, some cakes take 60 minutes. So it doesn't mean that one cake is better than the other. They're just different. It's the same with our grief journey. With grief, there's no reward for speed. And some people just take longer than others, but as long as you're baking, as long as you're moving in the right direction, that's the main thing. And then you've got the cake out, and then you let it cool down, or not, right? Who am I kidding? And you slice a piece of that cake off. And while I don't believe that you're ever done grieving, you get to a point where the suicide loss isn't at the forefront of your mind all the time anymore. And then when you've cut off a slice of your cake, you then get to share it with the loved ones that you still have around you. And it's the same when you've been able to process your grief. You're able to be more present for your loved ones and be around them and share the life that you still get to live with them. So what can you expect from my presentation today? We're going to dive into my 3-part method of letting go of your guilt after suicide loss. I'm going to give you actionable steps that you can start implementing straight away. And we're going to talk about how to change your thoughts and mindset so you can find inner peace and joy permanently and not just for a few days. Throughout this presentation, I'm also going to share with you some testimonials from my clients for 2 reasons. Firstly, they've lost different loved ones to suicide, so you might be able to recognize yourself in some of their stories, and also to show you that this really works. What I share with you today isn't just theory. So here we've got Jill from Alberta, who says, Carol taught me how to manage the constant replay of the night of my son's death. I find myself reliving it less and less as long as I use the tools Carol provided me. She is a caring, non-judgmental listener that helps me to work towards moving forward and not staying stuck in my thoughts of guilt, traumatic events, and self-blame. Carol saved me from falling into a really dark place and helped me to know that I can find life again with some work. By the end, you will know the 3 biggest myths that are stopping you from letting go of your guilt if you continue to believe them. You'll know how to harness your thoughts so you can find inner peace and joy, even if you're constantly thinking about the should-haves and could-haves right now. And I'm going to go through my 3-part method of finding self-compassion and forgiveness. And if there's any suicide loss survivors watching here live, let me know who you are. Let me know whom you've lost. I'm going to make this interactive if you want to comment. If not, you can just do the exercises on your own with pen and paper. So you're in the right place if you've lost your loved one to suicide and you know that you need to go deep to find inner peace, but you haven't quite worked out how to do it. If you've worked with different professionals and nothing has worked for you up till this point. If you feel overwhelmed with all of the various healing strategies out there and you just want the support that actually makes a difference. Or maybe you found your inner peace and joy and now you want to find your purpose. Now you think, okay, what's next? This is not for you if you believe that time heals all wounds because, well, you're just going to sit and wait. And we're going to talk about this a little bit later, why it's not true. And also, if you believe there's absolutely no chance that you ever be able to find peace. And that's when I'm going to start diving into the brain perspective. I'm going to talk about this quite a bit today. So from your brain point of view, if you say to yourself, okay, there's absolutely no chance I'm ever going to find any peace, your brain always wants to prove you right. So your brain will say, okay, no problem, right? I'm not even going to try it. If you try, you start to self-sabotage because you believe there is no chance. And when you think about it, no one ever tries to prove themselves wrong, right? We always want to prove ourselves right. So even if you're struggling with that concept right now, I invite you to just, on the scale, go from here to here. Just have that slight shift, which will make all the difference. So you go from saying, oh, there's absolutely no chance to, okay, I'm not sure how yet. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. And I'm leaving myself open to the possibility that I may be able to find some peace and I may be able to let go of my guilt, because then your brain starts looking out for possibilities. So in return, I just ask you that you show up fully present with an open mind, that you're going to take at least one action step based on what I'm going to share, just whichever one resonates with you the most, and that you're kind and respectful to other people in this masterclass. So I'm starting with an analogy. I'm going to use quite a few analogies today. So if you think about running your first 10K race, whether you're a runner or not, I'm interested how you would do it. And again, if you want to share it in the comments, great. If not, just take a pen and paper and write down some notes. So running your first K, how would you do it? Would you do it on your own, the painful and slow way? Or would you get support and be smart, efficient, and finish strong. So you can just write that down on your piece of paper, on my own, painful, slow, or smart, efficient, and finish strong. And I'm going to tell you my story and how I did that. So that was actually I want to go back. That was actually a picture of me, my first 10K race. And when I was in my late teens, early 20s, I wasn't very fit. So I thought, right, I'm going to sign up for my local 10K race. And at that point, I could hardly walk, let alone run 5K. So I thought, okay, I'm going to get support. So I was working with a personal trainer. We met every week and went over my running plan for the week. We did some exercises. I did gym. It was a really holistic approach. And I was able to complete the 10K race. And then later on, I went on to run half marathons and even a marathon. And maybe without his support, I would have been able to do it eventually. And I know that I was able to do it more quickly and more efficiently with his support. So who am I? For those of you who don't know me, so my name is Caro. I'm a wife, I'm a mom to 3 lovely children, and I lost my own mom to suicide in November of 2013. So it's actually coming up for 10 years now. I'm originally from Germany, lived in the UK for nearly 13 years, and then moved to Canada in 2019. And in my spare time, I enjoy spending time with my family, reading and listening to music. So you can see my mum there, my favorite band, Good Charlotte, that I saw live a few times before I had kids. And there are my kids that are playing in the snow. Even though in Canada, I can say, thankfully, the snow is gone. And hopefully that's it for this winter, but you can never be sure. So why should you listen to me? I'm a certified neurocoach, which means that everything I talk about is brain-based and science-backed. And I'm also certified with the ILCT. So I took that grief coaching course. So I've got the experience of having lost my mom to suicide and the knowledge and the framework behind me to support people. So if we flash back to November of 2013, my mum unexpectedly took her life. We weren't expecting it. And I was struggling, but I was also worried about my dad, how he was going to cope. And there are a few things that I experienced that I just want to share with you in case you're experiencing the same and no one's ever told you that it's okay or it's normal. So I remember thinking back 9.5 years that I remember looking forward to dreaming of my mom because I figured, well, that's the only way that I can ever be with her now. And I dreamt of her sometimes, but of course, nowhere near enough. I ruminated about the whys and what ifs. And that's something that most of us, again, struggle with, right? Why is that? What if I had done this? What if I had done that? And she actually came to see me for 2 weeks, just 2 months before she took her life. So I was thinking about, okay, she said this, she said that, oh, the should-haves and the could-haves, all those obvious signs that weren't obvious at the time, of course. And I was also replaying everything in my head over and over again. And I didn't really know why at the time. I just sort of went with it. But now, knowing what I know, looking back, there was a way for me to process or trying to process everything that was happening. So what I used to do is I used to play this game in my head where I thought, okay, if I can go back in time only once, what would I do? How would I save her? And of course, I found out where and when and how she took her life. So I thought, okay, great, I can just stand there and stop her. And that's all well and good. But then it doesn't mean that she wouldn't have taken her life another day. And so I kept thinking and coming up with these different scenarios, but there was always a yeah, but. And now I believe that is because there is no perfect scenario, right? And if you want to apply that to your situation, you never know. And even if you had been there that day, something else might have happened another day. We can't be sure. But that was really occupying my mind quite a lot. And it was really difficult for me to focus, because at the time, to me, that was really real. I thought, okay, what if time travel is suddenly possible? What if someone comes and says, okay, Cara, this is your only chance? I deeply believed I needed to be prepared. And I also held on to a lot of anger initially for my mom leaving us. I felt abandoned, and I had all of these struggles trying to function my day-to-day life. And yeah, I sort of thought, I sometimes said to my mom, well, that's all because of, you left us. This is why we now need to deal with all of this stuff. And of course, it gets more complex than that, but that was certainly where my mind was at the time. So my first year of loss, I was actually my last year of university. So I saw my uni counselor, which wasn't very helpful. I don't know your experiences with counselors, and everyone's different. Every counselor is different. Every person is different. For me, I felt like I went to her and I talked, and she didn't say anything, and I didn't like awkward silences at the time. So I talked some more, and then an hour was up and I just did all the talking, which wasn't too helpful for me. And then she went on maternity leave and said, oh, I think you're fine, off you go, kind of thing. I went to my GP and the psychiatrist to try and get support. I attended the local support group, raised money for the Samaritans and Survivors of Bereavement by Suicide, which is a UK charity. So you can see here, I was running a half marathon with my friend there to raise money for them. After I finished uni, I graduated. I took the summer off, did lots of self-care. I felt I was ticking all the boxes. I felt like I was doing everything possible to help me deal with my grief and my guilt. But I still felt so guilty. I still couldn't focus. I still was so heartbroken, just holding on to all of this complex grief. And I thought, what am I missing? What's wrong with me? Why am I not feeling any better? And then 2018 arrived when our first daughter was born. And that's when things shifted for me. It wasn't just me and my husband anymore. We had this beautiful baby girl, and I wanted to be the best mom possible for her, and also break that generational curse. Because while my mom, as far as I know, was never diagnosed with any mental health issues, her mom was treated for depression over a number of years and a number of times. So I did sort of wonder, and I was worried for me and then for my daughter. Okay, what does that mean? I need to do something. So when she was little and I was sat on the sofa a lot feeding her, I started to research different strategies. And there's so many out there, and I couldn't find anything that resonated with me. It sort of felt like something worked for someone, and then they say, oh, you tried, it'll work for you, and it didn't. Or it was just not based on anything in particular. And that was until I learned how to rewire the brain and how the brain works. And I'm going to dive into that more in a little bit. But that's when I was finally able to find peace. So fast forward to today. I combined all of my knowledge and experience. I started to share my story on social media, which wasn't easy for me to start with because only really close friends and family knew what had happened. Even my colleagues, although they knew that my mom died, they didn't know that she took her life. But again, I was able to work with my untrue and unhelpful thoughts and rewire my brain around that to start showing up so I could support people. I organized Zoom get-togethers. I held regular interview series, which one's actually coming up in a week and a bit. The website is fromsuicidelosstopurpose.com. I host regular masterclasses, support series, all kinds of resources out there to support suicide loss survivors. I work with clients on a one-on-one basis, and I also got my free private Facebook group. So if you search for Healing After Suicide Loss on Facebook, you'll be able to find me there. And the best part for me with all of this was forgiveness. So I was able to forgive my mum. Remember, I was holding on to a lot of anger, and also forgive myself because I was holding on to so much guilt. Now, my mum's suicide isn't at the forefront of my mind all the time anymore, and I can actually experience joy again. So when my mum first took her life, I remember I suddenly had, which I can only describe it, the ceiling of joy right above my head. So things would happen and I would know technically that joyous things, they're happy things, but I just couldn't feel it. I find a way to remember and honor my mom now through supporting others, and it makes her suicide just seem that little bit less of a waste. And I was also able to reconnect with friends, because you've probably experienced that people either don't know what to say, so they don't say anything and distance themselves, or they try and say the right thing but say the wrong thing. So it has helped me to recognize that and reach out to them and reconnect with them. So before we dive into my simple yet effective 3-part method designed to help you let go of your guilt so you can find peace and joy for good, I want you to think about what is your number one desire that you have on your suicide loss journey. And again, you can share it in the comments if you like. If not, just make a note with pen and paper. What is your journey? And you can think about, okay, where am I now? Where do I want to get to? And if you struggle to think about what your number one desire is, think about what you don't want to experience anymore. That's sometimes easier to look at it that way around. So if you can't think of something, usually people say things like peace or finding some purpose, being able to get out of bed, all kinds of things. But if you can't think of one, then you might think, okay, what am I doing now that I don't want to be doing anymore? So you might be crying every day, and you don't want to cry so much. And there's nothing wrong with crying, and crying cleanses the soul, but it takes a lot of energy, right? So instead of saying, okay, I don't want to cry all the time anymore, try and turn it around and say, okay, what does that mean that I am doing more if I'm crying less? So again, just make a note, and it'll help you figure things out along the way. Right. Now I'm going to talk about the 3 myths. So myth number 1, I've mentioned before, time heals all wounds. Not true. So what happens if you believe that myth? And really, if you believe it, it's not your fault, because we're told all the time, oh, give it some time, it'll get better, wait a few weeks, months, years, and you'll feel better. So what happens is that you sit there and you wait and wait and wait, and nothing happens. And you start thinking, okay, everyone tells me time heals all wounds. Time isn't healing my wounds. What's actually wrong with me? So it shows up as you just sit there and wait, hoping that your guilt will magically disappear one day. And when it doesn't, you feel shame, like there's something wrong with you, and you stay stuck. So I want you to stop waiting, because things won't just get better on their own. And I want you to take accountability for your own healing, because myself and all of the amazing speakers this weekend, we can give you all of the strategies and tools, but we can't and we won't implement that for you. So that's your responsibility and accountability to yourself, to not just watch and think, oh yeah, that was interesting, but actually use the tools that we give you. And I told you I was going to talk about a lot of analogies today. So there's the thing with the physical wound versus the emotional wound. And you've probably heard this before. Have you ever noticed that we treat our physical wounds so differently to our emotional wounds? If you go and break your leg, then you're going to go to the emergency room to get it treated, and rightly so. But when we've got an emotional wound, we just think, oh, it'll get better, or it'll sort itself out. I don't want to talk to someone, all these kinds of things. And it just doesn't work like that. And to give you an example, a couple of years ago, my friend's daughter was playing in their garden and she fell over really awkwardly. and she hurt her wrist. So my friend looked at her wrist, so her daughter's wrist, and it looked really bad. So she took her to the emergency room and they x-rayed it, and it was broken, and they put a cast on, and then the wrist was able to heal, and now she's fine, no problems. My friend didn't do is say to her, oh, you know, it looks a bit bad, looks a bit painful. Just give it a few weeks and it'll sort itself out. If she had done that, her daughter would have been in a lot of pain for a long time. It probably wouldn't have healed properly, and she wouldn't most likely be able to use her hand and her wrist properly now or ever again. So again, just that interesting emotional wound, physical wound, so different. So I want you to take away that you do need to go in and do the work to be able to let go of your guilt for good. Myth number 2 is that, oh, I don't deserve peace and joy. And I was actually having a call with someone earlier today who said that she recognized that for herself. And it's good if you can recognize that. Sometimes it's more below the surface. But I hear that time and time again. And it honestly breaks my heart because it's not true. You do deserve peace and joy. So how many of you are thinking, okay, I didn't do enough. I should have known. This is all my fault. I'm responsible for my loved one's suicide. I'm a terrible person. My loved one isn't here anymore to live their life, so I shouldn't be allowed to enjoy the nice things in life. And I want you to think, okay, what would your loved one say? So if you've got a photo of your loved one, just grab it and look at it. And I've added a couple of pictures of my mom here. And I know looking at her that she wanted me to live the best life possible, because our loved ones didn't take their life because they wanted to hurt us, but they took their lives because they had to find a way of ending their pain. And at that time, it was the only way that they could see that, unfortunately. So I want you to think, what if by letting go of your guilt, you can show up fully for the loved ones that need you, that you get to make a difference in people's lives, and that you're actually able to honor your loved ones. So rather than thinking, okay, I don't deserve peace and joy, I must hold into my guilt and grief as a way to honor my loved one. If you turn it around, you're actually much better off letting go of your guilt so you can really show up as the best version of yourself and honor your loved one that way. Myth number 3, healing is possible for everyone else but me. And I hear that quite a bit as well. And again, I want you to know it's not true. And yes, we're all different, like our loved ones are all different. We're all on our different journeys. But really, when you can follow steps which are brain-based and science-backed, it works for everyone every time, as long as you're willing to show up and do the work. So how does it show up if you think that healing's not possible for you? Well, you don't take action because you feel like it won't work anyway. So why bother, right? Maybe things you've tried before, so you've tried, but they didn't work for you. So remember, your brain's number one job is to keep you safe and familiar. So your brain's trying to keep you safe. So when you go and want to try something new, something else, your brain's like, whoa, hang on a minute. Do you remember what happened last time when you tried something and you were back to square one a couple of days later and you felt even worse? So don't even go there. And you continue to suffer. What becomes possible when you stop believing that? Well, you can start healing, you can find joy, and you can be present, because until you rewire your brain just looks for problems. It doesn't look for solutions. It wants to protect you. That's just how it's been for thousands of years, and it's still like that to this day. So until your subconscious is rewired, you can do all the things you want on the surface, but you can't outsmart your subconscious. So what happens is, on the surface, if you do, you might, try all different things and really put the foot on the gas pedal, but your subconscious isn't on board. So it's going to put the foot on the brake pedal. And then even if you try, you start self-sabotaging or not showing up properly or come up with excuses, right? So that's why it's so important that you do it. And I want you to know that you too can let go of your guilt. So I want you to meet Esther. She says, when I lost my son Dom to suicide last year, it felt as if my life was also over and that I would never be able to experience happiness again. I'm so glad I found Caro. With her unwavering support, I've been able to see that it is possible to move forward after the loss of my son and that my future has the potential to be fulfilling and meaningful. Using her first-hand experience of family suicide and with skill, understanding, and deep kindness, Caro has encouraged me to recognize the negative messages that may otherwise be holding me back from achieving my goal. I now no longer feel guilty for giving myself permission to fully live again after such tragedy, and I know that this is what Dom would want for me. So, if you don't want to have those feelings of guilt because you believe you could have or you should have done things differently, and you want to forgive yourself and others so you can find inner peace and joy, you need tried and tested steps that you can follow. And those 3 steps are acknowledge, surrender, and harness your thoughts. And we're going to dive into each of them in more detail now. So step 1 of 3, acknowledge. And maybe you're thinking, well, what are you talking about, Caro? It's on my mind all the time already. Or by acknowledging it, don't I make it worse for myself? And the thing is, yes, it's probably on your mind a lot or all of the time. But until you really recognize and acknowledge what's going on, all that happens is things just drift in and out of consciousness and you're not really able to deal with anything. So it's really important to recognize that. And yes, it might bring some things up that are uncomfortable or painful, but you get to choose. Do you want to dive into that and do the grief work and then come out at the other end feeling better? Or do you just want to feel sad and heartbroken, just very much below average for the rest of your life? And the thing is, by acknowledging it, you don't make it worse because it's already there. It's just about getting it out of our head so we can see what's there and we can take steps. So what I always say is get out pen and paper. Doesn't need to be a fancy pen, doesn't need to be a fancy journal, just any pen, back of an envelope is fine, it doesn't matter. Use pen and paper because it activates different areas of your brain. So you get to slow down and also you get to activate areas of the brain where your subconscious sits so you can pull things out from your subconscious more easily, basically. So don't skimp on that. And there's a couple of suggestions that you could do. You could make a list with the should-haves and could-haves. And again, if you want to share one of them, feel free. If not, understand because this is a public forum. But just make a note and think of all the should-haves and could-haves. And if you want to write one down now and then get back to it later. And when you've written them all down, I want you to go back to each of them in turn and look really closely and think, okay, if I had done that, can I be absolutely sure that my loved one would still be here? And the answer will be no. So you can go through that in each of them in turn. And as a bonus step, you could write a letter to your loved ones. I would write a letter to my mum. And you could write about all kinds of things. You could tell them everything that you didn't get to tell them. You could express your anger if you're angry. You could share about your day, anything you like. But again, please use pen and paper. So I wanted to meet Jill. Jill says, at the start of my grief journey, I had no idea how to begin or where to turn. I was already seeing a therapist, but quickly became aware that she did not specialize in matters of grief. I needed more. After 4 months of searching, I found Caro. Caro is extremely understanding of everyone's individual journey. I instantly connected with Caro and felt like she understood exactly how I was feeling. Caro's process of rewiring your brain has been so powerful for me. Quite soon after I started working with her, I finally began to feel better. She's helping me turn my negative self-talk and the what-ifs, I should have, and whys into factual positive thinking. I've learned numerous valuable techniques that I now use daily, which helps me handle intrusive thoughts, guilt, negative self-talk, shame, and more. My life is forever changed by my son's suicide. I know with Cara's help and continued practice, I can have a positive grief journey filled with peace, love, laughter, and joy, all while honoring my son. So step number 2 is surrender. And you might think, okay, what's that? Surrender what? And it's surrender control. And it's so interesting because we think we've got control over so many aspects in our lives when it's actually not true. But we like to be in control. Our brain likes to think that it's in control because then things are predictable and nice, and we know what to expect. But when we lose our loved one, especially to suicide, that it feels like the rug is ripped out from under our feet and we lose that control. And what our brain would rather do is cling on to the illusion of control. So it does that by thinking of all the could-haves and should-haves, that if you had done something differently, your loved one would still be here. That's where the illusion of control comes in. And it'd rather do that than admitting that you are actually helpless, because helplessness is scary. So that's a really important thing to realize. So what I always say is think about some outside influences. And again, you can write some things down on your paper, something that comes to mind. And I'm going to share some of the ones that I've heard people say before and things that I've experienced myself with my mom. So outside influences might be school or work, friends, social media, and also our loved ones themselves. Now, the thing is, these outside influences, they're things that influenced your loved one's life and possibly contributed towards their suicide, and you had no control over them. And I always include our loved ones, and some people don't like it, and I'm gonna caveat it now. The thing is, there's only so much you can do, right? Even if it was your child, if it was your spouse, your parent, your friend, it doesn't matter, your brother or sister, there's only so much you can do. You can't force someone to do something they don't want to do. You can't get someone to change if they don't want to change. So, yes, you could have made them get in your car, driven them to a therapist, made them sit in that chair. But unless they were willing and able to open up and talk about it and receive the help, there's actually not very much you can do. And I think that's, again, a very important thing to recognize. On the other hand, I also know that a lot of our, if not all of our loved ones were struggling, so they might not have been able to do that or see through that. So caveat, looking at both sides. So meet Tracy. She says, when my beautiful, kind son suddenly and unexpectedly left Earth, my heart was shattered beyond words. I was living a whole new world and had no idea what to do. I spent my days and sleepless nights thinking about my son, the whys, the what ifs, and feeling overwhelmed with sadness. Finding Cara was like finding a light in the darkness. She provided me tools and action steps I could take to help me on this new journey. Most importantly, she helped me feel hope and was a kind, supportive person I could talk to who understood what I was going through, and I'll be ever grateful for her guidance. So, step 3 of 3. So we've talked about acknowledging what's going on and surrendering control. They're all well and good, and I call them surface level work. And if you just stop there, again, you're not going deep. It'll get you to a certain point, and then you just go back to square one. So now we're sort of putting it all together. And I want you to think, how many times have you maybe talked to a friend or seen a therapist and you felt, I don't want to say happy, but hopeful. You thought, okay, that's it. I'm finally getting there. But only a short while later, you feel deflated again. You're back to square one. And that's because you haven't gone deep. So I'm going to just explain to you how these things work. So if you think of situations, most situations, they're neutral, right? They just are. They're not good or bad until we attach our thoughts to them. And because it's so sunny and lovely out there today, I'm going to use my example of the weather. So say, and in a couple of months, it'll be, outside, the sun is shining and it's 35 degrees Celsius. What's that? 90 something degrees Fahrenheit. I'm still not very good with Fahrenheit. But that's just is, anyone can look at that and agree that that's the case, and it's not good or bad. And say Barbara really enjoys the sun. She enjoys sunbathing. She's like, yeah, it's amazing. I'm going to lie out in my garden and get a suntan and life's good. Brian, on the other hand, is allergic to the sun. He gets hot really easily. He needs rain for his crops to grow. So he'll say, oh no, it's hot and sunny again. That's not good. And so he's got negative thoughts about that. And the situation hasn't changed. It still is what it is. It's neutral. So Barbara will have happy, joyous, excited feelings because of her thoughts. And Brian will be sad, deflated, depressed because of his thoughts. So can you see that two people can look at things very differently? And when we repeat our thoughts and emotions over time, they become really deep-seated beliefs. And based on our beliefs, how we identify ourselves, we make all of our decisions, actions, and results. So why have I told you this? Why is that important? Well, everything starts with a thought. So research has shown us that the thought center of the brain fires microseconds before the emotional center of the brain. So everything you do starts with a thought. If you've got a shift in emotions, there was a thought. You might not always be able to catch it or recognize it straight away. It takes some practice. It might be totally subconscious and you'd never be able to catch it. But there's always a thought there. And the next important thing to realize is that we are the creator of our thoughts. So you can choose what thoughts to think. And it's not like I'm going to send you away and say, okay, just think a happy thought and that's it. But there's steps we can do to rewire our brain so we can think thoughts that are actually helpful and supportive for us. Another thing to realize, not all of our thoughts are true and are helpful. Your mind could say anything, doesn't mean it's true. Don't believe everything I say. Don't believe everything you're telling yourself. As an example, I could say right now quite easily, and I'm going to say the wall behind me is blue. It's not. My mind, my brain had no issue saying that. So you can see that not all of our thoughts are true. And for me, when I learned about that, I felt such a relief, because before then I was really defined by my thoughts. I had a lot of thoughts in my mind and they weren't always positive, but I didn't think I could do anything about them. So I had all of these thoughts. I identified with these thoughts, and it was a really difficult situation. So I was relieved when I found out that's not the case. So what we can do is rewire our brain, and we can create permanent transformations without having to try really hard. And I'm going to briefly want to talk about those two pictures here. So you can see that picture of the brain, and all of these connections here are neural pathways that the brain builds. So like we said, when you repeat thoughts and emotions over time, those pathways are built, but they can also change. It's called neuroplasticity. And down here, if you look at those orange spots, that's where there's a gap, a synaptic gap. And what happens when there's a gap is that the energy has to jump across, and that's a conscious thought. You had to use energy to do that. And actually our brain uses up the most energy of all of our body. So what our brain does, when you keep thinking the same thoughts over and over again, it says, okay, I get it. You really believe that. You don't need to waste any more energy thinking that consciously. I'm going to close that gap. And now the thought can just run across without you using any energy and without your knowledge or permission, right? That's how the neural pathways are built. That's now automated. That's in your subconscious. So when we rewire the brain, really what we're doing is we're breaking down those old neural pathways with those old or still current beliefs that you have that are no longer serving you, and building new neural pathways with beliefs and thoughts that are serving you. So how can you do this? You might say, okay, I'm on board, I get it, all well and good. How am I going to do this? Well, the first important step is to recognize your untrue and unhelpful thoughts. Until you recognize them, you can't do anything about them. And that's really, when we talked about acknowledging, that's where you already did a lot of the work. So if you've been working alongside me, you can just practice it now as I explain it to you, and it'll make a lot more sense. So choose one of your untrue and unhelpful thoughts. It might be, my loved one's suicide was all my fault, I'm a terrible parent, things like that. And it'll be different for everyone. But just to recognize it, start paying attention to your thoughts. And then record them. So write them down with pen and paper, basically. And I suggest that at least initially you carry around pen and paper everywhere with you. So you can write it down, you don't forget about it, you're not going to end up paraphrasing at the end of the day. And you can also keep a tally to see, okay, which ones come up most often, and you might want to start with that one first. And you might now say, okay, Kara, I've got a list of thoughts as long as my arm. When am I ever going to work through all of them? The great thing is that you don't need to work through all of them. You get to find the 3 to 5 root thoughts, and all other thoughts are just built upon those root thoughts. So once you're able to refute and rewire one of them, a lot of the other ones will just fall away. Getting to the refuting part, which is still so fascinating to me, and I see it work every time as long as you do it right. So there's a logical refute and the mirror refute. So for example, if your thought was, oh, I'm a terrible parent because my child took their life, you'd start with the logical refute. And remember, your brain is always just looking at the negative. So you get to make a case for yourself, like a lawyer, of why that's not true. So you could think of the ways that you've supported your loved one, not just before their suicide, but throughout their life. Maybe you went to all of their hockey games, or you went out and did something fun together once a week, or you're always there to talk to them and listen to them. It'll be individual to you, but just to give you some examples. So you're going to make a whole list of those. And then the other one is the mirror refute. And that one is truly magical, even though it's scientific. It's just so amazing. And that's really based on the thing that, and you might have noticed that yourself, that if there's another griever, maybe you're talking to another person who's lost someone to suicide, you say to them, oh, it's not your fault, you couldn't have known. But to yourself, you say, oh, I should have known, it's all my fault, right? We're so compassionate with other people, and we're so critical with ourselves. So what we can do is like a little trick just to get some more thoughts going is I want you to think of the person that you love the most, more than anything. If it makes sense in the context, you could use your loved one who died by suicide. It might be a bit stressful for you. It's also very powerful. So see how it goes. If it's too stressful, you can use a loved one who's still alive. It still works. So test the waters with that. And what you want to do is you want to put that lie that you tell yourself, because that's what it is. It's a lie. You want to put it onto them. So for example, if you say to yourself, oh, I'm a terrible parent. And if you're still married to the father or mother of your child and you get on really well, you could say, okay, he or she, insert name, is a terrible parent, right? Or it's all their fault, whatever it is. So for example, you'd say, oh, it's all Bob's fault. Bob is a terrible parent if your husband is called Bob. And I want you to say that out loud, but not to that person. And I always feel like I really need to make that point. You don't say it to them, right? You say it when you're on your own, but you say it out loud if you can do it. That's the first interesting thing. When I do this exercise with my clients, they say, I can't say that. And I say, well, why? You say it to yourself all day, every day. So that's the first thing to recognize. See if you can say it. If not, imagine someone else saying it about your loved one. So that's again where it helps working with someone, because I can step into that role of saying, okay, it was all his fault, or he's a terrible father. And then basically what happens is that the other person, you'd come up with all of these reasons why it's not true. It's like, how dare you say he's a terrible father? He's not. He was doing all of these things, right? And that's so, I find it beautiful, to be honest, because you come up with all of these reasons that are true for them. And most of these reasons, unless they're really specific to that person, will also be true for you. It's just that your brain can't see it for you. So what you do is you write all of them down. So you could say, Bob taught our child how to cook, and maybe you taught them something as well, right? Bob went for a walk with our child every Saturday, and maybe you went along with him. Do you see? There's so many things you can write down, and there's so many things that will be applicable for you as well. So once you've got them down, so you've got your logical reasons and your mirror refute, you just want to make sure that they're all written about you. So if you said, Bob went on walks with our child every Saturday, you would say, I went on walks with, and insert names, obviously, I'm just keeping it generic, every Saturday, for example. So you've got all of these statements that are written about you. Now to the rewiring. What I want you to do is I want you to get out a voice recorder. Most phones have one these days. And I want you to record each of those sentences. And you don't have to say each time, oh, it's not my fault, because you just say these sentences out loud that you came up with. Like, I went to every hockey match, for example. And then what you want to do is listen to it first thing in the morning before you check your phone and all the distractions come flooding in. You can make yourself a cup of coffee if you want, but really first thing, because that sets you up really well for the day. Remember, we're now rewiring the brain. We're going from it working against you to working for you. And then I want you to also listen to it last thing at night, because our subconscious is always active, even when we're sleeping. And it gives our subconscious these really positive thoughts to work with. Now, I often get asked, okay, how long does that take? And again, research has shown us that it takes around 67 days for the complete rewiring to happen. It doesn't mean that it takes 67 days for you to notice something. Usually around 21 days, you start to notice a shift, because it's a gradual thing. The breaking down and the building up happens over time. And even when you get to 67 days, I don't just want you to say, okay, that's it, I'm done. Remember, check in with yourself, see how you're feeling, and you get to a stage where you don't even believe your old or current beliefs anymore. So I've got a few minutes left. Okay, let's see. I want you to meet Anna, who says, Cara has given me the tools to live a better life, and I will be forever grateful. I felt stuck in my grief after losing my husband 4 years before. Everything was so hard and heavy. I was scared that other loved ones would die of suicide, didn't know how to deal with my children's mental health, felt I wasn't good enough, and nobody cared really. Cara helped me find my thought patterns, understand the reasoning, and with this awareness, refute these harmful thoughts. It's a work in progress, but I know what to do and how to do it now. I feel so much lighter and my grief so much more manageable. Then we've got Tracy. My husband Fred took his life on November 11th, 2018. My marriage was a difficult one and rocky at the time of Fred's death, adding another layer of shame and guilt to my burden. Realizing I wanted to enjoy life again, I started working with Carol. Her knowledge of the subconscious, her techniques of rewiring the brain, and daily affirmations helped me begin the climb out of the negative muck and start grieving in a healing way, not a self-destructive way. She guided me out of the what ifs and if onlys. My friends have noticed a positive change in me, and I feel it too. My old self is emerging. With Caro's guidance, I'm hopeful, happier, and lighter. We work through anything that comes up during our sessions, and I'm often surprised about what does come up. My guilt and shame are no longer in the forefront of my day. I can't thank Caro enough and recommend her enough to help guide you through your grieving and recovery. You've come to the right place. And I just want to point a couple of things out there. It's always so great when my clients notice the difference, but also other people around them as well. And Tracy said that she's surprised about what does come up. So there's things you want to work on, and then there'll be more things that come up. And the great thing about the neurocoaching side of things, it works with any kind of unsure and unhelpful thoughts. I have it specifically for suicide loss survivors, but we can dive into all kinds of areas of your life. So to review, we talked about acknowledging the guilty thoughts, surrendering control, and then harnessing your thoughts. So I'm gonna wrap up 5 minutes. All right. I'm not sure why you showed up today. Maybe you spend most of your time thinking about the should-haves and could-haves. It could be that your feelings of guilt are affecting your interpersonal relationships, your sleep, or even your physical health. Or maybe you've heard about other people rewiring their brain and you wanted to see how you could make it work for you. So I hope you can see by now that rewiring your brain is really the quickest and easiest way to let go of your guilt and to find inner peace permanently. And I believe if you've been on this masterclass up to this point, then you are committed and you have what it takes to let go of your guilt, and you can get started right away. And remember, nothing I've shared with you here today is theory or fluff that might work. Everything is brain-based and science-backed, and I've adapted it specifically for suicide loss survivors. I used all of these techniques for my own healing and to support hundreds of others who've also lost a loved one to suicide. And it doesn't matter if you've been bereaved by suicide for months or decades. It's all about baby steps and taking action right now. So let me ask you this. If there was a way to get one-on-one support and receive a plan which is personalized for you, would you take it? You'll be able to let go of your guilt and find that inner peace and joy, because I'm often asked if I can go deeper with people. And the answer is yes. And again, you've always got a choice. I've told you all the steps. You can waste hours, days, and months figuring out on your own through trial and error, or you can do it the effective way with someone on-one support. And think back to how you would approach the 10K race. So if there's one thing to take away from today, I want you to know that you can be joyful again without feeling guilty about it. So I set up I've set aside some time in the next few days to speak with you personally about how that applies to your life and your journey. Whatever your biggest challenge is, I've seen it and I know how to overcome it. So you can book a free one-on-one support session with me. And that's really for people who want more than anything to let go of their guilt, but they don't know how to do it. And what we're going to do is we're going to cover 3 main pieces. We're going to create a crystal clear vision of the guilt-free and peaceful life you will be living without leaving your loved one behind. We're going to uncover hidden challenges that may be standing in your way. And you're going to leave our session with clarity on the next step. So you can see that link here. I'm not sure. I was hoping to put it in the comments, but I can't see how I'm able to do that. So you can just grab it, pen and paper. So it's calendly.com/Caro Brookings. That's me /support-call. So once we know this, once we've worked through those 3 steps, I can customize a plan on the call for you to help you move forward. And like I said, you leave the call with complete clarity of your next step, so you know exactly what to do to let go of your guilt, forgive, and find inner peace. And I just want to say, there's a limited number of calls. It's going to be free. I'd love to help you, but this is not for people who aren't ready to put in the work and take consistent action. Because like I said earlier, I can give you all the tools. I can create this plan for you. But until you show up and do the work and implement this plan, nothing's going to change. So yeah, go to my booking link. I've got some slots available until May 4th, which is next Thursday. Hopefully you've had a chance to copy and paste that. But that was everything from me for today. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you enjoy all the other speakers, and I hope to speak to you on a call soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome, and thank you for being here. This lecture is all about rebuilding confidence and boosting self-esteem after losing a spouse. When you become a widow, you struggle with so many aspects of life and all of the changes happening around you and to you, including the loss of confidence. And I know this because this is exactly what I experienced. My name is Jen Zwink. And in 2011, my husband Brent was killed while he was walking home from a bachelor party. And he was followed by a couple of guys. He was robbed and he was killed instantly. And I was left a widow at 35, left to raise our 2-year-old daughter. I have spent years of healing and studying and understanding grief and loss. And through my work with the Widow Squad, I've made it my mission really to help other widows navigate through this hard season of life. And when we lose our confidence and we stop trusting ourselves and believing in ourselves and what we're capable of. And today I'm going to show you some helpful confidence building tips and techniques that I've learned over the years. These are some strategies that are going to help you boost confidence, rebuild self-esteem, and help unleash your fullest potential, all while rediscovering who you are again and feeling grounded again. So let's go ahead and get started with number 1. In this lesson, we're going to talk about setting boundaries with others and why this is sometimes necessary for us to continue on a path of growth and confidence. And what I've found in doing all of my interviews on Widow 180, the podcast, and on the Widow Squad podcast is that many times the people in our lives, even the closest people in our lives, friends or family members, will treat us in a way to keep us down. We lose our spouse and they kindly and lovingly and graciously drop everything to be by our side and support us. They take over a caregiver role, kind of in a sense, for us, for the grieving person. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's honorable and commendable and serving others. That's exactly what we need at that particular time. But as time goes on and we feel ourselves starting to heal and we feel ourselves getting better and growing stronger mentally, spiritually, and even physically, our friends and family members sometimes try to hold us back. It's like they want to keep us in that weak and feeble state so that they can keep feeling like the hero that rescues us. They feel like it's kind of their duty and their responsibility. They've been playing this caretaker role in your life and they feel like they are needed. And without you needing them for something, they feel like they're worthless. It's almost like you have become their purpose. And when you don't need them anymore, they get resentful. They might try to hold you back and keep you stuck. And I know this sounds a little crazy, but it happens. It happens all the time. So, this lesson is about taking stock of the people in your life. Who do you surround yourself by? And more importantly, how do they make you feel? Are they supportive? Do they lift you up, lift your energy, help you get enthusiastic about things? Or do they discourage you and talk you out of things? Let's say, for example, you decide you want to go back to school. You've wanted to be a nurse your entire life. You feel a calling to do it, and you finally have the time to focus on you and what you want. And you're so excited about it. But when you tell your friend, she immediately shuts you down. She shuts down your idea. She tries to talk you out of it, and she rattles off all the reasons why you shouldn't do it, why it's such a terrible idea for you. Your heart sinks and you feel your enthusiasm and your energy drain from your body. They're talking you out of going back to school? Really? If they're seeing self-destructive behavior from you, like you're blowing all of your money at a casino every single weekend, then yes, they can step in and talk to you about it. Anything non-productive, anything self-destructive, self-sabotaging behavior is cause for an intervention, of course. But if you are actively trying to better yourself, going back to school, starting a new exercise routine, joining clubs, joining new clubs to meet new people, and your friends and family are not supportive, that's when we need to set some boundaries. Part of building your confidence comes from self-awareness of what's right for you and knowing what feels right for you and trusting your own intuition, trusting our own inner guidance. We know the pace at which we're healing, and we know what we're capable of. And we also need to honor that and be aware that others may not be supportive of that. We need to be able to give ourselves permission to live a full life and give ourselves permission to draw those lines in the sand if we have to, if we have those toxic people in our lives that don't support us. And this is not a comfortable thing to do. It requires you to advocate for yourself, regardless of what other people think. You're acting in alignment with what you believe that you deserve. I used to have a coworker, and she had this phrase that she used to say all the time. And the phrase was, bless and release. If you have a friend who keeps holding you back and keeping you down, first hear them out, hear what they have to say, and then say, thank you for your thoughts and opinions. Bye-bye. Bless and release. Bless and release. Draw those boundaries, which hopefully it doesn't have to be forever. Hopefully these friendships can weather this storm and it's just temporary. But honor how you feel and pay attention to how the people in your life make you feel. By honoring what you want and what you need, you're showing yourself that you value you. And that's going to give you a huge boost of confidence. So let's go ahead and do a quick review. Step 1, take a look at the people surrounding you. Take a look at your support system. Are the people in your life serving you well? Are they lifting you up and encouraging you? Are they making you feel better? Or are they bringing your energy down? Do they discourage you from growing? Here's your action step. Assess whether or not you need to make some changes. Assess whether or not you need to bless and release. Now let's move on to the next lesson. One of the best ways to build confidence is to keep the promises that you make to yourself. Or if you say you're going to do something, then follow through with it. This can take you can take this with you through all aspects of life. Let's say a very common one is starting a diet. If you know you've been making unhealthy choices and you tell yourself you're going to start eating healthy, then do it. Don't stop for donuts on the way home. You just broke that promise to yourself. If you tell yourself you're going to wake up 20 minutes earlier every day to go for a walk before work, then you hit the snooze button every day. Again, you're breaking that promise to yourself to work on being a better person. Or in any other situation where you promise yourself you're going to do it and then you don't do it. Whenever you break a promise to yourself, you're devaluing yourself. You're telling yourself that you're unworthy. Your self-esteem and your confidence plummets because you can't trust yourself. Imagine if someone else was promising you something and then not following through. Then imagine it's a friend of yours who told you that they would give you a ride to work every day and then they never bothered to show up. Not only would that person not be a friend anymore, but you wouldn't trust them anymore at all. How could you trust them? And the same goes for us. We need to follow through on promises to ourselves because if not, we can't trust ourselves. We lose our self-esteem, we lose our self-worth, and we don't respect ourselves. And all of these things affect our confidence level. This is one example, a great example of this is Stephanie Mosley. Stephanie and I did an interview. It was episode 17 of Widow 180, the podcast. And Stephanie's husband, Rob, went for an afternoon run on August 20th, 2017. He was hit by a speeding pickup truck going 55 miles per hour in a 25 mile per hour zone, and he died instantly. Stephanie and Rob would always run together. It was their thing that they did this as a couple. And immediately when Rob passed away, Stephanie made a promise to herself that she would keep running. She wasn't going to let what happened to Rob scare her into stopping what she loved. She promised herself and she promised Rob that she would continue doing races and marathons for him in his honor. And she kept her promise to herself. And she continues to run still to this day, documenting all of her progress and her races on her Instagram. She's at Steph Undaunted if you want to go and check her out. She persisted. She did not back down because of her fear. And that gave her the confidence to keep going. So one thing we can do to start building more confidence in ourselves is to make little promises. Set small, accomplishable goals every day and do them. If your goal is to journal for 10 minutes a day, do it. If your small goal is to cook a home-cooked dinner at least twice a week, keep the goals realistic and achievable so that it feels really good to get them accomplished and check them off the list. And I say realistic, and that's important because if you have to factor in the possibility of having a bad day, you do. And with grief, you just never know what's going to happen. You never know what kind of day you're going to have. You may have a really bad night where you didn't get much sleep, and grief does that to you. Grief causes unexpected setbacks. So setting a goal of waking up every single morning at 5 a.m. to go jogging might be a bit extreme at first and unrealistic. Smaller goals equal achievable goals, and continuous accomplishments equal more confidence and more trust in your capabilities. And that feeling of accomplishment gives us a physical boost. We actually get a boost of serotonin and endorphins when we accomplish things, when we get things done, and when we say to ourselves we're going to do things and we actually do them. So we can check those things off of our to-do list. So this is your action step for this lesson. Set some small, realistic, accomplishable goals. Make a promise to yourself and then do them and follow through. No excuses. Number 3 is to seek evidence. And for some, believing can be difficult because we are so deep in our grief and buried down by the hurt and the pain, so we don't see a way out. Belief is having faith when there is no visible or tangible proof. And when we don't believe in something, we seek evidence. We look for examples to help us see the truth. And by seeing these examples of people who have walked this path before me, it gives me the confidence that I need to keep going and to keep striving and to never give up. I know this from experience that after my husband was killed, I felt like I would never feel normal again. I felt like my mind, my body, and soul, everything had shifted to this place where I could never recover. And that was now my destiny. That was how I was destined to live, a life of sorrow and suffering forever, because that's how I was feeling 24/7. So I was desperate to prove myself wrong and to prove that there could be a good life after loss, and not just good, but even great life after loss. And did that even exist? Could I find that? So I started to look for it. I started to ask around and find other widows who had gone through horrific loss, just like I had, who had somehow navigated through all of these emotions and pain, and they had managed to come out on the other side of it, smiling and thriving and living a joyful and fulfilled life of peace and happiness. And I wondered, how did she do it? How on earth did she get through this pain and hurt? And yet here she is, still standing happy and confident in who she is. And guess what? I found her. And then I looked some more and I found another example, and then another, and then another. And the evidence was everywhere. And I could look at these amazing widows and talk to them and hear their stories of everything that they had gone through and accomplished on their own. And that really opened up my mind to all that was possible for me. I saw that these women were out there. They were selling homes, building homes, going back to school, moving across the world, meeting new people, making new friends, starting new relationships, falling in love again, and going on these amazing adventures, even having babies on their own again, doing all of these things and living a full, happy life. And then I started to think, oh my God, if she can do it, then I can do it. She started a new business after she lost her husband. Well, maybe I can do that too. And she was scared, but she faced the fear and she did it anyway. She just jumped right in. She wrote a book. Wow, maybe I can do that too. And maybe I can talk to her about it and she can help me if I need help, or if I get stuck, or if I have any questions. And this is why I started Widow 180, the podcast, and why we've also started doing the Widow Squad podcast, is because we wanted to bring these beautiful, miraculous stories to the forefront and shine a spotlight on all of these courageous souls who have gone through hell and lived to talk about it. I have so many stories about hope and inspiration that I've shared, and I love to share with other widows about what's possible for them. And one example is Natalie Reed Knutson, who lost her husband, Wayne, suddenly. He collapsed in their home and he passed away. That was in 2018. She had to process her grief and her pain, and then she chose to create a life worth living and serving others. So she bought this dilapidated house, this old home right outside of Dallas, and she spent a year remodeling it and redecorating it. And she opened it up as a retreat home for widows. Her nonprofit is called Broken Halos Haven, where widows can spend a weekend with their families as a getaway retreat. She is living a life of passion and purpose, and she's helping so many others in the process. And that is episode 104 of Widow 180, the podcast, if you want to go and hear her full story. Another wonderful example of this is Astery Dennis, another widow success story. And she lost her husband, Stephen, at the young age of 36. Astery found this creative outlet and a passion by producing skincare products, lotions, and soaps. And she dove into learning all of the math and the science behind creating these quality skincare products. She then opened her own business. It's called Astery Apothecary. And she opened herself up to learning and acquiring knowledge, just business skills, science skills, and she became this self-made, successful entrepreneur. I just love her story. And you can go ahead and listen to that one. That was episode 24 of Widow 180, the podcast. And again, these are just a couple of examples of what's possible for you. And these stories will help you feel more confident to step into this unknown life that's so full of potential, because there really is no limit to what you can achieve or do. And every little step you take is progress. And then with every step, you gain more confidence to take the next one, until suddenly you become the example. You are the one that everyone looks to. You become the widow success story that will inspire others. They will start to look to you for inspiration, and you become their story of hope. So these are your action steps for this lesson: is to find inspiration, find a mentor, search podcasts to find ones that resonate with you, and search for bloggers to follow and find those examples of hope that you can connect with. And you can connect with a lot of them through us in the Widow Squad as well. Number 4 is all about making connections and finding your people. In this lesson, we're going to assemble our team. We're going to build our band. You've all seen the movie The Blues Brothers, right? You're Jake or you're Elwood. You get your band together. Such a great movie. So who are you taking with you on this journey? Who's along with you on this ride? It's been said that we're the sum of the 5 people we're closest to. And if that's true, then surround yourself with the right people. It's good to have good people around you, period. If you have big dreams, surround yourself with people who encourage you. Do you have something on your heart, a calling in your heart to do something or start something, but maybe you're feeling some fear in getting started with it? Who are the people who are encouraging you? Who has your back? Who brings out the best in you? Grief is difficult. This is a tough path to travel, and you don't have to do this alone. One of the most vital parts of navigating grief is finding support to get through it. Make connections with others who have walked this path. Connect with other widows who are able to share the same struggles, the same triumphs. It's so important to feel validated. In the end, we just want to know that what we're feeling is normal. And when we can get that validation from others, it helps to boost our confidence. An example of this, I have one example. This is Marnie Henderson, and this was on episode 110 of Widow 180, the podcast, and I love her story. So Marnie wanted to host and start hosting retreats for widows, and she started doing this a few years after she lost her husband. She had a really close relationship with her mother-in-law, and then she had actually started dating a new guy. So she was in a new relationship, but she kept feeling this pull to do these retreats. And she kept talking about it to everyone, everywhere. And in the end, guess who funded her first retreats for the widows that she did, the retreats that she did? It was her former mother in law and her new boyfriend. They saw how much she wanted to do this to help other widows, and they saw how passionate she was about it. So they gave her the money to start these widow retreats. She found her support, she found her team, and they helped her make it happen. I love this story so much. It's so inspiring. Now, here are some other ways that you can get support. There are so many groups that you can join, that you can find online. GriefShare is a group that meets in person. This is not just widows, but they welcome anyone grieving from any type of loss. There are religious grief support groups, maybe at your local church. And Facebook has many, many grief groups or widow groups that you can join. And the Widow Squad community is our group that we just started this last year. It's this amazing community of widows, and it's a group of widows who get together on weekly Zoom calls to talk about life, loss, accomplishments, setbacks, what we're learning, how we grow, things that have helped us, and how we can show each other how to walk through grief with strength and grace. The key to finding a support network is to remember to find people who uplift one another, who help each other out. Find others who are aligned with your positivity. Find others who also want to better themselves. That's important. Find others who are taking action to move forward in life. Find others who will cheer you on as you take these big, bold steps into this new, uncertain life. And as they cheer you on, you're going to gain more confidence to keep going. And you'll gain the confidence to become this greatest, best version of you. So here's your action step. Find your people. Make a list of your dream team. And think of other people and groups that you can join that can help you. Number 5, and this is the last one, it's a really important one though, is that we need to stop comparing ourselves to other people. So many times we put value on ourselves based on what we see from the people around us and from people in our lives, our friends. And when you look at other people, you see that perfect Martha Stewart, polished, pristine family with the husband and the wife and the complete family. We see it everywhere. We see this everywhere. It's at church, it's at the park, it's at the grocery store, or wherever. It's just like when you start shopping for a new car and you really want a red Jeep. Well, all of a sudden you start seeing red Jeeps everywhere. You put your attention on it and you actually start to notice it all around you. The same happens when we put our attention on other people's complete picture, because it's something we don't have anymore. It's something we miss. We want that back. And since we're so focused on what we don't have, it only emphasizes what everybody else does have. It feels like we at other people, we see those Instagram worthy pictures. We really don't know what's going on behind their closed doors. We don't know what challenges they're really facing every day. We don't know their struggles. We just see the one angle through a lens that they want us to see. They want to present to the world that they're perfect. And we start to envy that seeming perfection. We want our own Instagram worthy family pictures. We see those other families and then we see the reflection of ourselves and we immediately go to the negative. Our brains immediately start talking us down and spiraling into negativity and saying, yeah, you're never going to be happy like that again. And look what they have and you don't. Our self-esteem plummets. It takes a nosedive. And we forget about what we do have. We forget that we are a whole, complete capable individual with beautiful thoughts and creativity and so much to be thankful for. And looking at social media is so deceiving. It's so easy to assume that everyone else has a perfect life. And it's easy to fall into that trap of putting ourselves down and making ourselves feel less valuable because we're no longer a part of a couple. We see other couples and we feel so overwhelmed with sadness for what we don't have anymore. Another issue that widows face when dealing with social media is our tendency to compare ourselves to other widows. We get on Facebook and we join widow Facebook groups or loss and grief Facebook groups, and we start conversations and interact with other widows, which is great. But then maybe you see another widow in the group whose husband passed away the same month as yours, and she's dating already. And you're nowhere near ready for that. Or you see another widow whose husband passed away around the same time as yours, and she's going back to work already. And you start to doubt yourself and you start to think, what's wrong with me? Your confidence plummets because you start to think, maybe I'm not grieving fast enough. Or, why don't I feel that way right now? And you're thinking, am I doing this widow thing all wrong? What's wrong with me? It's such a common problem and a predicament with Instagram and Facebook, which are platforms that we use pretty much daily. So these are daily reminders thrown in our face. And this is why this comparison game is one you will never win, and why it's so important to be aware of these thoughts and aware that social media can cause these negative thoughts to happen. So self-awareness is key. So what can we do about this? Well, we have a couple of options. The first one is to just get off of social media. For some people, this is really hard. And then for others, this is really easy. I mean, think about how you feel after being on Facebook or Instagram. Do you feel like crap after you get on there? If so, then stop. Give yourself a social media break. Take a Facebook hiatus. It's fine. It'll still be there. Whenever you decide you're ready to go back to it, it'll still be there. And you'll be in a better place, a better state of mind as you build your confidence. Option 2 is to stay on social media, but just be aware of how it makes you feel and realize that you do, in fact, have so much to be grateful for in life. Use it as a one-way platform. So maybe just post things on Facebook or Instagram, and then don't look at anybody else's posts. Just make your post and let people know what you're up to and leave it there. Just keep it one way only. So this is your action step for this lesson, is to decide how you want to handle social media. Is it detrimental to your health and well-being? How do you feel after being on there? How do you feel after being on Instagram and on Facebook? Are you feeling uplifted, or are you feeling depressed? Should you take a break from it, or just post and then don't look? Decide what your best plan of action is. So those are 5 ways that you can rebuild confidence after losing your partner. Let's just go ahead and we'll do a little recap. Number 1 was make yourself promises, keep them. Number 2 is to set boundaries with others. Number 3, seek evidence, look for examples. Number 4 is to find your community, make connections with others. And number 5 is to stop comparing yourself to others. This is something that we talk about all the time in the Widow Squad community. That's our online community for widows. If you are a widow or know of any widows who are struggling, not knowing where to turn for help, or feeling isolated, feeling alone, we created the Widow Squad for help, support, and inspiration. And we know that we all just want to feel validated and feel like we're not alone, and that what we're feeling is normal. Since everything in life feels like it's upside down after loss, we know widowhood and we can help. And right now we have this promotion that we're doing where you get 2 weeks for free in your first month when you sign up. And if you sign up for a 1-year membership, you get 2 months for free. So you can find us at widowsquad.com and get all of the information, or you can find us on Instagram. That's at the Widow Squad, or on Facebook at the Widow Squad. So you can come and find us there, widowsquad.com. Thank you so much for watching, and we look forward to hearing from you. Hello, if anyone has any questions or comments. I'll be happy to answer anything, but like I said in the presentation, if you need any extra support, if you are a widow or you know any widows who need any help, who are really struggling right now, who are trying to find their way out of the darkness of grief and they're really struggling, you can send them our way and we would love to help. We are at widowsquad.com, and you can also find us on Instagram at the Widow Squad and on Facebook at the Widow Squad. So thank you so much for having me.
Became a better person. I grieved the loss of that guy. That's losing literally a family member, somebody passing away. Can you grieve the loss of a side of you? Can you grieve the loss? Somebody here was Catholic when you've lost somebody. Is there
2006. And so I've taken my own grief and worked it into advocacy. Started my own business called Journey Through Grief up here in Washington State. And I support other lost.
So I'm a Vietnamese, born in Vietnam right after the fall of Saigon when I was 14 months, and escaped communism, the importance and the influence of both faith and culture.
Of my father's death, being left kind of hanging. There was not a closure because of
this Palm Sunday, April 2nd. And my mom passed away.
Conversation. I just want to kind of say something. So I hear everybody, we're kind of talking about loss, and I applaud everybody who's comfortable talking and just kind of giving us their story and how they've dealt with the loss of family. But I guess, I don't know if lucky is the right word. For now, I haven't had to deal with a lot of loss in my family, which means inevitably it will happen. One thing that came
Okay. Well, I guess it's showtime. Hello and welcome. I'm honored to be here presenting at the Global Grief Conference for the second time. My name is Allison Pilling, and I'm a life coach and author. I work with people to move forward with grief by opening possibilities to create the life they're supposed to be living through transformational life coaching. My presentation today is on finding love after loss. And I'm just going to say that what I have to share may not be what you're expecting to hear. Also, if we have some time at the end of my presentation, I'm hoping to share a special surprise product that I've created to help support kids and family with grief. I just received the prototype about a week ago, and I can't wait to bring it into the world. But before we get into my presentation, I want to say a big thank you to the team involved with putting this conference together and all of my fellow presenters. We are here to lead with love. We intend to guide, support, and encourage all of those who are experiencing grief in its many forms. So thank you. Okay. So let's make sure that you are in the right place before we get into this. I'm going to ask a few questions and you can just nod your head along with me if this sounds familiar. Are you grieving the loss of a loved one? Are you wondering if you will ever be able to find love again? Are you feeling curious about what the future may hold for you, but you're feeling guilt and overwhelmed? And that may be holding you back. So are you still here? Great. Then I guess we were meant to connect today. So as I said, the title of my presentation is called Finding Love After Loss, Widowed and Learning to Love Again. Let's get started. So why am I presenting this topic? I am living proof that you can transform your life in ways you've never imagined after losing a loved one. Today, I am living a life that is intentional and with purpose. I have clarity and confidence as I navigate my life situations. I embrace opportunities with love, and I am grateful to be sharing this with you today. I am engaged with 2 kids, 2 stepkids, and I have a loving, supportive family. I also have a blossoming career that makes me feel as though I'm truly helping people transform their lives into what they've always dreamed of. I am grateful for my life. It wasn't always this way, though. In 2011, my husband told me he was an alcoholic, and that completely changed the direction of my life. It was only a few years later, in 2016, that he passed away. At age 36, I was widowed with 2 young children. I was forced to adapt to what my life was or is, and I was not allowed to get caught up in the past since I had children and a dog to care for. And that was not even to mention my house, my environmental engineering career, and caregiving for my parents. I refer to this time in my life as my life tsunami. Well, at least one of them. This was the big one. As I moved forward with grief, I discovered that life has limited possibilities if you are willing to believe and trust in yourself. If something so unbelievable like the death of my husband could happen, why couldn't there be possibilities for greatness as well? My husband's death gave me the gift of being able to release fear and take empowered action within my life. And I do this in honor of myself and all of my loved ones, living and deceased. Now let's consider, what is the biggest challenge that holds us back from creating the life we're supposed to be living and finding love again, especially when widowed? So in my experience, it's been holding on to guilt. Yes, guilt. It can feel intense, and it comes from all angles of our lives. Our families, our children, our friends, our coworkers, social media, and the nastiest one is ourselves. Yep, that's right. Typically, we are the ones making the decision to feel guilty about inviting love into our lives again. Our minds run through these scenarios. They tell us that we would be dishonoring our deceased loved ones or other people we care about. How could we find love again? What if I told you it doesn't have to be this way? I believe that our hearts have an infinite capacity to love. And I believe that you don't have to erase your memories or the love you felt for your deceased loved one to find love again. And I believe that we are all worthy and deserving of feeling loved. And it doesn't take another person to do this. And that's the twist. Finding love after loss starts with you. It's doing the inner work to build a self-love foundation that is the critical first step. Oh, and there's only 2 steps to this process, by the way. But step 1 is the most important. Step 1 is where you dedicate time and energy to gaining clarity and confidence to move forward with grief and love. It doesn't have to be either or. Amazing, eh? Yeah, so you may be saying, that all sounds nice, Allison. But I really want to share that loving feeling with others, not just myself. Yeah, I get it. We all do. So how can we have it all? By building a self-love foundation that is secure, you get to redefine what love means for you. You will learn what's necessary in a relationship for you to feel safe, to give and receive love again. You will improve your communication with a newfound clarity to improve all the relationships in your life. And you will invite opportunities to discover new love with your confidence and the ability to release fears by leading with love. You see, finding love after loss starts with doing the inner work. And that's why I created the 21-day Finding Love Again challenge. You can find the link to my challenge in my Linktree website that's provided in the conference details and my social media platforms at Allison Coaches. You know, this challenge is about learning to love again by building a secure self-love foundation. You may be wondering, why would I think this even works, right? Well, it worked for me and many of my clients. But for confidentiality reasons, I'm not going to share their story. I will share mine. Okay. I tried to get back into the dating world a few times before meeting my now fiance. I dated amazing men, and funny enough, I'm still friends with most of them today. But in these connections, something didn't feel right. There always seemed to be a disconnect. Either it was with timing or life priorities, and so our relationships dissolved. Until one day, after a not so pretty breakup, I decided to take a break from dating the dating world, right? And I committed to dating myself. Yeah. And that decision changed my life. I focused on learning how to show others love, what I need to feel loved, and all the things that make me feel happy and alive. My love, my way, in my time. And about 6 months after dating myself, I met the person that is now my fiance. That's right. I was ready to invite a new, loving, committed relationship because I took the time to secure my own self-love foundation. I put no pressure on myself with the timing, and I just enjoyed my self-love journey. I wanted to feel clear on what gives me that loving feeling so that when I met my fiance, things felt super easy and we just clicked. So why am I telling you all this? I believe that everyone deserves to feel love. Also, I have a way to help guide you in building your own self-love foundation so that you can feel loved in all your relationships and not just your romantic ones. It's the 21-day Finding Love Again challenge, and throughout the challenge, I provide the right system, support, and accountability to keep you on track to discovering new love. Let's be honest here. After you lose a loved one, life feels different. The world feels different. And guess what? Love may feel different. It just does. Or maybe it's, of course it does. All relationships are unique connections that touch our lives in different ways. And there is no comparison. There is just different. And that is okay. So, since we have acknowledged that things are different now, I would like to invite you to take a few minutes to do a quick writing exercise to help get started on redefining what love means for you. So I'll ask you to grab a piece of paper and a pen, or you can jot this down on your phone, or if you have a laptop or whatever's the easiest. I have 3 questions I'd like you to answer. Okay, ready? And don't worry, I'm going to repeat them. So if you don't get them on the first go, we're going to repeat them. So number 1, what are the stories that pop into your head when you think about romantic relationships in your life? So for example, what worked and what didn't? And just literally toss down anything that pops in your head when you think about your relationships. Number 2, what did you gain from these stories? So when you look at your answers from number 1, what did you gain from keeping that story alive? And my question number 3 is, how would you like to feel in your relationships moving forward? So this is your power story. What are the stories you want to create for yourself? So like I said, don't worry. I'm going to repeat these questions so you can write them down. And if you want to work on them now, that's great. I'm going to continue with the presentation. Or what you can do is write down these questions and take a quiet moment to yourself later and really dig deep in reflection. Okay, here we go. I'll read them one more time. What are the stories that pop into your head when you think about the romantic relationships in your life? What worked? What didn't? And I will tell you a secret. The more vulnerable and honest you can be with yourself, you're the only one looking at this. Yeah, the better results you'll get. Okay, question 2. What do you gain from those stories? What do you benefit from keeping those stories from question 1 alive? And number 3 is, how would you like to feel in your relationships moving forward? Okay. So to get everyone started, I'm going to share my answers to these questions from January 2020, which was about a month prior to meeting my fiance. So to do this exercise, again, you don't have to broadcast this on the internet. There's no requirement. It's for you yourself to do a reflection. But I'm going to, get us all started, and I'm going to share some of my responses. Okay, so remember, this is from January 2020. This is when I was dating myself, just before I met my fiance. We met the beginning of February. Okay, so question 1, what are the stories in my head when I think about romantic relationships in my life? So again, I'll show you. This was the piece of paper. It literally, I don't know, it's just my jotted notes. Okay, stories. I am dating myself. I'm looking for a partner, not a child to take care of. I'm always doing the inviting. I'm showing initiative. I'm independent. I don't want to be abandoned again. There are no open-minded, health-conscious men available. Men escape their unhappiness with alcohol, drugs, and sex. No one will fully love us, me and my children, as a family, as their own, and with full acceptance. No one will show up for me as I do for them. I live in a small town, so there are not many men to meet. Again, these are the stories running through my head. I'm not saying any are right or wrong, true or false. This is what my brain is providing me. I attract unhappy men, right? No one will actually love and accept all of us. And I'll say, I will be overshadowed by the man in my relationship. So again, these are the stories going around in my head. Like, no wonder I am not finding love, right? Okay, number 2. What do you gain from these stories? Okay, with these stories playing in my head all the time, what do I gain for myself? I gain independence. Yeah, I get to be on my own. I get control. I get to keep my routine. I don't have to adjust for anyone else, a partner. I have freedom in my life. I can choose to date or not date, right? I can be praised for accomplishments. I'm still a lonely, sad love story, which gives me attention. Again, I was being brutally honest with myself. I don't have to share my time with my children or away from my children, right? It's just me and the kids. And that is something I gained from those stories I said in number 1. I feel as though I'm honoring my marriage to James, who is my husband that passed away. I get to put my kids first. I get to put my family, friends, and activities first. I don't have to look after another person, and I don't get hurt. Okay, so those are a few things that I felt in that moment I gained from those stories above. Okay, so now we move on to my power stories. So how it, after acknowledging that this is actually what's going on in here and maybe stopping me from even, stepping in and fully embracing an opportunity to find love again. This is how I answered question 3. So how would you like to feel in your loving relationships moving forward? These are my power stories. I am powerful and in control of my life, and I choose to love and be loved. I'm choosing love, right? I love and trust men. I am so thrilled to be with an awesome guy who makes me feel happy. I know they're out there. But when I'm in my story place, I get clouded, right? Okay. The world is full of awesome, loving men, and I'm fully capable of and so excited to meet one. So I'm just putting it out there. I'm putting that positivity out there. I know it's possible. I met my husband. Even when I was dating people, those people were great people. Again, it was timing or priorities in the time. Okay. I am a loyal, compassionate person. I love unconditionally, and I'm excited to share this with others. So if I'm going to really step into that, I need to be open to love and be loved. Okay, so these 3 questions, as you may see from my example, can invite the opportunity for you to transform your love story so you can build the self-love foundation to move to step 2. Remember, I mentioned there are 2 steps. Step 1 is do the inner work. And well, step 2 is give it a try. Yes, you've spent some time doing the inner work. So now it's time to get into the world and let's give this new learning a try, right? Practice what you've learned about yourself with this greater self-awareness and self-love in all of your relationships. Start off with improving your communication in existing relationships and expand from there. You may be surprised what life can feel like when you're clear and confident about your ability to love. So if you're feeling ready to find love after loss, please join me in the next 21-day Finding Love Again challenge, and it's starting this Monday, May 1st. The challenge is designed to help you create your unique self-love foundation to gain clarity and confidence with discovering new love. And you can check that out, as I said, on my Linktree website at Allison Coaches. That's where I update my programs, my services, my products. So at this time, I will ask if there's any questions regarding my presentation, or if there's any questions about the 21-day Finding Love Again challenge or transformational life coaching services. So I'll just check in and see if there's comment. Oh, I see they typed the questions in for me. Thank you, Tony, or any part of the team that did that. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any questions at this time. So since we have a few extra minutes, don't have much longer, but I've got a few minutes, I can introduce my new project that is so exciting to share. I'm hoping you guys can see this, but it's called The Nature of Grief, a mindfulness card deck for kids. And this is something I have been dreaming about for a few years now, and I have no artistic abilities at all. Yeah, you don't even want to see me draw a stick person. So anyways, I was fortunate to connect with an artist and illustrator in my local community, Ruby Curtis Cohen, to create this deck, and I'm super proud. These are the instruction cards on them, and then these are the actual cards. And this deck is designed to be used in discovering coping strategies for emotional well-being. So essentially, it's to help kids identify and communicate. Whoops, I'm going to throw them all around here. I don't know how to show this properly. Their emotions that they may not be able to put into words. So I'm just going to show you a few of the cards. And Ruby brought these to life. Like I said, I am so grateful for her help. And these are just a prototype that I've received. I'll be running a Kickstarter campaign starting in mid-May, where you can pledge to support my product launch by pre-ordering a card deck. So to find out more about the Kickstarter campaign, you can join the email list on my Linktree website at Allison Coaches to receive updates on how this is going. But yeah, I seem to keep grabbing the same ones here. But yeah, they've got beautiful gold siding and the animals in nature, and then the different emotions. And the way I envision families using this is for, verbal, nonverbal communication, journal, exercising, or exercises, not exercising, and also role playing. And I find I had children and family help me select the animals, select the emotions. And I was just looking for a tool that families could use within their own homes, okay, for those in-between times. So I just want to say thank you for allowing me to share this. Like I said, I just received this prototype, so I'm very excited and I'm honored to share it with you. So thank you. And it's time to close off my Finding Love After Loss presentation. So becoming a widow at 36 was a real wake-up call that to create the life I want to be living, I must first focus on building the trust and love within myself. And I commit to do this every day for myself and all of my loved ones, which has helped me to simplify my life by removing guilt and overwhelm. I want to thank everyone for listening, and I hope there was something in this presentation that will support you moving forward with grief and life. Thank you.
My mother's decisions to overprotect me after my father left. So I was able to do that kind of healing following the challenge, the challenges with my daughter Janine's death to impart healing on other areas of my life, the past traumas that were not healed. So, and I had talked to Tony originally about doing something because the experience I had, with the healing was very powerful and was very, it was very empowering and powerful. So that's my narrative for now, but my narrative continues to evolve by the minute and by the day. So that's who I am.
Thank you, Dave. Let's move over. Mr. Lewis.
How are
Good
you?
evening. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brother. I'm making things happen. You know how it goes.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Jay Lewis III. I'm a motivational speaker. I started this probably like some of you on accident. No, not on accident. I lost my wife in 2016. And from there, I learned some things about bereavement, loss, things of that nature. And it motivated me to be able to talk to people about how to actually empower themselves from the grief that they're experiencing. Grief, I always talk about the fact that grief is energy. And energy is transformational or transformative. And transference or transformative. And we have the ability to do so if we choose. Again, it's not a situation that happens overnight or happens quickly. It takes time to understand that over time, it becomes your choice. And that's pretty much what I talk about. I just started a brand new project.
Somatic and I then learned how to deal with that past trauma. I was carrying that trauma for 2 years on my back. I wasn't dealing with it properly, and so there was actually nothing wrong with my back. So after dealing with it and understanding that it was psychosomatic, I had 8 chiropractic treatments, and I did a 5-day hiking trail with a 29-kilogram backpack on my back. So that is what dealing with past trauma can do for you. And then 14 years after that event, I went to the prison. The rapist was given a 25-year prison sentence. I went to the prison and I forgave the rapist. So my story, who I am, I always say, come smile with Lois. I'm a speaker, I'm a storyteller, a speaker, an author, a mentor, an inspirer, a learning facilitator, and an empowering coach. So that's what I am. And yeah, that's my story.
Thank you very much, Lois. Miss Groom, Billy Groom, hello.
Hello. How is
Hi.
everyone?
Good.
We're
Thank
good.
you.
I didn't want to
Thanks.
say good morning, good evening. I didn't know where you
Good,
were. I
I'm
didn't
good
want to go the
evening.
road.
I'm
Good evening.
Canada. I'm in that weird time zone that isn't anyone else's time zone. I've been bugging Tony about what time zone are you in? Because I'm in Canada, where the province that doesn't recognize daylight savings, and we're in this odd little time. But anyway, here I am. Happy to be here.
Did
So
you
I'm
say
speaking
something? Did you say something about a boat or about?
about
Okay, all right.
out in a boat. Well, that's the East Coast. I'm not on the East Coast. I got it though. Oot in a
Sorry,
boot.
my
It's
humor.
oot in a boot.
Sorry, my humor doesn't get any
I
better.
got
It's
it.
just
I
consistent.
got it.
It's just consistent though. That's the problem.
I got
All
it.
right.
It's like park the car on the carport. Where's that? New Jersey? Somewhere like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So I am speaking, I'm the first speaker actually on Saturday morning. And I'm going to be talking about, it's sort of similar to this, because as I started to write my presentation, it developed and changed and grew, and it became very similar to what this topic is, which is really kind of interesting actually. So I'm 57, and I learned 3 years ago some different from 2 different gentlemen, of whom I knew neither of them in my life at all before. One of them phoned me and told me a story about my childhood that was very impactful. And then another one was a professional who works with children, and he writes books for colleges for social work programs and this type of thing. And he uses cognitive behavioral therapy to work with children who had trauma. And he got a hold of me after reading my book. I'm a canine behaviorist, and I use cognitive behavioral therapy to rehabilitate anxiety, aggression, and fear, and just all around behaviors with dogs. So I learned from these 2 stories from these 2 gentlemen who just happened to get a hold of me within the same year, that really changed the way I viewed my professional and personal journey over the last, well, I'd like to say 3 decades, but really since I was 7. At 7, my parents were killed by a drunk driver. And the one gentleman told me a story that happened back then that really changed the way I view why I went into working with dogs, and how I addressed, or I guess more specifically did not address, that issue, and how I felt, why it was so important to me to help people and to help animals and to help people understand how to work with disadvantaged for some reason I took it over to dogs, but the story that that gentleman shared with me explained that to me, and I'm explaining, I won't get into that whole story, but so it allowed me to understand why it became so important to me for other people to be able to relate and communicate and understand people who have had pasts or situations that are different than their own and that are challenging for them and for those around them, and to be able to effectively bring them into their circle and communicate with them and understand them. And that's why I have been able to do that more effectively as an adult after being told those stories and after learning those. And it really brought everything together for me. And so my grieving process has become so much more effective and beneficial for myself and for those around me. So that's what I'm going to share.
Wow. Right. Mr. Johnson.
Wow. First of all, I am absolutely honored that I'm a part of this panel, but also that I was asked to be a part of another conversation, panel talk, a few weeks ago with Tony and David.
Brain, which reacts to images and is activated by trauma, is highly activated. The left side of the brain, or the language part of our brain, and the ability to talk about it, completely shut down. And so a lot of times people will say, well, I have no words, and that may be because of some specific changes. So what I'm getting to is, yes, talking about it is important, but also I think having the prerequisite coping skills to deal with that is also important, because talking about it for people that have experienced severe trauma can simply just re-trigger trauma. So for me, I was fortunate that, that I had a lot of support. I was in therapy with an individual who helped me get in touch with the coping skills I would need to re-engage in a world that was different. And I was able to talk about it freely. But I think in general, yes, being able to share your story in a community that supports it, where there's universality, where you can identify and individuals can identify with you, is very therapeutic and very healing. And it just helps us, I think, re-engage in life with purpose and with meaning, not only in honor of our children or our loved ones, but with them as well. So that's all I got for now.
That was plenty. That was quite a bit. Billy, how about you?
I like this question. I think it's good to hear other people's stories. I think for me, I never shared it. I never talked about it. I just never, people knew me for years on end and never knew that my parents were killed. I didn't want it to take away from the success of my profession or the importance, which I'm really sure I understood totally at that time. When people asked me why I got into working with dogs, I sort of fluffed off an answer. I don't really know what I said. I just, I didn't want to see them be euthanized and surrendered, the typical dog loving answer, when in actual fact, I learned, as I was saying earlier, years later, that it's such a completely different answer, actually. But I just never talked about it. I didn't want it to override, because some people will do that, especially in my profession, or I shouldn't say especially in my profession, because perhaps it happens in other professions as well. But in my profession, people will, use their backstory a lot, which really has nothing to do with why they're good, if they are good, or even if they are good at the profession, has nothing to do with it. And I just didn't want a backstory that I felt had nothing to do with it, although I now realize has quite a bit to do with it. So I just never talked about it. So yes, I think at the age of 50, the first time I spoke about it on a podcast when I was being interviewed. So I've been on tons of shows and in magazines and books and that kind of thing. And I clearly remember many of them asking me, and I never talked about it. And I clearly remember the first podcast that I did share that story, which I'm going to share a Saturday morning. But I clearly remember doing it, and it was a very surreal experience. So I think it does to learn it and then to process it enough to be able to share it as an adult. Oh, you're muted, Harvey.
Yeah.
Mr. Lewis, that's what I said before. Let's say that again. What do you think about this, sir?
You know what? I truly do believe that it's great to be able to let people understand the experiences and see others. I think that's the most important part. Seeing other people who have agreed to deal with their personal circumstances. Yeah, we have a lot of professionals and things of that nature, but then we also have a lot of people who have gone through things as well. And because of that fact, now you're dealing with such a taboo subject like death or loss that you're now humanizing it. And people are now beginning to say, well, okay, if Dave, for instance, or Jay Lewis can go through this, then I can do it as well. I can deal with it. One thing that I think all of us have probably experienced is the fact that a lot of people don't want to have this conversation because this conversation is interesting. One, people around the world just don't want to talk about passing, loss, grief of any kind. We want to pretend we're happy. I mean, Facebook has filters for this stuff, and we don't realize that behind the camera, people are hurting. So I think something like this conference is giving us the opportunity to be able to expose that aspect of things and let people know it's okay to not be okay. And there are people who have gone through this just like you are going through this. And at some point, when you finally agree to open yourself up, then we'll be able to have a better dialogue about it. You'll be able to heal from the situation a little bit, especially because you'll be around people who create a safe space environment for you. That's pretty much where I am. So my bottom line is yes, it's great to be able to be on one side, and it's also a healing thing for me as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I'll jump in here and kind of talk about myself for a second. The reason I started the podcast is just for me. I grew up, made it through high school, regular. I went to college and failed out miserably. Went there and I had way too much fun and didn't spend enough time in the library. So needless to say, I came back home and my trauma began before that, but it really hit me after failing out of college and coming home. And what I came home to was a home with a father, because my parents were divorced and I was living with him and his wife and whatever, to a parent who couldn't even look at me. He was just so disappointed and just disgusted with my mere existence in his home as his failure. He's an accountant, successful. I'm his son. I'm supposed to be like the heir apparent, supposed to be the next big thing and do something special. And the only special thing I did was fail out of college and came home. And I was there and I was just surrounded by disappointment. And day after day, month after month throughout this year, I lost my self-esteem. I lost my value. I lost everything about myself. I got to the point where I tried to kill myself. Obviously, I failed. I'm still here with you. But it took me a while to get past that. I had to get out of there and I had to work on myself for a long time. And once I kind of finally figured out what was going on with me, what was going on with life, once I finally figured out that I'm of value, that I'm important, that people care about me, that I'm not just the kid who failed out of college, that I have a lot more to bring to this world, I became better for it. And through that, I kind of discovered that a lot of boys, and in particular Black boys, we grow up with a certain vision of what masculinity is supposed to be. And if we don't do this, we're going to have a hard time going through life because we are in essence a failure. And I know there's a lot of boys growing up who went through similar experiences that I have. And that's what led me to doing the podcast, to talk to guys, to boys who are dealing with struggles and don't know how to deal with them. We're raised to not talk about what's going on. We're raised to just deal with it. We're raised to take care of other people, but not to take care of ourselves. We're raised to, if anything, maybe listen to what's going on with our kids, our spouse, our family, but we're not raised to tell somebody about what's going on with ourselves. And once I realized that I needed to do that, I needed to get it all out. I finally was able to talk. And it took me meeting a woman who who is my wife now, and it removed all that weight off my shoulders. I became a better person. And that's what the podcast for me is, a space for men to talk. And in essence, for me, I don't care what you talk about. I care that you're talking. That's the most important thing, getting men comfortable enough to say this. I was in high school and I loved this girl and I thought she was going to be my girlfriend, but she broke my heart. Or I wanted to make the football team, but I wasn't good enough, so I didn't make it. So instead of carrying all that loss and all that trauma through life, I got it out and I can be a better person for it. So I feel like for me, my experience is
Hey, Hope.
Hey, had to unmute myself.
Hey,
How's
can
it
you hear
going?
me? Good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
It's going good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. What I'll probably do is obviously introduce you, but I'll let you give the audience just a little bit about yourself and maybe a little bit what you're going to present in the conference since you're joining me. And I think Jenny's going to join us, but she may be late. But if she does, it'll be you and me, and we'll just still go from there. See how it goes.
All right. I think you're live,
And jump
Dave.
in.
Go ahead.
I am live. And, I am going to be presenting topic called helping parents and families through grief after the death of a child. I guess I'm live. And with me is Hope Rieger. I asked Hope to join me just to give a different perspective and to give me some company, and so it didn't feel like I was talking to myself for an hour or so. So Hope, welcome and thank you for joining me. Would you like to tell the audience a little bit about you and what you're presenting at the conference?
Absolutely. Thanks, Dave. Welcome everyone. I'm excited to be here. I am lucky enough to be on here with this amazing man, Dave Roberts. He is going to give you all kinds of great information. For me, my name is Hope Rieger again. I am the founder of Grief to Hope, and I will be speaking to you on Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern. I think that's 8 a.m. Mountain These time zones are really something. But then I'm also co-presenting with Jenny Diltz tomorrow night, 8 Eastern, which I think is 6 Mountain. But what I'm going to be talking about Sunday through my series is basically Grief to Hope and how my 7-week virtual program works, how you can take grief, find your purpose, find your inspiration, and go on living with grief, because we all know it doesn't just disappear. But I'm super excited and I look forward to it. So thanks.
You're welcome. And for those of you who are going to be around at the time Hope is presenting, it'll definitely try to attend. You'll get some great information, some great tips, and a great perspective. So, all right, I guess what I'm going to do is start doing some slide share. Let's see how there we go. Voila. This is helping parents, families grieve through helping parents and families through grief after the death of a child. This is a presentation I've done in my local community. I'm from the Utica, New York area. I've presented this topic on several occasions to the New York State Funeral Directors Association and our local Funeral Directors Association. And a lot of the material I've adapted has been from the death, dying, and bereavement class that I also teach at Utica University. I gravitated to this topic and the topic of death and dying and bereavement in general due to the challenges I experienced after the transition of my daughter, Janine, at the age of 18, due to velar rhabdomyosarcoma, a very rare and aggressive connective muscle tissue cancer. I use the term transition. That is the way I envision her death, as a transition from one existence to another. But when I work with individuals in a bereavement support capacity, I really try to understand how they conceptualize death. So if they conceptualize the death of their child or their loved one or their pet as died or passed away, objectives is try to build a bond with them and a trusting relationship with them. So if there any questions, the information can be helpful, certainly to grief coaches, to therapists, in terms of working with parents and families who've experienced the death of a child, and any type of human service or healthcare professional. I think it may also be helpful to parents in general who are trying to find meaning through supporting other parents or individuals who have experienced loss, and also I think to give some conceptualization to some of the unique circumstances that may be dealing with due to cause of death, because there are circumstances that we need to be aware of. A little bit. Here we go. Hey, Jenny. There you go. Okay. First is shock and disorientation. Now, the shock is not only from the event resulting in the death of our children, but it's also from the ramifications that event has, because it destroys our understanding of the world and how to make sense out of it. No parent comes into this existence expecting to bury a child or to have to carry their legacy. We expect our children are going to carry our legacy for us after we transition or die or pass away. So a lot of the work that we do is trying to figure out exactly what the world is going to look like for us after our child is transitioned, and what kind of a person we want to be moving forward in that world. And that is a process that usually manifests and takes a few years to get to that point where we have decided to re-engage in life and meaning in a world that we understand that is different after our children have died. disconnectedness from self and the world. This is part of, I think, the exile that we experienced after our child died. If you asked me who the person I was at age 47 was when my child transitioned, I couldn't even find that person with using a search party. That person at 47 is nowhere to be seen. I can tell you who I am at 67, but I can also tell you that at 67 years and in one day, I may be different than I was at 67 because the transformation is ongoing and can be very drastic depending on what's going on in our lives. Also, I know when I first experienced, how can everybody's world continue to be moving when mine has stopped? And I really felt that disconnect from myself and world, and also from the relationships around me. Very deep emotional pain. This can be experienced metaphorically. I've heard individuals tell me that losing their child is akin to having their right arm cut off. I have been told that, it's like having a piece of their heart ripped out and just stomped on. Am I still cutting out? I just got to check. Am I cutting out, or can you hear me? Let me do a check. Can you guys hear me, or am I cutting out? Okay, good. All right, so you can hear me. Okay. Loss of daily function. This could be the inability to sleep, lack of concentration, change in eating habits, and obsessive rumination or thinking specifically about the events leading up to our child's death. Makes sense out of what's happened. And it eventually helps us make sense. Continued connections to the child. This is how we transform the relationship with our children. We can develop a continuing bond that can last until we are reunited with them. That bond may be continued through music that we both our child and us enjoyed. It could be through a specific nature hike. It could be just through something simple as burning incense and calling them to memory. In the process of transforming the relationship with our children, in a sense, they always will be alive within us, and we can continue to connect with memory and continue to move through grief by remembering the essence of our children, as opposed to what traditional grief theory might say is after 6 months or a year, we should begin to move on. And there's no such thing as moving on. There's no such thing as closure when we're talking about the death of a child or any significant death in our lives. Growth and sadness learn to coexist because of the challenges that we have experienced with that death, with our death of our child. I have learned that joy, happiness, sadness, yearning, all of those can coexist in kind of this very yin and yang mosaic that comprises the path that I currently walk. And I've learned that any emotion can teach me about myself, and any emotion, it has value to me. In early grief, I didn't always feel that way. I would try to run away from my emotions. I would try to suppress my emotions. But the more I would try to suppress my feelings, the more that they would, come back with a vengeance. So I realized that I tried to go with the flow, work through the pain, let the pain kind of envelop me, and feel that pain, and learn that pain could be a teacher, even if it taught me that I could survive for that moment. Okay, let's see if there's any comments that we have. Okay. All right. This recently, my sympathetic nervous system has been. I'm stuck in. Yes, the one of the things that tends to happen to Haya is that grief tends to release a stress hormone called cortisol, and That basically, I think, activates the sympathetic nervous system and gets us into flight or fight reaction. So yeah, that's typically a very typical response in early grief. And it's been 3 years, and 3 years to me is still early grief. And that is a typical common response. I've tried to do things like to help calm my nerves, like try to take a walk in early grief, maybe do some meditation, listen to some calming music, and even try to lay down, even if I couldn't sleep, basically to just try to rest so that my body would kind of just de-stress a little bit. I don't know if Hope and Jenny, you have anything to add to that?
Absolutely. I think one of the things is when you're in that fight or flight mode, it's autopilot. And you see that you're functioning, but you're not functioning in a way that you did before the loss. So you just have to be patient with yourself and understand that that's your body's reaction to a lot of different phases within grief.
Jenny, anything you'd like to add?
I think it depends on the circumstances too. If there's a lot of trauma involved, losing a child is pretty traumatic in and of itself. If there's additional trauma on top of that, it might take a little bit more time to work through that fight or flight. That fight or flight period.
Yeah. And thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Hope. And yeah, I think I see a comment from Tony that he went on autopilot after my son passed, and I can relate to that. And I think many parents who have experienced the death of a child could relate to that. It was like for 2 years, I was kind of in many ways in survival mode. And I think one of the things that we tend to underestimate in our grief journey is our will to survive. It's not if we're going to survive, it's our will to survive and that innate need to survive. And I think we need to first commit to survival before we can begin to thrive. And I think that's all part of the process as well, too. And you're welcome today. We're glad to help. Thank you for that question and your comment. Okay. As a framework that I think would be helpful for grief coaches, if you're probably already doing this, or therapists, or healthcare workers, anybody who is working with individuals who have experienced any kind of trauma. This was developed by 2 individuals by the name of Richard Tedeschi and Lawrence Calhoun. They also wrote a book called Helping Bereaved Parents, A Clinician's Guide. And the framework that I gave you previously is from that book. And again, is kind of an alternative to the stage theory that many in society have subscribed to. Many, that have indicated that, well, there's a start and end point to grief. And you might see individuals or hear individuals who subscribe to stage theory, if they come up to somebody and say, it's been 6 months or a year, why are you still crying? You should be moving on. Again, there's no such thing as moving on. We move through our grief. There's no such thing as, but there is not closure to the life. Let's take a look briefly at the framework for, this is the accepted framework for intervening with grieving parents and families. It downplays clinical expertise. It doesn't matter if you have, how many credentials you have after your name. What is required for expert companionship is presence, a compassionate presence for the stories of parents and families. Parents and families want you to understand through their eyes who their child was. They want you to understand who he, she, or they were, what they stood for, what they liked. They want you to be present for that. And it requires the ability of the helper to understand the child through the parents' and family's eyes and be willing to be there in the long haul, and in particular, to bear witness to the worst event that could befall a parent. What I have sometimes individuals have told me, because how can you sit and be present for so many sad stories? And yeah, I mean, death is sad. The stories surrounding it initially are sad. But I look at the fact that when somebody says to me, I want to tell you the story of my loved one's life, I look at that as the ultimate gift and the ultimate sign of trust. And typically what they tell me inspires me and helps me. So though I am, I try to be the giver of presence, I'm also the receiver of their presence and the receiver of the gift of their stories of their children. And if they trust you with that, consider that to be the ultimate gift. Okay. All right. Ways to promote expert companionship. I love photos. First time I ever meet with somebody whose presenting problem is loss, I ask them to bring a photo of their loved one, a favorite photo, and have them just tell me what memories that created. Tell me about your loved one through that photo. Memory boards are great. They could be digital memory boards. They could be, just poster memory boards, DVDs, or particularly now videos with the advent of smartphones. Obviously, there's a lot more videos that are, that are present. Music, drawings, and poetry. Many surviving individuals are very creative. They tend to find peace and clarity through art, through music, through poetry, through journaling. Have them share some of their stuff with you. Linking objects, which I'll be talking about tomorrow more extensively in my presentation, Pieces of Me. These are objects that simply link the surviving family members, surviving parents, to the memory of their loved ones. That they can show you a linking object, and they can tell you a story, and through that object, their child comes alive. And Marty McNabb, who's another one of our Global Grief Conference presenters, does some wonderful work with this. And I believe she's presenting, I think it's Sunday at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, I believe. And that's another presentation that I would also recommend that you take a look at. So, okay, post-traumatic growth. It's a measure of resilience after the death of a child. This was another framework that was developed by Richard Tedeschi and Calhoun and Lawrence Calhoun. It's defined as a positive change that occurs with parents and families as a result of the challenges presented by the death of a child. And there is no set time frame for the positive change to occur. It will take as long as it will take. Okay. Dimensions of post-traumatic growth are changed relationships with others, a changed sense of self, and a changed philosophy of life. Growth can occur in all or simply one or two. Before I go in relationships with others, or the change relationships with others, one of the things that can happen is that post-traumatic growth can strengthen relationships. And the positive change is reflected in increased intimacy, closeness, and self-disclosure. One of the things that you may hear is that marriages tend to break up after the loss of a child. And you'll hear some statistics on that. Is it true that some marriages break up as the result of the loss of a child? Very true. But it's also very true that some marriages strengthen. And for me, from my perspective, if the marriage was on shaky ground to begin with, the death of a child would be that final straw in dissolving the relationship. So I would tend to look at, was the marriage strong prior to that? If the framework for a strong marriage was in place, growth will occur and relationships will get stronger. My wife and I have been married now for over 40 years, and we've been through a lot of ups and downs, the most profound being our daughter, and we're still together, and our relationship is stronger than ever. A changed sense of self. This basically, we look at the fact that we now become more self-reliant and we become more resilient as a result of those challenges. Finally, a changed philosophy of life. Our priorities change, our values change. Promotions are no longer important. Material things are no longer have the same weight. Abundance is measured differently. We measure abundance in terms of relationships, having enough money to at least be comfortable. Things that we once thought were stressful or minor inconveniences. I mean, I could get upset over a blown tire before my daughter died and think it was a major inconvenience. Now it's just a blown tire. It's not a big deal compared to what I have experienced and others that I've talked with have experienced regarding loss, regarding catastrophic loss. Blown tire is nothing. That can be fixed. There's no solution to death. That is permanent. The loss of the physical body is permanent. There's no solution for that. Okay. Hope, Jenny, do you want to weigh in on the as coaches, as grief workers, do you want to weigh in on, do you see expert companionship as being very viable, as something that you've used or can use? And what do you think of this whole thing with post-traumatic growth, the dimensions?
I was shaking my head.
I'll also get some stuff from the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. So first, TTI is asking, have you got any tips on how to explain to health professionals as your doctor, such as your doctor, that child loss is a physical pain and we don't ever get over it? People who haven't experienced child loss just don't seem to understand. And one of the biggest questions or one of the biggest suggestions to your question is, if your doctor is not understanding the way that you feel or is not providing you the information and the guidance you need, find someone who will. Because there are doctors out there that are willing to listen, even though they may not have experienced it themselves. They know, or they understand, or they've learned about grief and how it can physically create pain for you. So I would absolutely encourage you to, when you talk to your doctor, to say, listen, this is really physically causing me pain and I need your help. And just ask them for their information and see what they can provide. If you don't feel comfortable, then definitely move on and find someone who is willing to listen. That's absolutely important. All right. So as far as anything else, I love the relationship piece. We do a absolute piece within Grief to Hope called Feel Everything. And within that, we encourage you to bring pictures and stories and tell us what their favorite TV show was, what their favorite toppings were on their pizza, because their life keeps on living as long as you keep on talking. And so that is super important to me. I love that. I think that's probably one of the most amazing things you can do while you're grieving, is to talk, to make sure that people understand what they were, who they were. And that also just validates your feelings as a person as well in grief.
Thanks. So, hey, Jenny, what about you? What do you got?
I would like to echo what Hope said to Ditaha. Self-advocacy is very important. Nobody can say what's going on within you. That's something that, like, I can't tell what's going on within you, Dave. There's no way for me to know that unless you express it. But even when you do express it and people don't listen, keep expressing, keep advocating for yourself. And like Hope said, if that healthcare provider is not working for you, see what you can do to find someone who will listen to you. And grief
And
can be
the,
very
oh, sorry.
physical. Go ahead.
I'm
ahead,
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jenny. The other, were you done? I didn't mean to cut you off. Okay.
No, I was just gonna say
Um,
there can be, like, grief affects every part of our body. It's not just the mental, emotional. It's physical, spiritual, sexual, mental, emotional. Our sense of identity. Grief affects every single part of our body, of our being.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we can hold that the trauma of grief in our body. Just, we could see it in the way we walk, our posture, our, tenseness in certain muscle groups. So yeah, definitely, Jenny, I would echo that. That it's a mind, body, spirit thing. It affects everything. It affects everything: mind, body, thought, spirit. The other thing I wanted to add about doctors, and this is something that I tell my death, dying, and bereavement students, is that doctors take the Hippocratic Oath very seriously, and they take death very personally. So, a lot of times their desire to have you get over it may be a couple of different things. One is what they've learned about stage theory, which research has proven doesn't apply to any kind of loss. Secondly, is because of their own personal relationship with death and the fact that they take death personally, that may also contribute for them wanting you to get over that quickly, because your pain may remind them of the patients that they couldn't save. So that's just a perspective that I can offer. Okay. Circumstances of the loss. This is something I ask Hope and Jenny for their perspectives, as well as anybody in the audience who cares to share. And this, basically, we're going to be talking about specific traumatic loss, traumatic death, which are things like suicide, homicide, sudden death, things of that nature. Also, we're going to also talk a little bit about miscarriage and newborn loss, because that also carries with it some very unusual some need to be aware of, so that we can best support each other. Cause of death, suicide. First of all, any type of sudden death causes just sudden chaos, because one, it's unexpected. Okay, it's unexpected. With suicide, some of the issues that you as clinicians may run into are individuals, to surviving family members, who are feeling more disconnected than usual because of the stigma associated with suicide. You might see that many individuals will, in obituaries, they will not put cause of death if it's suicide or death due to addiction, because of the stigma that's attached to that. They might say, my child died suddenly or died unexpectedly, and they will just leave it at that because of the stigma and scrutiny that they're under. With individuals that I've talked to with suicide, who have had, or survivors of suicide, they will question whether they did enough to prevent the suicide, if they could have seen the signs sooner. And certainly, we tell them that there may not have been any way they could have seen them, only because of the fact that individuals are very good at covering up their true intentions. So essentially, as a clinician, I try to focus on the pain of loss and take a look at the totality of that individual's life, not just the last moment or the last year of their life. What was the value of their life while they were here? And that can also apply to individuals who have had a history of addiction and have died as a result of overdose. individuals with addiction, and I was a retired addiction counselor. And one of the things is I would treat the behavior and preserve the self-worth of the person. It's the behavior of the individual, and it does not reflect the worth of the person. Individuals who died by suicide and with addiction are creative, brilliant, passionate, warm individuals who had problems that we could perhaps not fully address, and that's nobody's fault. With homicide, you're going to see also what is normal with circumstances is normalized anger and rage and thoughts of revenge for the person who killed their loved one. That is normal. Doesn't mean the person's going to act on them, but it's just a product of their pain and the emotions that they're feeling at that particular moment. With accidents, it's important, I think, for family members to be able to reconstruct the events that led to the person's death so that they can put closure to the event. It may be looking at an autopsy report, talking to the first responders or EMT who were on the scene to see if their loved one was suffering. It's important for them to have that information. And they should do that when they are ready. And they could also do that with support. They could take a trusted friend. They could take you as your grief coach or to look at that report or to talk to the EMT, but it's important for them to put closure to that. Sudden death has the same, the same circumstances. With accidents, however, or sudden death or suicide or homicide of any of this, if these were witnessed events by surviving family members, crisis intervention needs to be implemented by a trained professional so that the symptoms of PTSD don't set in. Some type of debriefing also may need to occur. PTSD symptoms will occur within 90 days of any traumatic event, usually occur within 90 days of any traumatic event, unless they're intervened on sooner. Okay. Miscarriages and newborn death. One of the things that tends to happen with this is that some individuals will see miscarriages and newborn death as a lost pregnancy, not as a lost child. Child, under these circumstances, is to validate that in fact there was child loss. I can tell you from my wife's own experience, when she was pregnant with our 3 children, she said that child became my child the minute I found out I was pregnant. And that is a significant loss and needs to be honored as much as adult child loss. The other thing that you will see is that individual parents and who have lost children due to a miscarriage or newborn death, their memories will be created through the milestone events of children who were born they're around the same time or in their same social circle. So if, let's say, for example, my wife had experienced a miscarriage and my friend and his wife gave birth to a child 3 months later, and obviously we're still friends. Once that child goes into kindergarten, it's going to remind me that I should have had a child that was with them in kindergarten, but never had a chance to do that. So the memories get created through other individuals' milestone events. And that's why miscarriages and newborn death should not be treated as a linear event. It's going to be circular because of the memories that are created as a result of those associations with the family members who have other children as well too. And as Tony had mentioned, there are sometimes there are no answers. And it's things they have to do that. Jenny, Hope, what would you care to add to the discussion?
So for me, one of the things with my son's homicide, he was murdered by a roommate, was the time period, the way that it was I was informed of, was basically 2 police officers showed up at my door with a note with a name and a number for me to call, versus verbally telling me what had happened. They said they were not aware of what had happened. And so I ended up having to call this name and number. And it literally was the coroner's office at 6:30 in the morning telling me, they were sorry to do this over the phone, that my son, had gotten into an altercation with his roommate, and that roommate pulled a gun and killed my son. And that's how I found out, when I had physical grown policemen there that could have relayed that message to me. And to this day, I don't understand why or how that happened. But that in itself was traumatic. I believed that these police officers showing up at my door were simply looking for my son, or something had happened where they needed to get in touch with me. It wasn't the death of my son. So I wasn't prepared for that information to be handed to me by a phone call. And so that in itself, and then it ended up going with the trial and the civil kind of aspects of it, it puts on another layer of, within that grief, of things that you need to deal with and to gain closure from. So there were several months down the road where it ended up, I wasn't able to put closure on it until it actually went to a grand jury, and he pled self-defense, and he was never indicted. And that was a whole nother civil kind of thing where I felt like I was constantly being let down, on top of not being able to protect my son. Now I wasn't now I wasn't protecting him from the civil suit. And so I think there's certain layers, media, criminal, the investigations, all those kind of things, even with all of these causes of death that happen suddenly, they put on another kind of layer. So you just have to peel back that layer and take your time understanding what each of them mean.
Yep. Thank you, Hope. Jenny?
And depending on the cause of death, like Hope was saying, there are those different layers. With miscarriage and newborn death and SIDS, particularly with miscarriages, it's often not necessarily an acknowledged loss.
Yep.
There's not much support. There's in addition to not having much support and having it not as widely recognized as the death of a child, there's also the layers of, what did I do as a mom? What could I have done better to make this pregnancy last through? Or how did I fail this child because they didn't make it? And that can be in all of these situations: suicide, homicide, accident, sudden death. I think there's a lot of guilt. There can be a lot of guilt depending on the situation, depending on the death. And like Hope said, grief is not just a once and done thing. It's like an onion. You peel back one layer, and there's another layer to work with, to navigate, to make sense of, maybe, if that closure ever happens. And sometimes the answers, the closure, never come.
Mhm.
And so it's a matter of how do we acknowledge what happened and keep living, even though every time we turn around just gives us more of an onion to unpeel or more of an onion to process.
Yep. And I think you're right, because miscarriage or newborn death can become disenfranchised grief if that grief isn't acknowledged by, by anybody. And the individuals who are experiencing that loss don't feel they have the permission to express it, which is why it's so important for us to find a support group that's our group that's going to support our expression of grief. Whether I know Project Share, I think has a lot of groups for parents who have had miscarriage and newborn loss, and it's really important to have that. And I, Hope, what you were talking about in terms of peeling back the layers with homicide, with individuals who have been, who have had to deal with that as a cause of death, like yourself. One of the things that I remember talking to somebody whose loved one was a police officer, and it was a very publicized and very public death here. I had talked with her, and she said, I was so focused on getting justice for my son that she put her grief on hold. And then when the disposition occurred and he got 20, I think the guy got like 25 to life. She said, I looked and I said, it's great, but it still didn't change the situation for me. She was still faced with, with what she had to deal with. She was faced with not having the physical presence of her son. And I think one of the things that's important for all of us to know is that sometimes grief can be put on hold because we're so focused with individuals are so focused with getting justice for their loved ones. They put their grief on hold. And then when the disposition is over, the grief resurfaces again. I think we have to be aware of that we have to be aware of that. And then particularly if the person isn't indicted or he gets off on a technicality, that just deepens the wound even more. And that's something that I think we all need to be aware of.
Yes, I completely
as grief
agree.
workers, as just individuals who are supporting each other, which reminds me of one of my favorite Ram Dass quotes. We're all walking each other home. That's all we're doing. We are all just walking each other home. So, okay, let's see what we got as far as, hey, it's Billy Groom. Hello, Billy. Billy's doing, I think, a workshop tomorrow morning at 8:00. And I would suggest also very strongly that you check that out. I think it's 8:00 Eastern time, 6:00 Mountain time. I would also suggest you check Billy out. She's a dynamic presenter, does some great work with cognitive behavioral therapy in the canine world. She does some really, really cutting edge stuff. I would definitely check out her work and her presentation. And Tony isn't even paying me for this. I'm just endorsing. And Jenny too. I don't know, Jenny, when you're presenting, but if you see Jenny on the schedule, it'll definitely be a worthwhile presentation. I would suggest that you go there too. I should have Tony put me on the payroll for all this, but I'll negotiate that with him later. He probably hid when I said that. So, but anyway, a couple of different categories of parents that I want to talk about. Parents with surviving children. Sometimes the siblings get lost in the shuffle just because the parents are so preoccupied with their own grief. And then also individuals who are friends of the family will come in, see the siblings, say, hi, how are you doing? I hope everything is okay. Where's your parents? Or they'll get a message saying that, you got to be good for your parents. Don't cause them any more pain. So siblings, if their grief isn't expressed, that may become disenfranchised grief only because they're questioning, geez, did I lose somebody? Did I lose a brother or a sister? And if anybody has had sibling relationships, think of the times you've told your brothers or sisters stuff you'd never tell your parents. So when a sibling experiences that loss, it's a loss of a comrade, it's a loss of a confidant, as well as a loss of a brother or sister. And that also needs to be honored. So for parents, I also like to look at the strength perspectives. Take a look at previous parenting skills that you use to help your children cope with other challenges. Also take a look at their previous loss history. What were some specific skills and strengths that they utilized to get through this loss that they could use for the current time? Help understand that children's grief recapitulates over time. What this means is that the meaning of grief and loss for a 6-year-old is going to be much different than it is when they're 12-year-old. As they negotiate developmental stages, they are going to re-experience the same traumatic death very differently. And that also does not need to be looked at as a pathological expression of grief. It's normal. I remember when my mother transitioned in 1994. My daughter Janine was very close to her, and Janine was probably about 10 when she was 10 when she transitioned. And at the age of 12 or 13, she began to act out. And we found out that the acting out was in direct response to the fact that she was still missing her grandmother. The behavior just manifested differently because she was at a different level of development. Parents should help or encourage their children to find support group to meet their unique needs. Siblings are, teens are gonna hang out with their peer group. So I would encourage them to seek solace from their peers, but also as a parents, let them know that, look, you can talk to me anytime about your brother or sister. Though we may feel that we're preoccupied, you can still come and talk to us, and we can still talk as a family. I always tell parents, I'll keep that door open, and eventually their children may walk through that. Parents with no surviving children, this is who have lost their only child or who have lost all of their children. I heard a keynote speaker at a Bereaved Parents of the USA conference who all 4 of her surviving children died, and 3 because of a murder-suicide that was perpetrated by one of her sons. And in the process, her husband was also wounded. I was having difficulty at that time fathoming the loss of one child, much less 4. And when she got up and spoke, she said, well, I'm not really a public speaker. You could hear a pin drop in that. It was just an amazing presentation. But here are some of the things that we need to deal with. Understand, suddenly childless, they're going to question whether they're still mothers or fathers because they have no surviving children to take care of. Are they still their mother or father? Assure them that they are. No matter where their child is, they will always be their mother, their father. And they will always see you as their son and daughter. Understand that families with children and grandchildren may trigger their grief, and really, really be sensitive to that. A great resource for parents who are suddenly childless is an organization called Alive Alone. The woman whose first name is Kay, and I forget her last name, lost her only child, Rhonda, many years ago, and started this organization for parents who lost their surviving and only children. And she does a great job with it, provides a lot of great resources. Okay. Some final reminders. 1, whether you're a grief coach, a therapist, just a companion on the path, establish yourself as a listener. Don't offer suggestions, observations until you've allowed that person's story to develop. Understand that everyone grieves in their own way. There's no right or wrong way to grieve. It's not up to us to judge what is right or wrong. It's up to us to witness it, to validate it, and to learn from it. There's no set time frame to get from the raw pain of grief to a point in your life where you're accepting that you're living in a world that's different without the physical presence of your child, and you're still willing to commit to a meaningful and purpose-driven life. In many cases, grief is lifelong. It's going to be over 20 years for me since my daughter Janine transitioned. There are days that grief can bring me to my knees. It just depends on what's going on in that particular moment. I know one particular moment that was profound is when I realized that in the 18th year of my grief journey, she would have lived long in the physical realm as she did the spiritual realm. And that was brought me back to the early days of grief, where I was, as Jenny mentioned, we've experienced grief everywhere. I felt this in my body. I felt this everywhere. It was like I was at day one of my grief again. Validate any occurrences of an unusual phenomenon or communication between parent, families, and child. This may be signs that occur as a result of the continuous bonds, or signs from our loved ones that also can occur just as a product of being open to understanding that we can still have a relationship with our loved one, even though it's not in a physical sense. If you want to contact me, and we'll have a few minutes to have Jenny and Hope weigh in, and also take a look. I see there's about 19 comments in private chat. So I love you too, Tony, even though I'm always picking on you. Anyway, you can reach me through email, bootsyandangel@gmail.com. My personal website is bootsyandangel.com. The book website, which I'll get to in a second, is psychologyprofessorandminister.com. I am also, according to my son, the world's oldest millennial. So you can find me probably on Facebook, on Instagram, and on LinkedIn as well. And I also have a Venmo account. So I guess that puts me in that status as well too. So, and finally, some information on the book, When the Psychology Professor Met the Minister. This was co-authored with Reverend Patty Farina. The book details in part the spiritually transformative experience that Patty facilitated 7 years after my daughter Janine's transition that allowed me to find peace with her passing. It also talks about how we can embrace both the worlds of psychology and spirituality, and integrate those two worlds to help us transcend catastrophic loss, the importance of critical thinking, for all generations, and in particular the young generation. And also we talk about, what do you believe? And we get into what that means, and it means something different for everybody. You can get the link you can find the book on Amazon in both Kindle and paperback format, or you can contact me for a signed copy. And also, one last thing, I have joined the ever-growing list of individuals who are doing podcasts. Through the persistent nudging of two of my students and other individuals, I just started the Teaching Journeys podcast. Our motto is, we are all teachers and students, let's learn from each other. I've had 2 episodes so far, and there'll be more coming. If you go to rss.com and just type in the Teaching Journeys podcast, you'll find the public page for that. But I'm also listed on Apple, Spotify, and other forums where podcasts are listed, and you can find me there. So if you're nudged to do so, check it out, listen, subscribe, I'm excited about this next part in my chapter. And that is it as far as the slides go. So let's take a look at some of the private chat. Let's see. Okay, so anyway, 9 minutes till wrap up. I got it. So we got 4 minutes. Hope, Jenny, any final thoughts for the audience?
Thank you so much for having us. It's been my pleasure to be on this little panel with you. One thing I would add is the relationship with the siblings is just make sure that they don't get counted out as the loved one's brother or the loved one's sister. Make sure that they establish their own identity, and that you show when they have proud moments, that you make sure that you gain the experience and education and help that you need to support them on their journey as well. But thank you so much, Dave, for having me. It's been my pleasure to be here with you guys.
Well, thank you, Hope, for being a part of it. You added some great input throughout that really made the presentation, rich. So thank you. And you too, Jenny. You had some great comments. Anything that you want to add before we sign off?
I would just like to emphasize the point that each person's journey is unique. Each person's grief expression experience, processing, making sense of or not, journey, whatever you want to call it, metabolism, it's individual and unique. So do it your way. And if it helps to glean stories from other people, fantastic. If it doesn't, you don't need to.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for. Okay. Thank you, Jenny, so much for being a part of this. I'm honored that both of you they were part of the discussion, and we had this like a mini panel. This was really cool, and I'm glad you were part of it. And I look forward to. I'm sure we're going to have further adventures down the road. And everybody, I am going to sign off and just say thank you for your time, thank you for your attention, thank you for your presence, and I wish you peace. Until tomorrow, take care.
Hi, I'm Melissa Pierce, co-founder of the Widow Squad Community Membership and co-host of the Widow Squad podcast. In 2011, my husband Dave died in his sleep. And overnight, I found myself the sole caregiver to our 2 young sons. It was like his death stole my life as I knew it. I felt like I'd never feel love or joy or purpose again. It's like that the movie screen of my life just went completely blank. And as I began the journey of rebuilding my life as a widow and solo parent, the concept of grief and kintsugi kept coming into my awareness. So kintsugi is the Japanese art that consists of pouring gold lacquer where ceramic vessels have cracked, which rather than hiding the damage, it illuminates it. And for a time, I numbed the pain of my husband's death by not allowing myself to actually feel my feelings, and also by not taking very good care of myself and taking care of my needs. So once I started to treat myself with some compassion and kindness, while also processing the pain and loss that I felt, well, I believe the cracked vessel that was my heart, well, it started to mend and to fill with gold. And I knew healing would come. It was not an easy path to go from paralyzed to purposeful. And I wanted to help other women navigate through this unimaginable time. So in 2017, I wrote and published my book, Filled with Gold, which documented my experiences as a young widow navigating solo parenting, grief, and eventually finding new love in my life. I remarried in 2015. Sean is my husband in this life, and we make our home in Portland, Oregon. So in 2011, when Dave died very suddenly and without warning in his sleep, so he was 46 years old, I was 44. Our 2 sons were 13 and 10 at the time. And previous to that, we had adopted them through foster care. It was like 6 years prior. They had already experienced so much childhood trauma before they came into our lives. I just couldn't wrap my head around them losing 2 dads at their very young age. And fortunately or unfortunately, they had coping skills learned from a very early age navigating the foster care system. So for several months, I didn't quite believe Dave had died and had to remind myself that, yes, he really is dead, and that I did perform CPR on his body, and I saw his body in the funeral home, and I had to convince myself that he was not coming back from like a fishing trip or something. I had to almost convince myself that I was alone now. And so for those first few months, I didn't cry that much. And I thought that that was really weird. I was judging myself quite a bit on my reactions or non-reactions, I guess, to his death. I was judging myself, having thoughts like, oh, maybe I didn't love him enough to fall apart. Why aren't I crying all the time? And I literally kind of just shut down, and I had no feelings about anything. And I moved through life at that time kind of like a zombie, and it really, really scared me. I think we were all in shock that first year, and in my mind, it was important that I didn't fall apart, or at least show my kids that I was falling apart, or pretty much anybody else. Dave and I had gone through so much to adopt our kids and to be a family. It was all on me now. And I just knew that I needed to, keep it all together, keep everything together. And I knew I needed to make sure that my kids felt safe. So a month after Dave died, I remember my oldest son coming up to me and saying that he had to be the man of the family. And it was very sweet of him. I don't know if somebody told him that he was the man of the family or where he got this idea. But I let him know that he didn't need to worry about anything, that I had everything covered, and his job was just to be a kid. So kind of life before I was prioritizing myself, solo parenting after the death of your spouse is no joke. And we were all hurting and grieving in our own ways. But the boys still had to go to school, and I had to go back to work full time after a 5-week leave of absence. The boys played sports, and they had homework, and bills had to be paid, carpools, I had to get them to where they needed to go. Meals had to be prepared, groceries had to be bought, and there was just no one to share the load with. Dave was gone, and I was doing it all, and I was exhausted. I was caring for everybody else around me except for me. So around that 6-month mark, the realization hit that I was truly, truly alone, and that this was my life now. And I was in a tremendous amount of pain, and starting to soothe myself with wine in the evenings after I put the boys to bed. And at that time, I felt like I'd never really feel love or joy or purpose again. And I was in a really pretty deep, dark hole. I didn't know how to prioritize myself until I hit a pretty low point in my life. So I didn't really know what else to do. And I just decided to reach out for help. And that's not easy for me to do. I don't like feeling vulnerable and asking for help, but I had to let go of all of that, because I knew that I was just kind of temporarily making myself feel better with really unhealthy activities. And I just knew in my gut that I had to start taking better care of myself so that I could take care of my kids. It's like when you're flying on the plane. I'm sure you've all heard this. You're flying on the plane and they tell you to put the oxygen mask on first before you put it on your kids or anybody else around you. And I know I couldn't help my kids process their grief if I wasn't even dealing with my own grief. So I noticed that a specific theme was coming up around how a lot of my emotional pain showed up. It showed up in my body. There were times when I felt like I was just going to burst out of my skin. And I knew that I needed to shake loose that pain. The grief that was literally stuck in my body, I knew I needed to loosen that up so I could just maybe have some clarity and space to deal with the trauma of Dave's death. So I decided to be very open to anything that might make me feel good or that I thought would make me feel good. So pretty much anything. I started getting regular, I started with my body because I was feeling a lot of pain in my body. So I got regular massages and I got pedicures. I know that might sound kind of indulgent, but it was nice to have another human touch me. I took a lot of baths because I liked the feel of warm water on my skin. So I pretty much got over myself that this was an indulgence. It was not. This was absolutely necessary to my survival and the survival of my family. It was like I was giving myself permission to take care of myself, like writing myself a permission slip for self-care. The more I moved my body, the better I felt. Like I regularly walked miles and miles around our neighborhood, and I was pretty much open to anything because I wanted to feel better. I wanted to feel good, even if it was just for 5 minutes. I even took up tap dancing, which is another story we won't cover here. So self-care was a big game changer for me as I began the deep work of processing my grief. And I practiced tons and tons of self-care to kind of help me move forward in life towards hope. The impact of Dave's death on our boys really showed up as they got older in their later teens, and it was a rough time in our lives. And I sought professional help for all of us. And we made it through all of that. And I think it was because if I hadn't bolstered myself through those self-care practices during that time, I'm not sure if we would have fared as well as we did if I wasn't making myself a priority and taking good care of myself. So my hope for you is that, and I love this quote, when you discover something that nourishes your soul and brings you joy, care enough about yourself to make room for it in your life. You are worthy of being taken care of, and you can do that for yourself. It's like you can have your own back. So self-care is making time to take care of yourself, to nourish yourself physically, mentally, and emotionally. So what self-care is, well, when you ask yourself questions like what makes you feel good at this moment, and listen for that answer. You can't help but get to know yourself in a deeper way. You start developing a deep trust of yourself and your inner wisdom. And sometimes the way we speak to ourselves is not necessarily so kind. I know I did that, and we can be really, really hard on ourselves. So fostering a little more kindness and compassion for yourself physically and emotionally can ease a lot of suffering and pain. We put ourselves through a lot of emotional suffering and pain, and we don't have to do that if we treat ourselves with a little kindness and compassion. And self-care is something you can access at any time, and it's unique to you. So whatever resonates with you may not resonate with somebody else as far as their self-care. So it's whatever is unique to you. So what self-care isn't? Self-care is not selfish. Taking care of your own well-being empowers you to be a better friend, a better family member, just an all-over better human being. Self-care doesn't have to cost a lot of money. I mean, all the tips here are free. All the tips that you're going to be hearing about are free, and they don't really take a lot of time. Self-care is not one size fits all. What works for someone else may not work for you, and it might look different from day to day. So if you're somebody who likes to journal or meditate or bathe, that's great. If you're not somebody like that, I'm sure you have other things that you like to do. It's just being curious about that. Self-care is not a cure-all. It's more about concentrating on getting to know yourself a little bit better rather than a fix or a solution. Just try your best and decide that maybe this self-care thing is worthy of your time and energy, and that you are worthy of being taken care of. So we're going to do the ABCs of self-care. The first one is, I'm sure you've heard of them, affirmations. So affirmations are simple statements that reinforce positive beliefs and attitudes. And so they help counteract some of those negative self-talk things like some of the unkind ways we speak to ourselves, it counteracts that and can help you focus on your strengths. It can help you feel empowered and capable of handling, just the challenges of life. So some examples of affirmations that might be helpful for widows, or pretty much anybody, can say something around like, I'm moving through hard things right now and I'm doing the best I can. Or I'm very proud of myself. Or I can get to a place where I trust myself. Or I deserve happiness and joy in my life. And they should be believable to you and your brain, something you feel like you might need to be reminded of on a regular basis. And so by repeating these affirmations, you can start to see that maybe your life in a more positive light and let go of some of those negative thoughts and emotions. Like my favorite place to do this, I'll write the affirmations and I'll put them on some sticky notes, and I'll put them on my bathroom mirror or on the fridge or on my computer monitor, kind of a place where I would tend to see these more. So another A is ask for help. It's easy for us to take on too much and get overwhelmed. So when you're struggling, it's really difficult to do everything alone. We've had people in our life, I'm sure, that say, well, let me know if you need anything. And believe me, I know it can be tough to show vulnerability and communicate your needs, but it's crucial to be specific about what you require from other people. General requests may not get us support we truly need. It's important to express what kind of help we are looking for. Maybe it's a specific task around, grocery shopping or lawn care or emotional support, like having someone to talk to or someone to spend some time with you. So being clear and specific about your needs increases the likelihood of, receiving the right kind of help and support from our loved ones. And just remember, being vulnerable and asking for help is not a weakness. It's really a strength. So go ahead and ask your people for some help and just see what happens. If someone asked you for help, you would probably help them, right? Another A is awareness. And this is around like zoning in on yourself like you would a baby or a toddler. Like pay attention to your likes and your needs, as well as, the things you don't like or you don't need. Notice like where you're at when you're having these feelings, when you're having a feeling. And like, what's happening? What are you doing when this is happening? Do you feel better or worse wherever you're at? And then maybe ask yourself, like, what do I need right now in this moment? And then maybe wait a moment and see what comes up. You might need a nap. So maybe ask yourself, do I need a nap? Do I need to eat? Do I need to cry? Do I need to drink some water? Do I need to go outside and take a walk? Or do I need to call a trusted friend? If it makes you feel good, do more of that. If something makes you feel not so good, notice that, be aware of that, and do less of it, or set up some boundaries and cut it out of your life completely. So we're on to the B's. So I put baths in here because self-care is an essential practice for anyone, but especially for widows who are going through a really difficult and emotional time. So one sip away, and again, this is my favorite, and especially during this time of year, is to practice self-care by taking baths. So baths aren't only a relaxing and soothing experience, they can have physical and mental health benefits too. So soaking in warm water can ease muscle tension, reduce inflammation, and even help you get to sleep. Taking a bath can also help reduce stress and anxiety and promote a sense of calm and relaxation. So just create a sanctuary of warmth and focus on your needs when you're in the bath. You can add your favorite bath salts, your favorite essential oils, maybe light some candles and play some calming music or listen to your favorite podcast. It's essential to prioritize your well-being, and taking a bath can be a really simple yet effective way to do this. The next time you're feeling stressed or overwhelmed, maybe try drawing yourself a warm bath and take some time to unwind and care for yourself. even make a ritual of it. Sometimes I even think of just like washing away the day, washing away the energy of the day and other people's energy. Another B is brag. So you're moving through a lot right now. So share what you're proud of. Bragging about your accomplishments can be really powerful in boosting your confidence, even though it might feel a little uncomfortable. The truth is you're moving through an incredibly hard time in your life, and it's crucial to recognize and celebrate your successes. One of the secondary losses of when you lose your partner is the big hit to your confidence, the loss of confidence. And I know bragging about your accomplishments might feel a little vulnerable. That's a hard one to say, vulnerable. But it's an essential step in rebuilding that confidence. So by acknowledging what you've achieved, it reminds you of your strengths and your abilities. It's okay to be proud of yourself for what you're moving through right now. And it's more than okay to share it with others. Whether it's a big achievement or a small achievement, it's all worth celebrating. You are incredible, and you're capable of moving through really hard things. It's time to own that and share it with the world. This is one of my favorites. Do you ever notice yourself taking those short, shallow breaths, like you're not deep breathing? So there's a breathing method called the 4x4, and it's also known as square breathing. It's a really simple and powerful relaxation technique that can help reduce your stress and anxiety. And if you indulge me, we can just try a little bit of this. It's very easy. So you'd normally take some time and do 4 rounds of this breathing method, but in the interest of time, we're just going to do 1 round. So if you can, if you're driving, don't do this, but find a comfortable seated position. So what you're going to do is, if you're watching this, you can see the picture there. So you're going to inhale slowly and deeply through your nose for a count of 4. And then you're going to hold your breath for a count of 4. And then you're going to exhale slowly and fully through your nose for a count of 4. And then you're going to hold your breath for a count of 4. And then just continue breathing normally. You would normally do 4 rounds of this. It's very good for relaxation and stress. And just one thing to remember, your breath is always available to you, and it's always free. So those times when you notice that you're doing that shallow, stressed out breathing, maybe do a 4x4 or just notice and just take a big, deep breath. This breathing method can be practiced anytime, anywhere, and it's really helpful when your stress level's kind of amped up or when you need a quick moment of relaxation. So just try it out for yourself and notice what you feel. Now we're on to the C's. So cry. Crying releases endorphins, and it might seem kind of counterintuitive to cry because you're probably doing a lot of that, but it does release those little feel-good hormones like you get from exercise. It's a way of like soothing yourself, and it's calming. And when you're in a lot of emotional pain, maybe you've noticed that after a good cry, you feel so much better. And crying also releases a lot of toxins. So choice. This is a really interesting one. So making choices makes you feel empowered, and when you're kind of in an out of control situation. And at the end of the day, you're the one who gets to decide what you believe and who you spend time with. So you have the power to choose what information you take in and what information you reject. You also have the power to decide who you're spending your time with, and it's okay to set up boundaries and distance yourself from people and situations that don't serve you. And so by being intentional with your beliefs and the people you surround yourself with, you can create a more positive and fulfilling life for yourself. So take some ownership of your beliefs and the information you consume. Maybe stop watching the news. I know I did, and that was really helpful. And just choose to spend your time with people who uplift you and inspire you. Be curious. So one thing that really helped me was I was very curious about my reactions and my responses to grieving. So grief counseling helped me to understand my nature, like who I am as a person, my emotions, my thoughts, and my reactions. I was really curious about like personality tests. Maybe you've heard of like Myers-Briggs or the Enneagram, to help me kind of figure out how I navigate in the world and my strengths and challenges. So some of my strengths, I know I have a compassion for others. I'm highly tuned in to other people's needs, and I'm just kind of a helpful person. I'll own that. And some of the challenges are, I tend to ignore some of my own self-care practices, or I avoid my own emotional needs, or sometimes I have some poor boundaries and I'm a big people pleaser. But in being curious about myself, I realized all this, and this is putting me on a path to burnout and resentment because I wasn't balancing my own needs with the people around me. So being curious helps you get a better understanding of yourself and what motivates you and why you do the things that you do. Plus, it encourages you to be more aware of your thoughts and feelings, which could help you find more meaning and joy in life. So we just scratched the surface here of self-care, the ABCs. And I hope this was really helpful in supporting you on your self-care journey while you're moving through grief. And before I go, I just wanted to let you know a little bit more about the Widow Squad online membership. So in this exclusive community for widows, widows learn how to design a life that they love, and they find the skills to do things maybe they've never done before.